Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Tactical Monster? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The day that would change the face of hero society forever started like any other day, really. Aizawa Shoyuta, the Eraserhead, was nursing his third cup of coffee this morning as he headed down the pristine, expansive corridors of UA in the direction of his class. As usual, respectful silence immediately asserted itself in the room the moment he slipped through the door, even though Shoyuta made sure not to make a sound. Good, the situational awareness courses they had run a few weeks ago were paying off. He surveyed the room as he slunk towards the lectern, not planning to waste any valuable time on roll call. Everyone was in attendance, and no immediate issue presented itself before his piercing glare. He could begin. Listen carefully, he stated dispassionately as he turned to face his class, dropping his sleeping bag to the floor and letting his quirk flare briefly for effect. Today we will be starting a new subject. Quiet murmuring erupted in the class, some excited, others apprehensive. Shoyuta glared. The room fell silent. As I was saying, today we will begin a new subject. It is, unfortunately, not part of the mandatory curriculum, though every hero worth their salt knows at least the basic techniques we will be covering in these lessons. No student of mine ever received a hero license without at least a passing grade in this subject, and here he made intense eye contact with his students, especially a certain electrical acidic duo, who wilted slightly. So I advise that you take this as seriously as you take any other class. Today, we will start learning about analysis. Shoyuta turned to write the subject title on the board. When he turned back around, he was greeted with three kinds of reactions from his class. The first one was expected, normal, and if he was perfectly honest with himself, quite satisfying. The aforementioned duo, as well as a good half of the class, were exchanging despairing looks that generally conveyed the clear message of how the hell are we going to get a passing grade on this one? The other two reactions, however, were mildly alarming. Not in the way that made him think of ambushes, overpowered villains, and burning forests, but in a way that made his skin itch with the feeling there was an important piece of information he had missed. Several of his students, not to name names but Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki, most prominently, have gone slightly pale and were casting furtive and somewhat apprehensive glances towards one of their classmates. The reaction of said classmate was the last, and perhaps most surprising of the three. Izuku Midoriya was, for lack of a better word, basically vibrating in his seat. His usual sunshine smile had brightened by a few thousand watts, fingers twitching at his side as if reaching for a pen that wasn't there, eyes darting excitedly between Aizawa and the blackboard. Well, this is not suspicious at all, Shoyuta internally deadpanned. Whatever. It's too early in the morning for this. If it becomes a problem, I'll deal with it later. He decided to give the instructions for this lesson as quickly as possible and then go to sleep. He was exhausted already and could feel a headache coming. The first thing we will be doing is assessing the level each of you is currently at. Some of you may discover that you have a natural talent for analysis, others will realize they have been doing something similar for quite a while without noticing. In any case, this test will highlight your strengths and weaknesses in the subject and allow me to address them individually. So, he handed Ida a stack of blank pages to be passed around. When everybody had pages to write on, he turned and started writing on the board. Your assignment is simple. Within the next hour, you need to write as detailed an analysis as you can about me. He turned to look at them for a moment. You have been my students for a while now, and all of you have seen me fight several times. I want all the details you can provide: fighting style, personality, strengths, weaknesses, and anything else you think could help you win a fight against me. He finished outlining the assignment on the board and once more looked at his class, one eyebrow raised. Any questions? He was met with resigned sighs, emphatic head shakes, and a quietly, but very intensely vibrating Midoriya. All right, he said dubiously. You may begin. He wrapped himself in his sleeping bag and lay down for a nap. Shoyuta fell asleep to the sound of a single, furiously scratching pen. He was awoken an hour later by the ringing bell. Ida was standing at attention by his desk, ready to hand over a sizable stack of paper. Surprisingly sizable, maybe there was hope for his problem children yet. Shoyuta accepted it with a nod of thanks to the class rep and headed for the door, tuning out the excited chatter of his students. As he slunk towards the teacher's lounge, Shoyuta reflected on what to do with the few free hours he had until his next lesson. He contemplated another nap before discarding the idea. He felt surprisingly well-rested right now, or as close as he ever got to well-rested, and he might as well get a head start on grading this new assignment. He sighed in resignation as he plopped down onto his usual sofa in the lounge and fished the papers out of his bag. First, let's get a general idea of what I've got to work with here. As he skimmed the papers, everything seemed normal. Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Mineta have all submitted barely 2 pages, full of crossed-out sentences and distracted doodles. Ida, Bakugo, Todoroki, and surprisingly, Koda, each submitted 5 pages of seemingly organized and well-thought-out information. Basic, but not bad for beginners. Yaoyorozu submitted 7, as expected of someone whose quirk depended so much on information and memorization of details. He counted each work as he skimmed over it and set it aside, so he became quite confused when 19 of them had been examined, and he was left with a good quarter of the whole stack in his hand. He stared down at the name on the first page of the report as the alarm from earlier that morning started to rise again. Midoriya, he found, had submitted over 20 pages of analysis, written in a small, precise script that was much neater than his usual, punctuated by occasional, surprisingly well-done, illustrations, and more well-structured sections than Shoyuta was comfortable with. Apprehension and curiosity mounting with every moment, Shoyuta began to read. And kept reading. By the time he was done, there wasn't a single red mark on the pristine, white sheets, and Shuta's mild alarm had mutated into not at all mild terror. Shoyuta gave this assignment every time he taught the basics of analysis to his classes, sometimes as an opening assignment, sometimes as a finishing project. Occasionally both, so that the students could see exactly how much they had improved and what they still needed to work on. The analyses he has gotten over the years varied. Some of them were more or less accurate, some missed the main points completely. Very few enough he could count them on the fingers of one hand, pointed out things he had never thought about before, or offered a new perspective on some aspect of his fighting style or another. But never, in all his years as a teacher, has he seen anything like Midoriya's paper. The depth and accuracy of the boy's observations was astounding. It made Shoyuta feel vaguely like a bug under a microscope, dissected and carefully examined from every possible angle, stripped to the bone until nothing was left hidden from those keen, excited green eyes. There was everything in this report: analysis of his quirk and fighting style, with illustrations to demonstrate several of his unique moves. There was a psychological profile with an in-depth discussion of his personality and mannerisms, as well as observed relationships with other teachers and even students, and how all of it could be exploited against him. There was a section dedicated to his gear, with ideas for weapons that could be complementary to his capture weapon, and suggestions for improvement for his goggles. And there were strengths and weaknesses and suggestions for overall improvement. The small part of Shoyuta that was not numb with fear was distantly amazed. He had never actually thought to tie down his hair. The rest was busy calculating how many ways Midoriya could kill him if he wanted to, even without use of his quirk. The answer was, without getting into details, way too many for comfort. Yamada Hisashi, a present Mike, was worried. It was by no means unusual to see his husband sitting on his favorite sofa in the teacher's lounge, grading papers. Neither was it unusual for him to become so engrossed in his reading that he stopped noticing what was going on around him, what with the amount of promising students he had this year. It was, however, pretty unusual when the usually stoic man, after reading a fairly long paper in a pace that became more frantic with every page, just sat there and stared at it, pale-faced, as if he was looking at his own death warrant. Sho? Is everything all right? Shoyuta didn't startle when Hisashi tapped him on the shoulder. His eyes didn't leave the pages he was holding in his hands, either, though his expression became marginally less distant. A few more seconds of tense silence passed between them before he responded. he enunciated very slowly and clearly, as if he also needed time to process the words, "are complete idiots. Me most of all." "Care to elaborate?" Hisashi asked tentatively. We completely missed. "I can't believe Shoyuta growled, going completely nonverbal with his frustration. Hisashi was starting to get worried. Midoriya was a common topic for conversations of all kinds since the beginning of the year. Frustrated and praising, happy and terrified, they have had them all since the boy entered UA. But Hisashi had never seen the erasure hero display quite this mixture of fear, worry, annoyance, and was that respect for someone, let alone a student. "Is there anything wrong with the green bean?" he asked worriedly. "There is either something really wrong with him, or something really right. I haven't decided yet." Shoyuta answered dryly, seeming to regain some of his composure. Hisashi's eyebrows rose further. Before he could ask any more questions, the pages Shoyuta had been reading were moved at his chest. "Read this. You'll understand, I guarantee," his husband said. Hisashi gave him one last skeptical look before diverting his attention to the papers in his hand. A look at the first page told him that this was the first assignment of the analysis course Shoyuta ran for each of his classes, specifically the one submitted by Midoriya. Can't be too bad, Hisashi thought with a mental shrug as he started delving deeper. Shoyuta watched smugly as Hisashi's comically wide eyes kept getting wider with every page. He was skimming over the pages, not really having time to read it thoroughly, but that wasn't really necessary in order to start grasping the magnitude of their unforeseen problem. It was nice, at least, not to be alone in his predicament. "What the hell?" Hisashi finally asked, looking up from the essay. Shoyuta nodded emphatically, glad to see that his point got across, but his husband didn't seem to notice, too lost in his own thoughts as he continued mumbling. It was rare to see Hisashi so shocked that his volume actually went down instead of up, but here they were. "Shoyuta, this is its professional level analysis. Hell, I don't think most professionals could have done such a good job of it, not the ones I worked with, at least. And he did all of this in an hour? Then I don't even know some of this stuff, and I've known you for half of my life." Shoyuta rose from the sofa and put a hand on the distraught man's shoulder. Hisashi tensed for a moment, startled, but then relaxed into his husband's familiar touch and looked up to meet his eyes. "This is a problem," Shoyuta stated calmly. "Or, rather, the fact we haven't noticed this sooner is a problem. I knew from day one that Midoriya is smart, maybe smarter than he lets on sometimes, but this is a completely different level. Why didn't I see it? Why didn't he tell me? God knows I am used to him hiding problems and injuries from me, but why hide this? He broke a finger the first day to prove to me that he has potential, but if he had just shown me his talent for analysis and tactical thinking, I wouldn't have dreamed about expelling him, volatile quirk or not." Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, trying to ward off the oncoming migraine. It helped that during his little rant Hisashi had abandoned the papers and was now standing behind him, rubbing his tense shoulders comfortingly. The more he thought of it, the more he realized that this issue was far more complex than it was at first glance, with hidden layers that tied into other issues of Midoriya's he had never quite come around to addressing. With their hectic school life and regularly scheduled villain attacks. This was too big to ignore though. He realized now that putting off working out things with Midoriya for later was a mistake, and not only because of this suddenly uncovered well of potential. Midoriya's unwillingness to share his talents with his teachers, that was apparently just as big as his unwillingness to share his problems, was just another piece in a puzzle that just kept getting more worrying the more of it Shoyuta uncovered, intensifying the itching feeling that he was missing something important. Shoyuta really didn't like not knowing things relevant to his job. Still, he was a logical, practical man, and there was a clear, logical next step on the path to solving this puzzle. "Talk to him," Hisashi suggested simply from behind him, echoing the underground hero's own thoughts. "Addressing this behavior of his is long overdue, anyway." "Oh, I will talk to him," Shoyuta promised. "And I will talk to All Might too. He is clearly close to the boy, and something tells me that he knows more than he is telling me." His eyes narrowed in suspicion. If the blonde scarecrow was hiding such important information from him, and about his own students no less, Shoyuta would kick his butt into next week, symbol of peace or not. Then another, far more pressing thought interrupted his hypothetical plans of vengeance. He tensed abruptly, whirling around to look at his alarmed husband, once more wide-eyed and pale as a sheet. Before the blonde could ask what was wrong, he voiced the latest reason for his concern. "I have to tell Nezu." Hisashi stared at him for a moment, then paled himself. It was due to 15 years of friendship and later, marriage, and the fact they have both been working at UA for quite a while now that they didn't need to voice their thoughts to know they were exactly the same. If Nezu finds in Midoriya someone close to his own level of intellect, may the world survive the chaos. Shoyuta was the kind of person that didn't like delaying once he had decided to do something. And so it happened that the end of the day Bell found him leaning in the doorway of Class 1A, watching as his kids packed their bags, chatting among themselves and occasionally sending furtive, nervous glances his way. "Midoriya," he called quietly to the brunette, who turned away from an animated conversation with Uraraka and Ida. "A word." The kid swallowed visibly, but didn't argue. He waved off the concern of his friends, slung his bag over his shoulder and hurried after his homeroom teacher, who was already walking down the corridor in the direction of his office. Even though the kid was walking behind him and out of sight, Shoyuta could practically feel the anxiety radiating off the teen. He could also hear how a few times the boy took a deep breath as if to speak, but thought better of it every time. The tension grew as they finally reached the office and entered, Shoyuta gesturing lazily at the chair in front of his desk, opposite his own, worn and comfy one. Midoriya sat down obediently, his school bag still held in the white-knuckled grip of one scarred hand. Shoyuta just looked at him for a few moments, unblinking, but finally took pity on his nervous student. "Relax, problem child, you are not in trouble. For now, at least," he added mentally. No need to make the boy any more apprehensive than he already was, and besides, it's not like he did anything bad this time. Just stupid. He saw the kid relax a little. He was still tense and alert, but at least he didn't look like he would bolt at any moment. "Then if I may ask, Sensei," began the teen hesitantly, and Shoyuta nodded slightly to encourage him, "what is this about?" "I wanted to talk to you about the analysis exercise we did today," Shoyuta announced simply, and waited. Let the kid make what he wanted out of that statement. He had found long ago that some of the most telling things about people in these situations was their reaction to silence. The kid's eyes widened in surprise and confusion for a moment, and then the nervousness set in. Shoyuta watched it unfold with growing concern and puzzlement, seeing the exact moment when his students' insecurities took over. "Why are you so unsure of yourself, kid? Where do all those insecurities come from? Where does the confidence I have seen you employ on the battlefield go when the fighting is over?" "The exercise?" the boy stammered. Shoyuta said nothing and continued to watch, cataloging all the nuances of the boy's reaction. "I thought it went pretty well, actually, I really enjoyed it." "Noted. Did I do something wrong?" The kid looked up at his teacher, green eyes wide with worry and a little desperation. Shoyuta stayed silent, even though it was becoming harder by the second. Contrary to popular belief, he didn't like causing his students unnecessary stress, especially when they did nothing wrong. But he needed answers, and this was the most reliable way to get them. Even though Midoriya was a notoriously bad liar, he was pretty good at keeping secrets, and he was a master of evasion once a conversation turned to topics undesirable for him. Stress was the only way to lower his walls enough, so he hopefully let enough information out, from which Shoyuta could build further. Didn't mean he would enjoy it, though. Was my analyses inadequate? Did I go overboard? I am so sorry, Aizawa-sensei. It's just when you announced the exercise I was so excited, I had so many ideas but there wasn't enough time to write them all anyway, and I knew you wouldn't like most of it so I tried to tone it down, but most of it just kind of wrote itself down and I finally got the structure more or less clear. But the boy looked down, unwilling to meet his teacher's gaze. "It must have been really creepy for you to read it. I am sorry. It won't happen again." Silence hung over them like a heavy blanket while Shoyuta tried to process the jumble of fear and shame that had just spilled out of his student in an approximation of a coherent apology. A very alarming apology, might he add. If what I read today is Midoriya's version of incomplete and toned down, however mildly, I shudder to think what a full version would look like. Shoyuta quashed the thought as quickly as it appeared. That was clearly not the part of his student's speech he should be focusing on. Why would the boy's first reaction upon being presented with such a seemingly trivial topic of conversation be this? Shoyuta not only didn't so much as hint that Midoriya did something wrong, he had explicitly told the boy he was not in trouble. Yet his first, immediate assumption was that he had done something wrong. And his immediate reaction to that was an extrapolation of how his imagined wrongdoing had hurt the person accusing him of said deed, in this case, Shoyuta, allegedly, followed immediately by an apology and a promise not to do so again. All of that, in and of itself, was an extremely worrying display of very low self-esteem and what was probably a boatload of other, underlying problems. And while the notion that Midoriya's self-esteem was lower than average wasn't new to Shoyuta, the depth of the problem was never laid out in front of him in such stark detail. Or maybe it had, and I just failed to see it. Stupid. Yet again, he quashed the instinctive thoughts. No time for this. Fix the problem now, wallow in self-deprecation later. Or, well, start fixing the problem. Shoyuta doubted that such deep-seated issues could be treated in the space of one conversation. That wasn't the only thing that drew Shuta's attention either. No, in the context of their current topic of discussion, he zeroed in on what exactly it was the boy assumed he had done wrong. Gone overboard? Creepy? Yes, Midoriya's work was extremely unusual, but it was unusual in all of the good ways an essay could possibly be. It was long but not unnecessarily so, and extremely detailed, and showed a depth of understanding of both technique and the subject matter that few professionals in the field could rival. And while Shuta's own first reaction to reading it was somewhat disturbed and, honestly, more than a little frightened, it was mostly caused by the understanding he had missed something so crucial and a genuine awe towards his students' intelligence and expertise. And maybe, just maybe, it was the fleeting thought of how much trouble they could have been in if the kid had chosen a more villainous path. Why then would the kid make such grim assumptions about the outcome of his hard work? Midoriya, started Shoyuta slowly, carefully choosing every word. What reasons would I have to think your essay was creepy? Huh. The kid glanced up in surprise for a moment, blinking at him confusedly, as if Shoyuta had just asked what color the sky was. Everyone thinks it's creepy, sensei. He mumbled finally, gaze returning to rest firmly on the floor. That's not what I asked, problem child. Shoyuta corrected gently, waiting to see if the boy would see the difference. He was rewarded with the sight of Midoriya mentally rewinding the question in his head, and the almost immediate flash of understanding that followed. Because he paused, unsure what to say, and visibly surprised at that fact. Because I know a lot of stuff about you, about everyone, and it's things that people usually don't notice, and some of it is personal. Then he trailed off, seemingly at a loss for words. Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose. Problem child. We are learning analysis. The whole point of the subject is to know as much as possible about people in general, enemies and allies alike, so you can better defeat the former and assist the latter. I summoned you here because, as shown by your essay, you have a particular talent for the subject, not because you did anything wrong. Oh. The boy was staring at him again, expressive emerald eyes so full of surprise, confusion and hope? You don't think it's bad? Yes, that was definitely hope in his voice, just a spark, wavering and so fragile it nearly broke the outwardly cold teacher's heart. Who taught you that being intelligent and observant is bad? Who made you fear and despise your own most precious talents? I just want to talk, I swear. He wouldn't ask though, not now, not yet. His task now was to fan the flames of that small hope he saw blooming in his student's gaze, and to strengthen the fragile, repeatedly broken and mended trust that existed between them, because right now the boy was more likely to clamp down and shut himself away again than to answer any delicate questions. No, problem child, I don't think it's bad. He said gently, voice just a smidge softer than usual. You did exactly what I asked you to do, and you did it well. Well was a bit of an understatement, really, but Shoyuta was never known for excessive praise, And he also suspected that the boy in front of him wasn't ready to hear or accept just how far above average he placed in this subject. He was still rewarded with a shaky but sunny smile and a few tears that finally managed to escape Midoriya's tenuous control and slid down his cheeks. Shoyuta pretended not to notice as the boy hastily wiped them away, electing instead to grab a random paper from the numerous stacks on his table and pretending to read something off of it, taking just enough time to let the boy compose himself. "So," he continued, when the greenette had his waterworks under control more or less, "it appears you have had a lot of practice with analysis of this kind, at least as far as I can tell. Mind telling me where you got it?" He was mildly concerned that even this simple question would prove too probing, but Midoriya just smiled at him, if a little nervously. "I've actually been analyzing heroes. Basically since I can remember. They always fascinated me, and when I realized I wouldn't be able to win by overpowering people, I thought that maybe I could outsmart them. And, I really love quirks, all of them are so fascinating and unique. And heroes are the only ones allowed to actually use them, so I can analyze them in depth." The boy trailed off, unsure of what else to say, peeking up at his teacher through his bangs, so hesitant and still afraid of being scolded or ridiculed. Shoyuta stared at him unblinkingly. Well, that certainly explained the copious amounts of experience the kid had. If he had been doing analysis since forever, even without proper instruction, it stands to reason that, wait. His thought process was interrupted by a sudden realization that hit him across the head with all the grace and gentleness of a speeding train. "Midoriya, is this what you've been doing with those notebooks of yours all along?" His voice had come out colder than he intended, and the boy shrunk a bit under his narrowed gaze, but answered nonetheless. "Yes." His voice wavered in fear of his teacher, and Shoyuta made himself take a few deep breaths before he frightened the kid into silence. It was insanely annoying how something so obvious had slipped by him, unnoticed. Now that he thought of it, it was also obvious that Midoriya's close friends knew about this too, if the looks they were giving him in class today were any indication. And none of them thought to tell him. None of them seemed to particularly encourage the boy in his intellectual endeavors, either, not that he had seen, not outside of battle when their lives often depended on his quick thinking. Were they part of the problem? Did they make him feel like his special skills were something unseemly and undesirable, to be hidden away unless absolutely necessary? He knew his students would never harm their friend purposefully, but as a teacher he knew well that children could sometimes be cruel and foolish in very unexpected ways, even unintentionally. Shoyuta once again pinched the bridge of his nose, hard, in a futile attempt to stave off the oncoming migraine. He allowed himself to indulge in a moment of silence, before looking up at his student, noting the boy's once again escalating anxiety. "Listen, problem child. I'm not mad at you. Like I said before, your analysis is remarkable, and I am glad you have such a well-developed tool in your arsenal that does not require you to break yourself. However, I am disappointed that you didn't think to inform me of your talent in this field sooner. As your teacher, it is my job to help you become the best version of yourself you can possibly be, and I cannot do that if you hide your potential from me. Are we clear?" The boy nodded slowly, looking slightly dazed. His eyes were still wide with surprise, though at what Shoyuta could not tell, and his cheeks were slightly flushed from the unexpected praise. There had also been a look on his face, an unreadable expression that passed so fast it might have been his imagination, when Shoyuta had said it was his job to help. Another red flag. Damn it, they were all over the place. Shoyuta would need to look deeper into the kid's past, because what he had seen on his records so far wasn't enough to justify this. Later. He needed to conclude this meeting. He had already delayed the kid too long. It wasn't so much of a problem now that they lived in the dorms and didn't need to catch a train to get home, and yet, to better determine how we should proceed, I would like to see more of your analysis, and maybe consult with some other teachers. Would it be okay with you if I borrowed your notebook for a few days? Midoriya considered it for a moment, head tilted slightly to the side in a way that was decidedly not adorable, and then nodded decisively. A moment later the notebook was being passed to Shoyuta, produced so fast he didn't even see where the boy took it from. It was a simple notebook, a little thicker than most, well worn from frequent use, with a plain black cover adorned with a simple title in small, neat kanji, Hero Analysis for the Future number 15. A quick flip through the pages revealed they were all filled with analysis similar to what he had seen in the essay, if much messier and less organized. The subjects differed as well, from newly debuted, up-and-coming heroes, to upperclassmen, to old and well-established heroes, some of which were already retired. And he has 15 of these, apparently. Nezu is going to have a field day with this. And all the rest of us are going to hide, probably. He could feel the migraine intensifying already. I will consult with the others, so we can set up specialized training for you to improve upon your skills. Does that sound reasonable? He addressed his student once more. And there was the excited vibration again, back in full force. Midoriya's anxiety had been wiped away in a moment, unable to resist in the wake of his overwhelming enthusiasm. His smile was once again wide and blinding, green eyes shining with almost childish delight. Sensei, that would be amazing. I would be honored to study analysis more in depth. If you really think it would help me be a better hero, I will do my best. He pumped his fist in the air in a movement strangely reminiscent of Uraraka, and Shoyuta cracked a minuscule smile. Good. You're dismissed, then. The teacher made a lazy shooing motion, and the boy hastily stood and bowed, before running through the door, still smiling widely, steps bouncy and brimming with excited energy. Left alone, Shoyuta closed his aching eyes and rested his forehead on the table. There was so much to do, so many implications that arose from this conversation alone that he needed to sort through and investigate further. There was a lot of work, and sometimes it seemed he would never have enough energy to complete it all. But he would pull through like he always did. For his student, who deserved to be the lively, promising young hero who just exited his office, and not the nervous, insecure wreck who had sat there minutes earlier. And for the world, that needed heroes like Midoriya, strong as well as smart, shining bright with hope and kindness. With a resigned sigh, the exhausted teacher got up, picked the black notebook from his table, and headed through the quiet hallways towards his next stop, the principal's office. As always, Nezu timed his actions so the door would open just as Aizawa raised his fist to knock on it. He had originally started doing so because he enjoyed people's spooked expressions when faced with a taste of his so-called omniscience. It was sad, really, how few people realized how much one could do with well-placed cameras and some basic logic. Aizawa has long since stopped reacting to Nezu's little trick, of course, but by now it was a well-established tradition, and besides, the principal was in the habit of indulging his own little quirks. Nezu examined Aizawa as he entered the office, routinely marking the smallest details and neatly cataloging them in the vast caverns of his brain. As always, exhausted and disheveled. His shoulders are slumped just a little more than usual, steps just a bit too stiff. He is anxious about something. Strange, considering the fact Midoriya seemed quite happy after their meeting. Black notebook in his hand, probably Midoriya's. The words on the cover are written in a neat hand, but I recall Ishiyama-kun saying something about the boy having a messy handwriting. Interesting discrepancy. Number 15, oh, this is going to be fun. Nezu waved cheerily at the tired teacher, gesturing for him to sit down and already busying himself with preparing tea. Chamomile, to soothe Aizawa's frayed nerves, and maybe Nezu's as well. Being the principal of UA High was far from easy in these turbulent times, after all, and depending on the outcome of this meeting, he might find a new heap of problems on his proverbial hands. Or maybe a new student. His calculations said that the latter was more likely, though, which made his tail swish in excitement. He didn't even bother to hide the movement, enjoying the way it made Aizawa back away from him just the tiniest bit. Objectively, Nezu knew that tormenting his employees, however mild and petty his ways of doing so were, was a bad habit. He had learned a long time ago, however, that the humans who acted solely in objectively beneficial ways were very few and far between, and as such he permitted himself a certain degree of freedom as well. For the sole purpose of better blending in with society, of course. It was a well-known fact among the faculty of UA, as well as several other circles, that Nezu had a bit of a grudge against humanity as a whole, and for very good reasons. It was less well known that the grudge in and of itself wasn't the only, or even primary reason for the existence of his famed streak of estism. No, the truth of the matter was that a lot of what Nezu permitted himself to indulge in was to reassure himself. It gave him comfort, knowing that he held power over others in his small paws, enough power to hurt them more than they could ever hurt him. Not that he would, of course. Heroism and education were his fields of choice for a reason, and he strove to protect and better humanity to the best of his ability. And yet, just in case, he had let his thoughts stray again, and the tea was ready. A small twitch of the ears to clear his head, the ever-cheerful smile having never left his snout, and he sat down on the sofa opposite Aizawa's, daintily sipping from his fine china cup. Aizawa, still slumped silently in his seat, took the offered opportunity for a moment of peace and took a sip as well, voicing his appreciation with a quiet grunt. He was a notorious lover of coffee, but long years of work under the small principal had taught him the value of a well-brewed cup of tea as well. So, Aizawa-kun, Nezu finally broke the silence. How was your meeting with young Midoriya? Informative, I hope? Of course you know about it, grumbled the tired teacher, not surprised in the least, if a little irritated. He was well aware of the vast network of cameras the principal had situated around the school, both for security purposes and for his own personal information hoarding habits. Several places in the school were camera-free, like bathrooms and the teachers' personal offices, because Nezu had a healthy, if begrudging respect for people's privacy, but most other places, like classrooms and hallways and even the teacher's lounge, were under constant surveillance. As such, there were very few interesting things that happened in the school without Nezu's knowledge. It was tragic, really, that young Midoriya's apparent talent was one of them. Nezu hummed in affirmation and took another sip of tea, waiting patiently for the tired teacher to gather his thoughts and answer his question. Aizawa lowered his head just a little more, burying his face deeper in his scarf and concealing his mouth from view in a manner Nezu knew brought him comfort, then started to speak. I will assume you know why I initiated the meeting with the kid then, as well. The essay he submitted on my first analysis assignment. I am a fairly good strategist and an adequate analysis teacher, but I don't believe I am equipped to deal with Midoriya's particular brand of genius. This thing is right up your alley. With that, he produced a stack of papers from an inner pocket, surprisingly undamaged for having been stored in such a seemingly careless manner. Aizawa rarely did anything carelessly. A fleeting glance was enough for Nezu to know that this was the same stack of papers his two employees were freaking out over earlier in the teacher's lounge. From what the kid told me, it appears that analyzing quirks and heroes specifically is a long-standing hobby of his, since early childhood. He has a series of notebooks full of his work. This is the latest one. He placed the item on top of the essay carefully, almost as if it would break if he applied too much force. Or maybe bite him. I've seen him writing in it several times throughout the year, but never really thought to ask what it was exactly he was writing. It is a big oversight on my part. The man bowed his head. Nezu decided that this was prime time to interrupt. Don't take it too hard, Aizawa-kun. The fault isn't entirely yours. If anything, I feel more responsible for this oversight than you, seeing as I have also taken notice of some of Midoriya's strange habits, but never investigated further. Nezu shook his head regretfully, letting his smile diminish just a bit. Aizawa grunted dubiously, but his shoulders lowered slightly, an almost imperceptible tension leaving them. Nezu knew well of the man's tendency to feel responsible for everything when it came to his students, even things out of his control, and while it was a useful and admirable trait in a teacher, it could sometimes become unhealthy. I also suspect, Nezu continued in a contemplative tone, that our lack of attention to detail isn't the only factor in this incident. On further consideration of young Midoriya's actions, it almost seems that he was hiding this from us on purpose. Quite adeptly too, like he has practice. That is actually the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, said Aizawa promptly, blank expression morphing into a slight frown. When I broached the topic of the meeting, the problem child was extraordinarily quick to assume that he was there to be scolded. Scolded specifically for his work being creepy. When I asked for clarification, he said that that was how others typically regard his analysis. and near burst into tears when I told him it was fine. The man shook his head in consternation, frown deepening. I knew he has low self-esteem. I knew he doesn't trust the teachers enough to confide in us. But this conversation made me realize the problem might be much more serious than we thought. There are a lot of issues there, and the kid is very good at hiding them too, which is even more concerning. Silence hung in the office as Nezu digested this new information. Before he could answer, though, Aizawa continued, voicing the thought that worried him most in a low, gravely voice. There are a lot of strange things about Midoriya, most of which I can't explain with the knowledge I currently have about his past. And you know as well as I do that kids don't just become like this of their own volition. This is the result of systematic conditioning. Nezu finished the thought for him, for bristling with a building anger, like the sun slowly but inexorably rising above the horizon to unleash its scorching wrath upon a desert land. The pieces of the puzzle that was Izuku Midoriya suddenly fell into place with a resounding click. Nezu knew that Midoriya had been quirkless until just shortly before UA. Midoriya, who, like most quirkless children these days, must have been treated like the scum of the earth at best, and a bug underfoot at worst, by children and adults alike. Midoriya, who didn't trust adults to do their jobs, or to help him if he asked. Who was so quick to take matters into his own hands when it mattered, because he believed no one else would. Midoriya, who, according to the statistics, would have been suicide-baited an average of 7.4 times a month. Midoriya, who did what he thought was right, no matter the cost to himself. The facts kept coming, appearing out of the dark depths of the principal's memory and clicking neatly together into one long logical chain that seemed to constrict around Nezu's throat. Midoriya was as socially awkward as he was friendly. Midoriya never hurt a fly when it wasn't a life or death situation. Midoriya had comments in his record pegging him as a troublemaker who often started fights with his fellow students. Midoriya was an exemplary student, quiet but attentive and ready to participate in class, with grades near the top of his class. Midoriya had slightly higher than average grades in middle school, which sometimes took suspicious dips. Midoriya was known to flinch at unexpected shouting and loud noises, specifically explosions. Midoriya went to the same school as Bakugo. Nezu felt his customary smile changing, warping into an animalistic baring of teeth. He had known all of this. Had all the facts neatly stacked in the back of his mind, just waiting until he paid close enough attention for them to show him the full picture. He knew what conditioning, abuse, that was the word all the facts were spelling so clearly, could do to a young mind. Years and years of the same harsh words repeated to you until they were branded into your brain. Focus. This isn't about you. He had been inexcusably negligent, and there wasn't much he could do to atone for his mistake aside from ensuring things were taken care of in the best possible way moving forward. The only problem was that he didn't trust himself to handle this alone, not right now when the anger was still teeming inside of him like lava, searing hot and dangerous. Maybe not even later, when it would have had time to cool and solidify into a sharp obsidian edge. Fortunately, he didn't have to. He saw the exact moment Aizawa arrived at the same conclusions he did, several seconds in delay. Well, not all the same conclusions. After all, the teacher was both missing important facts and quite a bit less adept at building logical chains than the principal, but close enough. The teacher's dark eyes narrowed, staring from between messy locks of hair with an intensity rarely seen outside of battle, almost glowing red. Nezu forcefully suppressed a full-body flinch, but Aizawa noticed anyway and averted his eyes, breaking the tension. Both were silent for a moment longer, and then Aizawa spoke, voice cold and decisive. I want to investigate Aldera Middle School. Look at camera footage, talk to teachers, maybe even students. Something is definitely wrong here, and I'm going to find out what. Nezu mentally shook off his momentary discomfort, and smiled instead. It wasn't an expression native to his species, but he had taken the time to refine and perfect it, and was quite proud of it. It was thin and razor-sharp, with just the right tilt of his mouth, and a hint of needle-like canines glinting in the darkness. He knew well it made most people think of large predators stalking in the night and poisonous snakes, slithering unseen in the grass. Excellent, Aizawa-kun. I will arrange a meeting with the principal of Aldera. Don't hesitate to involve me if you require any assistance in the legal department. Nezu wouldn't give his employee the facts he was missing, it wasn't his place. But he didn't need to. Aizawa nodded shortly, failing to quite suppress his own shiver of unease. I will also take care of our little analysis problem. If young Midoriya is as good as you say, and I have little reason to doubt your judgment, I will gladly tutor him myself. Now, if there isn't anything else you wish to discuss, I dare not take any more of your precious time. There are plenty of things both of us need to attend to. Nezu said, one paw already reaching for the small black notebook resting on his table. Never one to dally, Aizawa bowed his head respectfully to the principal, rose to his feet and left, steps just as silent and determined as when he had arrived. Perhaps even more so, now bolstered by a new righteous anger. Only when the door clicked shut and the cameras showed Aizawa disappearing behind the corner did Nezu finally allow himself to relax, tension bleeding out of his small form, smile dissipating into an expression that was less human, more natural and comfortable for his features. He allowed himself a moment just to breathe, feeling the air circulate through his lungs, the pleasant smell of tea still lingering in the air, the last rays of sunlight shining through the large windows and painting the vast, ornate office in picturesque shades of twilight. There was no danger. No one there to threaten or distract him, just Nezu, alone with his thoughts and schemes, just the way he liked it. He liked it. He did. And before he attended to his mundane, grueling duties, he had a rare treat. The work of another great mind, maybe worthy of his personal tutelage. Nezu gently picked up the black notebook and opened it on the first page. The title at the head of the page indicated that it was an analysis of a less well-known hero, allegedly retired, and Midoriya's erstwhile mentor, Gran Torino. Even at a first glance, which was enough for Nezu's ever-racing mind to dissect the most important details, it was a masterpiece. Unorganized yet surprisingly tidy, a stream of consciousness consisting of observations and questions, extrapolation and notes for further research. It was keen and inquisitive, observant and original yet logical and based firmly on facts and science. It was raw and unrefined, and permeated with glee and enthusiasm for the subject that resonated with something deep within the mammalian principle. And as he kept reading, Nezu smiled. The smile was wide, animalistic, full of sharp teeth. It was a smile he would never show when in public, in human company. It was the most genuine smile to grace Nezu's face in a long, long time. The sun was setting by the time Izuku returned to the dorms, still brimming with energy from his talk with his homeroom teacher. It was just so amazing. He had known that UA strove to give their students as wide a range of tools as possible to use in their career and help them become the best heroes they could possibly be, but he never expected them to actually teach analysis. To heroic students. Maybe to support students who needed to know as many details about the heroes they were working with and their quirks as possible to create specialized gear, or just help in battle strategies and quirk counseling and even investigations, although he hadn't seen any students in support who weren't engineers. Was there such a thing as a support analyst? That sounded like a really useful profession, but he had never heard of it, which was weird because he was on all the most detailed heroics forums. Anyway, he had been overjoyed when Aizawa-sensei declared they would be learning analysis. And then sensei pulled him to the side, and he had been really nervous that the man would think that his analysis was creepy, like all the people who had seen their own entries in his notebooks always did. Even though Izuku had completely skipped over most of his psychological and social profile, and didn't go into details about how much Eraserhead could benefit from a long-ranged weapon like a gun or throwing knives. Or a sniper rifle, which would be more suited for the ambushes he favored. And he didn't even start on his infiltration and information-gathering missions, or his undercover work, which required really good acting skills, which was an amazing thing for a hero to possess. But Aizawa didn't. He thought that Izuku's analysis was good, which was rare enough already, because the man never gave compliments, good enough to require special training, which Izuku would get under one of the other teachers. Izuku wondered who it could possibly be. There were no teachers in UA that he knew of with analysis skills better than Aizawa's, the underground hero who depended on his mind as much as on his physical skill. Well, no one aside from. Lost in his thoughts, Izuku didn't notice that he had arrived at the dorms and entered the common room until Uraraka's voice snapped him back into reality. "Hey, Deku-kun," called the girl from her place tucked neatly into one of the couches, English textbook in her lap, waving enthusiastically. "How did your meeting with Aizawa-sensei go? What did he want? Are you in trouble?" Her wide smile dimmed a bit, now tinged with worry for her friend. "Oh no, nothing like that." Izuku was quick to reassure her. "I don't think I would have returned so early or in one piece if he was mad at me again, huh?" He trailed off into a nervous giggle, shuddering at the thought of their teacher's wrath after what they pulled at Kamino. Ida, who had approached them from the direction of the kitchen and was sipping on a glass of orange juice, shuddered a little, clearly plagued by the same memories. He would need to drink more orange juice than that to replenish his reserves. They were doing rescue today, and Ida had carried pseudo-victims from the disaster zone to the safe house on the other side of the fake city at full speed around 15 times, which made it about 60.45 kilometers. "Thank you for your concern, Midoriya-kun, I will take it into account." Izuku stopped abruptly and blushed at the realization that he had been mumbling again, but none of his friends seemed to mind. It still amazed him, sometimes, that they would snap him out of his little trances not in anger or irritation, but simply to help him stay on track, because they knew he wanted to but couldn't always help himself. "I will admit, I am also curious to know what it was Aizawa-sensei wished to discuss with you. If it isn't a personal matter, of course," continued Ida. "Oh no, nothing personal." Izuku denied again, then amended his words slightly. "Well, not exactly. At least, I don't mind telling you. Aizawa-sensei wanted to discuss today's exercise." Uraraka frowned in confusion. The rescue exercise? He wasn't even watching in today, though. No, actually. The analysis exercise we did this morning." Izuku clarified, and his friends nodded in understanding. It didn't escape his notice, though, that both of them seemed to tense just a bit. It made something unpleasant clench in his gut, a bitter taste suddenly coating his tongue. He was reminded suddenly of the question Aizawa had asked him just half an hour ago in his office, a question he hadn't had an adequate answer for, to his great surprise. It was strange to realize he didn't have an explanation for a phenomenon that has been following him for most of his life, so much so that he took it for granted. Maybe he should ask? "Guys." Izuku took a deep breath, bracing himself, and blurted the words out before he had the chance to reconsider. "Do you think my analysis is creepy?" Surprised silence hung over their small corner of the common room, defying the sounds of lively chatter and the clatter of distant shenanigans that permeated the rest of the space. Ida and Uraraka, his two first, after Kaken, and closest friends, stood in front of him with averted gazes and didn't know what to say. It wasn't that bad. Better than he expected, even. "Shitty nerd, stalker, you creepy F. Why then did it hurt so much?" "Nothing to it now but forging on," Izuku guessed. "It's okay if you do. I would even call it normal, really. Everybody does," he said quietly, gaze fixed firmly on his vibrant pink slippers. "It's just, I told Aizawa-sensei so, and he asked why people think it's creepy. And I realized I didn't know what to tell him. So maybe you can explain it to me." His voice got quieter and quieter until the last words were barely more than a whisper. And then the silence was back, hanging over their small, isolated bubble of space and time for what seemed like a small eternity, but was probably only moments. It was finally broken by the sound of Uraraka taking a deep, fortifying breath, followed by her wavering voice. "May I be completely honest with you?" she asked quietly, serious like he had rarely seen her before. For just a moment, Izuku gathered enough courage to look up at his friend. She still sat in the plush armchair, textbook on the floor by her feet, abandoned. Her fingers were steepled in front of her face, partly hiding her mouth, and her chocolate-brown eyes were focused on him, burning bright with determination. Izuku gulped. "Please. I would expect nothing less." Uraraka looked at him for a moment longer before nodding decisively. "Deku-kun, you are terrifying." She gestured in his direction with her still steepled fingers. "You are kind and sweet, and you have the heart of a true hero. The very first day we met, you broke your bones to save me, even though we were complete strangers. You are an amazing person, and for all of that, I love you as my friend, and respect you as a future hero." She was looking right at him, brown eyes trying desperately to convey the sincerity of her words, and it made a little of the ice that had frozen his gut melt. But she wasn't done yet. "With that said, Deku-kun, you are terrifying. Not only because your quirk is so powerful, but because you are also really smart. And I know you would never use it to do anything bad, but sometimes when you start mumbling and you just know so much about people." She trailed off with a frown, unable to phrase the rest of her thoughts correctly. Fortunately for her, Ida chose that moment to voice his own opinion. "In our science class, we were taught that all living creatures have an innate fear and respect of predators stronger than themselves. What I think Uraraka-san was trying to say, Midoriya-kun, is that you are undeniably the strongest person in this class, in multiple ways, even though some would like to pretend otherwise." He glanced not so subtly up and a bit to the left, where all of them could hear muffled explosions and shouting coming from the direction of Kaken's room. "In conclusion, Midoriya-kun," continued Ida, serious but bluntly honest as ever, "we do, occasionally, get spooked by your intellectual superiority. However, I did not realize how offensive and hurtful our reactions might seem to you, and for that I sincerely apologize. I believe that I speak in the names of all your friends, and even the whole class when I say we don't mean anything bad by it." The somewhat pompous speech was accompanied by a stiff and very deep bow, as was so characteristic of the robotic teen. Izuku didn't realize he was crying until he felt the warm liquid pouring down his cheeks with an alarming speed, and by then it was already too late to stop the waterworks. Not that he really wanted to at the moment. The ice in his stomach had melted completely, evaporating and turning instead into light, fluffy clouds. His friends didn't hate him. They didn't think he was weird or creepy. They loved and respected him for his alleged power. The only thing that held him from completely falling apart in joy and relief were the faces of his friends, concerned and crestfallen and slightly blurry through the curtain of tears. "Thank you guys so much." He finally managed to stutter, watery and uneven but completely sincere. "This means more to me than you can ever know." Pleased and relieved, his friends exchanged a single glance between them before stepping closer to gently hug him from both sides, showing their affection and support in a more physical way they knew the Greenette appreciated. After all, the strongest hero in class or not, everyone knew that Izuku Midoriya was a giant crybaby. As he walked through the quiet suburbs of Mizudafu towards a certain middle school, Shoyuta reflected on just how quickly Nezu had organized the whole Aldera investigation. Just yesterday they were discussing the implications of Midoriya's strange behavior in the principal's office, and here he was the next day, trudging towards a meeting with a different principal who probably didn't have an inkling of the doom that was about to be unleashed upon him. Shoyuta shuddered at the memory of its smile when he realized what was going on with his potential new student. For all that Nezu liked presenting himself to others as a rat-mouse thing, more often than not, when it really mattered, the principal was an angry mama bear. And there were very few things in the world more terrifying than an angry Nezu. And now there are going to be two of them, oh god. Even for one of his rage-fueled overprotective episodes though, the investigation into Midoriya's past was set up practically at lightning speed, especially considering the amount of paperwork and other media-related drudgery Nezu still had to take care of after the Kamino clusterfuck. It spoke volumes of the outcome of Nezu's acquaintance with Problem Child's journal. Sighing heavily, Shoyuta approached the gates of Aldera Middle School. At least from the outside it was, overall, a completely average building. A 5 stories tall, whitewashed, boxy building surrounded by a few trees and a low brick wall that did little more than indicate where the school grounds began. The gate was quite literally non-existent too, simply a gap in the wall that allowed one a straightforward passage to the main entrance of the building. It looked empty and dark at his hour of the evening, all the children having gone home already. There was only one window still lit yellow from inside and there, Shoyuta knew, the principal of Aldera waited for him. He walked silently through the dark corridors, his hard-won instincts never allowing him to lower his guard in an unfamiliar place. He was a shadow, one among the many hiding behind lockers and in empty doorways. It wasn't really necessary, his caution, but it suited his mood nonetheless. There was something wrong in this place, in a way that alerted the instincts not of Eraserhead the hero, but of Shoyuta Aizawa, the teacher. It reminded him almost of his own middle school, plastered all over with cheery posters and suffused with the overwhelming stench of hypocrisy that wasn't quite strong enough to cover the faint scent of misery. It might have just been the darkness and his own exhaustion talking, of course, but Shoyuta had learned long ago to trust his instincts. He was nearing the principal's office, having emerged into an area with lit hallways, when he saw one of the things he had come looking for. A wall, the likes of which they had in most schools, covered with rows of identical wooden frames. Each frame contained a poster with a multitude of pictures, depicting all the children to graduate from the school at a certain year. The newest one, reading 2XXX at the top of the page, was nearest to Shoyuta, frames slightly lighter than the rest, glass cover not yet adorned with a multitude of scratches. Shoyuta stopped in front of it and considered it carefully. It was as good a place as any to start looking for clues. Indeed, he wasn't disappointed. The children he was looking for were both easy to identify, but for two different reasons. Bakugo's picture was, much like the teen himself, ostentatious and attention-grabbing. He was depicted smiling wolfishly, a small explosion popping in the palm of one raised hand. The fact that he chose to display himself in this manner, while illegally using his quirk, confirmed Shuta's long-standing suspicion that the number of people in this building who have ever told the explosive blonde no was a big, fat zero. Bakugo's picture was slightly bigger than the others, situated in the corner of the poster dedicated for honored students. Midoriya's? It was not. His picture stood out simply because of his vibrant color scheme, even though it seemed that the boy himself had done his best to become invisible even as the picture was being taken. His shoulders were hunched, one hand holding the opposite elbow nervously, and his smile was wide but obviously strained. His eyes were a little red and puffy around the edges, too, like he had been crying but cleaned it up hastily for the picture. That in and of itself wasn't very concerning. Every teacher in UA knew by now that the boy cried for any and all reasons, but was that a smear of blood on the back of his hand? And what was that on his shoulder? The angle was bad, and the kid's fluffy hair almost covered it, but Shoyuta could still make out what looked like a sizable hole in his uniform, the edges of the fabric looking distinctly singed. A foreboding sensation started slithering its way around the pit of his stomach. If that was what he thought it was. He squashed the bundle of emotion that rose in his throat. He would save it for later, when he knew exactly who he was supposed to be taking his anger out on. When he could do so conducively, with Nezu's enthusiastic help. Shoyuta took a picture of the poster, just to be sure nothing was missed, then turned on his heel and walked the rest of the way to the principal's office. The room itself was nothing impressive, slightly chipped beige paint on the wall, a wooden desk that had seen better days loaded with messy stacks of paperwork and an ancient computer, with two cheap-looking chairs on both sides. One of them was occupied by the principal, Hiramoto Jin, as Nezu had informed him, whom Shoyuta immediately didn't like. He was a tall, reedy man in his 40s, with graying red hair, shifty eyes and an eager-to-please smile. His suit was cheap and worn but meticulously tidy, and it seemed to Shoyuta that the man spent way more time worrying about his appearance than he did doing his job. He knew several heroes like him, wearing the flashiest costumes, employed in the most ostentatious agencies, always appearing at every social event, with no actual work done to speak of and their desks drowning in paperwork. He hated them with a passion. "Eraserhead-san, it's truly a pleasure to meet you," exclaimed the man in a somewhat squeaky voice that grated on Shuta's nerves. The hero nodded curtly in acknowledgement of the statement, unwilling to start the conversation with a lie by returning the pleasantry. The silence stretched between them for a few more moments, Shoyuta simply staring down the man with his customary deadpan expression. He was rewarded with the tiny drops of sweat that started appearing on the principal's forehead as he waited for a response, and then his frantic blustering as he remembered to offer Shoyuta a seat. Shoyuta took it graciously, Depositing himself in the chair in front of the principal in one smooth, cat-like movement. The chair was as shitty as it looked, and it didn't do his back any favors, but hopefully he wouldn't stay here long enough to feel it tomorrow. The principal waited for him to begin. Shoyuta kept staring. So, Eraserhead-sen, cracked the man eventually, your honored employer has informed me that you are here seeking information of some kind, though he refused to tell me the exact subject of your research. Not that I would hold it against him, confidentiality and all that. He chuckled nervously, facial expression conveying the thinly veiled desperation to hear any kind of response from the hero. Shoyuta remained silent. Anyway, how may I be of assistance? The principal asked again, and Shoyuta finally decided that he was sufficiently spooked and off balance for him to proceed. I am here to investigate the schooling career of my student, one Izuku Midoriya. You may recall he graduated from your school last year. Exactly the way Shoyuta liked it, emotionless and non-committal, giving nothing away. Let Hiramoto draw his own conclusions and dig his own grave, if he was foolish enough. Once again he wasn't disappointed. Oh, that would be no problem at all, exclaimed the principal, obviously relieved, which made Shoyuta tense slightly in surprise, because that was far from the response he had expected, right until. I was afraid that no one would come to investigate that little crook. I am glad. Shoyuta sat frozen in shock to his uncomfortable chair, fighting to keep his expression blank. What had this man just called his student? Explain, he demanded, voice gaining a dangerous edge. Hiramoto, it appeared, was even more stupid than he seemed at first glance, because he was still smiling at Shoyuta, a happy, almost vindictive glint having entered his gaze. Yes, of course. The man practically chirped. You must have figured out by now that his quirk is a sham. I tried to tell UA when I got the notification about his acceptance. I really did, but my letter got ignored. It really is a shame that it had taken so long, but that boy always was a skilled liar dash. Stop. Shoyuta commanded through gritted teeth, hands firmly clutched together under the table so he wasn't tempted to reach for his capture weapon to physically shut the man up. What do you mean when you say his quirk is a sham? It pained him to leave all the other vitriol the man had spewed about his student unaddressed. For now, he silently promised himself, but obtaining information was his first priority right now. The man looked slightly taken aback, but still didn't seem to have picked up on the fury radiating off of the hero, seeing as he continued speaking in the same manner. Or maybe he was just suicidal. His deception went deeper than I thought. I see. The man frowned sympathetically, and Shoyuta felt his tight self-control start to slip. You see, Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. Always has been. Imagine my surprise when I heard that he was accepted into a school as prestigious as UA, and later when I saw him in the sports festival. I don't know how he managed to feign a quirk like that, but Shoyuta didn't hear the rest of Hiramoto's rambling. No, what echoed in his ears was Midoriya's voice, sheepish and sad, when I realized I wouldn't be able to win by overpowering people. Suddenly, everything made a horrifying amount of sense. Midoriya's quirk, absurdly powerful and out of control, yet improving at an absurd pace, as if it were new and the boy was just learning how to handle it. Shoyuta had thought initially it was out of laziness, that the Greenette had simply never put in the effort to train it, content to rely on its raw power to get him through the hero course. But this was Midoriya he was talking about, the green sunshine embodiment of Plus Ultra, who worked harder than anyone to improve himself and be a better hero, and was infinitely enthusiastic about any and all quirks. If he was quirkless throughout middle school, then just how late did he get his quirk? No wonder he couldn't use it without breaking his bones. So much power in such a small body, and the boy having never been taught proper control or regulation of his quirk. Had Midoriya ever gone to a quirk counselor? Had he even used it outside of UA? Who could have even helped him tame such a powerful quirk, unless All Might? Shoyuta was willing to bet his yellow sleeping bag that the man had known Midoriya before UA. Despite his best efforts, which weren't really all that good, the tall blonde had never managed to hide the fact that Midoriya was his clear favorite and closer to him than even most of the staff. And Nezu, who had looked ready to commit murder the other day when Shoyuta had just had vague suspicions and a gut feeling to go on. He was sure his boss had known about this, maybe even since the beginning. And not one of them had thought to tell him. He could understand why Midoriya, who had probably had a lot of bad experience with people who knew about his quirklessness, would hide the truth from him. But Nezu and All Might, two grown but heroes and so-called educators, who expected him to help the kid without giving him the crucial information necessary. Oh, he would make them pay for their sins. He didn't know how, yet, but he would find a way. Hiramoto was still talking, waxing poetics about Midoriya's quirklessness and his dishonest ways, and thankfully reminding Shoyuta that there were other, closer targets who were more deserving of his wrath. There are a few notes on Midoriya's record insisting that he was a troublemaker and often incited violence among his classmates. Is that true? He interrupted Hiramoto's spiel, his voice having passed from deadpan, right through cold rage and into a sweet, almost honeyed politeness which would make anyone who knew him very, very nervous. Oh yes, no doubt about it, stated the oblivious man with as much authority as he could muster. Always seeking attention, that boy, preying on his classmates and distracting them with his incessant mumbling. His most frequent target was actually Bakugo-kun, who I believe is also in your class. Such a bright student, that one, a promising hero. His quirk is just perfect for the field, wouldn't you agree? Shoyuta has had about enough of this. He had, of course, been recording the whole conversation, and so now had substantial evidence of quirk discrimination on the principal's part. Now if he could only prove that the rest of what the man said was false, as Shoyuta knew it was, the thought of Midoriya bullying or targeting anyone, let alone Bakugo, was ridiculous beyond measure. It was time for the next step, then. It seems my suspicions were correct, then, he said, voice still oozing with a poisonous charm. I have one last request for you, and then I'll be out of your hair. Hiramoto nodded his head so quickly Shoyuta thought for a moment it would fall off his shoulders. Whatever you need, Eraserhead-san, he exclaimed, eyes greedy, probably calculating how much profit he could make from being in Nezu's good favors. Excellent. And Shoyuta grinned, wide and toothy, in the way his students and villains alike have learned to fear. It was sinister enough that even the oblivious principal caught on to the fact that somewhere along the course of this conversation, he had done something extremely wrong. I would like access to all camera footage from the last 3 years. The principal paled visibly, starting to stutter something out but quickly shutting up under the unwavering gaze of bloodshot eyes. Shoyuta grinned wider, continuing to speak leisurely. Because you see, I have come to know Midoriya quite well in the time he had been under my care. And I know that he is a kind and gentle child, unless someone else is being hurt, in which case he would do his utmost to help them. And I know for a fact that if there was any kind of violence going on between him and Bakugo, it was most certainly not Midoriya who was doing the bullying. His grin got wider still, and Hiramoto shied back from him instinctively, almost falling off his chair in his haste to get away. You will give me that footage so it can be used as evidence in a court of law, where you will be charged with quirk discrimination, negligence and endangerment of a minor, and failure to stop unlicensed quirk use. If you refuse to give me the information I want, you will also be charged with obstruction of justice. Do I make myself clear? Shoyuta flared his quirk just for a moment, red eyes blazing from his shadowed face, scarf and hair floating slightly before being allowed to settle back down. The principal whimpered quietly, then nodded, not brave enough to refuse the angry hero. That might have been the first smart thing he had done that evening. Forever. Shoyuta exited the school a few minutes later with a small flash drive in his pocket, one hand already dialing Nezu's number on his phone. Aldera Middle School was going down, and Bakugo Katsuki was next. Hizashi sat in his usual chair in the teacher's conference room, fidgeting nervously with his directional speaker, as he waited for today's meeting to begin. Other teachers slowly trickled in, conversing quietly between them, shooting him the occasional questioning look. Hizashi just shrugged helplessly. He was as much in the dark about this meeting as the rest of them. The only thing he knew really was that this had something to do with Midoriya, and that it probably wasn't anything good, if Shuta's mood in the last few days was any indication. After his meetings with Midoriya and Nezu, he had returned to their apartment in the teacher's building with a slight frown marring his features, clearly angry about something, but also pensive. He had declined to share his concerns with Hisashi, and though it rankled, the loud hero knew when to let it go. His husband was just like that, sometimes needing to stew on the things that worried him and absorb them on his own before he was ready to accept help and comfort from others. That on its own would have been fine, almost normal, and Hisashi wouldn't have been sweating it so much. Only it had gotten worse. Yesterday, after school, Shoyuta had gone on an errand outside of school grounds, which was already unusual in this new era of dorms and enhanced security. He had also declined to elaborate on where exactly he was going, just saying it was to do with Midoriya and that he was working on it with Nezu, which wasn't unusual, but was worrying. The way he had returned from that expedition, however, Shoyuta had evidently had time to compose himself on his way back, because his expression was deadpan as ever and his posture was deceptively lazy and relaxed. Anyone who didn't know Shoyuta as well as Hisashi would have thought that the man had an average, all-around, uninteresting evening. Hisashi, however, knew his husband very well, and he could tell that the man was furious. The emotion radiated off of him in waves, making the hair on the back of Hisashi's neck stand on end. This time, he didn't even try to press for answers, knowing he would get them in due time, and unwilling to be the trigger that would lead to the entirely accidental deaths of the targets of his husband's ire. Instead, he prepared a cup of his favorite coffee and cuddled close to him, rubbing his back and chattering away quietly, the way he always did when Shoyuta needed to relax. Nothing seemed to help, however. Shoyuta stayed up all night, watching something on his computer from a flash drive Hisashi had never seen before, occasionally writing down notes with more force than was strictly necessary. Even when Hisashi gave up and finally went to sleep, he swore he could hear the grinding of the man's teeth from their bedroom. It all culminated in this morning, when Shoyuta and Nezu had announced an emergency staff meeting. They had the foresight to reassure the panicking teachers that it wasn't anything to do with the security of the school or their students, at least, knowing well that tensions were still running high since Kamino, that at the smallest sign of danger they would all be up in arms, even if it was the butt crack of dawn. The secretive duo still hadn't shared the exact reason for the meeting though, claiming they needed more time to organize things, which didn't help the general sense of anxiety that now hung over the conference room. A few more minutes passed in tense silence before Shoyuta and Nezu walked in together, both wearing their customary expressions, deadpan and a cheerful smile, respectively, yet both visibly tense. It didn't escape Hisashi's notice that his husband also shot two scorching glares, one, more covert, at Nezu who failed to react entirely and the other, completely unabashed, at All Might, who shrunk back into his chair under the withering look. By his surprised expression Hisashi surmised that he didn't know what he had done to draw the underground hero's ire this time either. That's weird. Usually Shoyuta voiced his complaints loud and clear, especially when it came to the newly retired symbol of peace. Finally they were all seated, except for Shoyuta, who stayed standing in his customary place around the table between Nemuri and Hisashi. They had bullied him into sitting between them the very first meeting they attended as teachers, even though the tired hero had wanted to sit as far away from his loud duo of friends as possible. Hisashi's short bout of reminiscing was interrupted quickly by the sound of his husband clearing his throat, and then formally starting the meeting. The lot of you have no idea how tired I am of calling meetings regarding my problem children. He started, voice exhausted but serious. However, this is a matter of utmost importance, which is why both Nezu and I devoted most of yesterday to gathering all the needed facts and evidence to support them. The last thing we need to do is to actually make the decision of how to proceed, which is where all of you come in. You will understand shortly that this isn't a decision that can be made lightly, especially considering the special circumstances of this year, and yet it needs to be done. Nezu, from his place at the head of the table, nodded gravely, prompting Shoyuta to proceed. Hisashi was sure he wasn't the only one who was feeling a mounting sense of dread pooling in his stomach. Shoyuta took a deep, steadying breath, and then continued, a look of fierce determination and anger in his eyes. I am sure that quite a few of you who had the chance to interact with Midoriya for prolonged PRDS of time noticed that there are several unusual patterns in his behavior, most prominently his refusal to rely on us for almost anything, as demonstrated by his actions at Kamino. Brief, ashamed silence swooped through the room like a shadow. For all that they didn't like to admit it, this time the boy had been right not to trust the adults. If not for the involvement of him and his group of friends, the casualties of the terrible battle might well have included both All Might and Bakugo. Shoyuta didn't allow the silence to hang long, however, continuing his speech in a tightly regulated voice. I also noticed this behavior, but, to my shame, never made the time to investigate deeper until now. It is a mistake I greatly regret, but better late than never. He bowed his head briefly, Hisashi discreetly squeezing his hand under the table for comfort. A conversation I had with Midoriya recently brought a lot of red flags to my attention and led me to believe that there might have been some form of abuse in his past. A few shocked gasps around the room, and Yagi's hallowed face filled with confusion and concern, one hand raising to ask a question. Shoyuta ignored them all in favor of forging on. I started the investigation at the school he attended before UA, Aldera Middle School. From my talk with the principal and the footage I received, a few important facts have become apparent. First and foremost, it appears that Midoriya's quirk manifested extremely late. As in, after he graduated middle school late. As such, for his whole schooling career until UA, Midoriya was considered to be quirkless. A brief, scathing look at All Might, who failed to hide his guilty and slightly panicked expression. For those of you who have lived a sheltered life, I will give a brief rundown of the statistics. The quirkless are the pariahs of modern society, especially in the younger generations, often ostracized and bullied for their difference from the norm. On average, a quirkless child will be suicide-baited 7.4 times a month, with other physical and verbal violence applied against them almost daily. By the age of 20, 40% of all quirkless children will succumb either to hate crimes or to suicide. Midoriya was unfortunately no exception to this rule. The footage from the security cameras of Aldera shows that not only was the kid attacked almost daily by his classmates, both verbally and physically with the use of quirks, but also that the teachers in the school never did anything to discourage their students. I have seen multiple occasions in which they turned a blind eye to what was happening right in front of them, sometimes going so far as to add to the verbal abuse. Shoyuta stopped. His voice had been shaking with rage as he grit out the last few sentences, fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white. He closed his eyes and took deep measured breaths in an attempt to regain his composure. No wonder he was in such a bad mood, Hisashi thought, too dazed to even try and comfort his husband. No wonder Midoriya didn't trust them to help him, either. If he had to go through what Shoyuta just described, the only surprising thing in the whole tragic story was that the kid had managed to stay such a ball of sunshine and positivity. It spoke volumes of his strength of will, more than his accomplishments on the battlefield ever could. From the corner of his eye Hisashi saw All Might's stricken expression, the glow of his deep-seated eyes dimmed for once. We are going to take legal action against Aldera. Nezu has already set everything in motion, said his husband, having managed to regain control of his voice and expression. Hisashi had no doubt in his mind that the end of the school would be swift and brutal, if they were lucky. Judging by the principal's entirely too cheerful grin, it might just be slow, extremely thorough, and profoundly excruciating. Hisashi shuddered, suddenly feeling extremely cold even in his warm leather jacket. He wasn't the only one either. That isn't the reason we gathered you, though. Shoyuta continued, drawing their attention back to himself. We are here to discuss the other big problem uncovered in this investigation. Midoriya's main bully and tormentor, Bakugo Katsuki. The room was perfectly quiet for a single shocked breath. And then pandemonium erupted. What? Hisashi leapt to his feet, quirk-enhanced shout making the glass in the windows rattle precariously. Shoyuta glared at him with red eyes, but it was half-hearted at best. Hisashi didn't care. The shock of all the revelations Shoyuta had dumped on them has momentarily been swept away by a wave of anger, hot and bitter on his tongue. It was well known among their circle of friends that both Hisashi and Shoyuta hated bullies, both because they were decent people, and because they have both been abused by their peers as children for their villainous quirks. It was one of the things they had bonded over, once they were comfortable enough to share the less pleasant parts of their past with each other. It has been years since any of them had to deal with bullies in any real capacity, however, as that type of children just didn't make it through UA's thorough background check. Or maybe they did and none of them had noticed. It made Hisashi wonder how many abusers had slipped through their fingers over the years. The rest of the teachers weren't doing much better, some having leapt to their feet as well, arguing loudly. By his side, Nemuri had her head clutched in her hands, muttering curses. Ishiyama was staring into the distance, somber thoughts reflected in his eyes, if not on his oddly inhuman face. Ken looked surprised and contemplative. All Might was the worst of them all, but not in the loud way that anger and grief came sometimes. He was silent, looking around the room in a confused kind of way, like a lost puppy. His mouth opened and closed several times as if he wanted to say something, but the words just wouldn't come. The corner of Hisashi's mind that wasn't occupied by rage noted that it made sense for Yagi to take this so hard. He was closer to the green bean than any of them, after all. Nezu let them vent their emotions for a minute or so, before jumping onto the table from his elevated chair. Silence was re-established in the room immediately. Emotions or not, nobody wanted to cross the principal. My dear colleagues, you are all rightfully upset. UA is well known for its zero-tolerance policy towards bullying, and it has been a long time since we had to deal with any serious problems in this matter. It is all the more upsetting that the offender is a Hero Corps student. However, as educators and heroes, it is our duty to make a decision that will be best for all involved, and I will ask all of you to attempt to make your judgment as objective as possible. Now, I would like to hear your suggestions on how we should proceed from here. Short speech done, Nezu settled back into his chair, beady eyes examining all of them keenly. Expel him, said Shoyuta immediately, voice cold. We have a zero-tolerance policy for a reason. I would also never have let him stay past the first day had I known. Hell, he would never have made it past the preliminary stages of the applications had his teachers actually done their job and reported things as they were on his record. Nezu nodded, acknowledging that he had heard the underground hero's opinion and taken it into account. He then looked at Hisashi. I agree with Sho. His voice was still a little louder than he intended, still tinged with anger, but at least his quirk didn't activate. The hero course is no place for a bully. Neither is the rest of you. Letting him stay would be setting a dangerous and unwelcome precedent. Nezu nodded again, smile unwavering as ever. Nemuri was next. I agree that he should never have made it into UA in the first place. Under normal circumstances, I would be for expulsion as well. This year though, she hesitated, visibly unsure of what to say next. Recent events have proved that 1A are all targets for the league right now, Bakugo especially, interjected Ishiyama in his deep, soothing voice. We cannot in good conscience expel the boy and by so doing strip him of UA's protection. He's right, said Ectoplasm. I get that the two of you are angry, I am too. But we can't disregard Bakugo's safety either. He is still a child. What do you suggest we do then? Exploded Shoyuta, standing up and slamming his hands against the table. I am not letting that brat stay in my class. Midoriya doesn't deserve having to deal with him a moment longer. The kid still flinches at the sound of Bakugo's voice, and it's bad enough we didn't notice the significance of that until now. Let the police protect him. An argument broke out, with Shoyuta and Snipe angrily advocating for expulsion, while Ishiyama, Ectoplasm and 13 opposed them, pointing out again and again that the other two were letting their anger prevail over their logic, and what a rarity it was to see Shuta's anger flare high enough to prevail over his logic, however briefly. Nezu seemed content to let the scene play out uninterrupted. Hisashi was about to join into the fray, but then had a better idea. Yeet him into Gen Ed. He shouted loudly over the din, managing to be heard even without use of his quirk. The others turned to look at him, and that was exactly what he had wanted. He was used to being the center of attention, after all, unlike Shoyuta who was just getting more irritable from the lack of sleep and loud voices. Put him in my class if you have to. I will make sure he stays on the straight and narrow. Shoyuta opened his mouth to argue again, But Nezu chose that moment to raise his paw, and they all fell silent. I heard all of you. Does anyone want to propose a different course of action? There was no answer. Very well. All of you make good arguments, and I unfortunately have to agree that we cannot expel Bakugo without placing him in immediate danger, at least not until the league is dealt with. The option that Yamada-kun presented is therefore the most viable one. However, there is one more person whose opinion on this matter I want to hear before making the final decision. Eraserhead, please call Midoriya-kun to join us. Shoyuta nodded curtly, visibly dissatisfied, then rose and walked out the door. He returned half a minute later with the nervous Greenette in tow. Midoriya was in his uniform, slightly rumpled and obviously donned in a hurry, tie missing altogether, hair still mussed from sleep, not that it was much different from his usual hairstyle. He looked at the assembled teachers fearfully, and Hizashi realized he probably didn't know why he was here yet. Poor kid. Having to wake up this early on a school day was bad enough, and to deal with such an unpleasant matter, in front of all the teachers and the principal too. As Shoyuta gave him a quick summary of the situation, the last vestiges of sleep left the kid's eyes, being quickly replaced with the glimmer of tears. He was pale as a sheet, freckles standing starkly in contrast. Please don't expel him," whispered the boy quietly. It made Hizashi inexplicably angry that this was the first thing Midoriya thought about when given the news that his tormentor was finally going to be punished for his wrongdoings. He understood, though, as much as he didn't want to, remembered the feeling of not wanting to be a nuisance to anyone, the cold fear of retribution. "Problem child, listen to me," started Shoyuta, calm and steady, unwilling to show his inner turmoil in front of his student. "What Bakugo did to you was wrong. He should never have made it into the hero course in the first place. He wouldn't have even gotten an invitation to the exam had we known the truth." Midoriya looked up at him in shock for a moment, but then remembered himself and looked back down. Shoyuta sighed. "In any other year, I would have expelled and blacklisted him without a second thought. Unfortunately, with the league on the loose, we cannot afford to leave him without protection. So he won't be expelled," he finished, the tiniest bit of anger slipping into his voice. Midoriya shook his head, taking a deep breath, then looked up at his teacher. There was a familiar fire in his eyes, the one that said he had someone to protect and would see it done, no matter the cost. Hizashi really didn't like seeing that in this context. Midoriya was too kind sometimes, and Hizashi didn't think he had enough self-esteem to know that those who hurt him deserve to be punished too. "That's not the only reason he doesn't deserve to be expelled, sensei." The boy's voice was shaky and quiet, but there was a note of steel in it. For a single moment, Hizashi glimpsed Midoriya, not the small disheveled boy, but the pro-hero he would one day become. "What Kaken did to me was..." "I know that." He didn't sound like he believed it, not really, but at least the kid was logical enough to know that if it was wrong to do what Bakugo had done to others, it was wrong to do it to him. It would take him time to feel it, to truly grasp what it meant, but it was better than Hizashi expected. But it isn't his fault, not entirely. Shoyuta looked like he was going to protest, but Midoriya forged right on. "We are what our environment makes us. Just like I was told that I am useless all my life, Kaken was told that he is the best, over and over again, that he is going to be a hero. No one ever stopped anything he did. Not once since preschool had anyone told him that what he did was wrong. What was he supposed to think? How was he supposed to know right from wrong when no one would show him the difference?" The boy raised his head then, looking Shoyuta directly in the eyes. "Aldera made both of us a great disservice, and so did all the other educational facilities we ever attended. If you want my honest opinion, I think that Kaken deserves the chance to be a proper hero. I know he can learn if you give him the proper tools. He deserves to be shown that what he did was wrong, but also how to do things the right way." "Tis? I don't." The kid's confidence seemed to run out as quickly as it had come. Leaving behind the usual stuttering mess, and the heroes in the room came back to themselves, as if broken out of a spell. Midoriya could be truly terrifying when he was like that, passionate and charismatic, drawing all eyes to him and filling them with the knowledge that he knew what he was saying. There was a bit of All Might in it. And a bit of Nezu. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun, Your input is invaluable and will be taken into account. You are free to go." The principal dismissed him, and the greenette bowed low before scurrying out of the room. "Young Midoriya makes a good point," said Yagi, speaking for the first time since the start of the meeting. Even considering all of his wrongdoings, young Bakugo is still a child and deserves a second chance. Besides, demoting him from the hero course now might give the press another angle they can exploit against UA. Hisashi gaped. He hadn't expected All Might of all people to be the one to consider the far-reaching consequences of this decision. Then again, as number one hero, he must have had even more experience dodging and placating the vultures than most of them. "We are not leaving him in my class," repeated Shoyuta flatly. Separating a victim of abuse from their tormentor is basic procedure. Besides, I have a feeling the rest of 1A will need some distance as well when they find out. Nezu hummed contemplatively, then turned to Kansas. "The only option that leaves us with is moving him to the other heroics class. Sekijiro-kun, would you be up to the task of keeping Bakugo-kun in line and helping him on his path to recovery?" Ken stared at the principal for a second, surprised, then sighed in resignation. "Sure, I guess. Seems like our best option, anyway." He then looked at Shoyuta. "But if I am getting your crazy blonde, you are getting mine. I won't survive having both Bakugo and Monoma in the same class." A few of the teachers sniggered, breaking the tension that hung heavily over them since Shoyuta had dropped the metaphorical bomb. The two homeroom teachers were locked in a battle of wills for a moment, refusing to break eye contact. Finally, Shoyuta sighed and blinked, looking away first. "Fine," he grumbled, and Hisashi could swear there was a tiny smile playing on his lips. "I bet you 10,000 yen that Midoriya will turn him friend-shaped in less than a week. The kid has a penchant for that when there is no trauma involved." 10,000 yen it is. If Kenda didn't manage to set him straight, there is no way. The two continued to bicker good-naturedly, and Hisashi let himself relax back into his seat. Things weren't perfect and they had a long way yet to go, but he knew that at least for now, things were going to be better. Katsuki hated the dorms with every fiber of his soul. It wasn't enough that they got attacked by villains all the time, and that UA's shitty security probably wouldn't be enough to protect them from the next clusterfuck, either, if everything that happened earlier this year was any indication, but now he had to suffer the company of the shitty extras all the time, too. Not even just his shitty extras, who, despite being infuriatingly clingy and annoying, knew their proper place as his followers and had enough brain cells between them to know that he was the strongest person in class. He was also stuck with shitty Deku and his band of idiots who fawned over the nerd like he was some kind of messiah. Or maybe an extremely cute kitten. Whatever. He also hated his new bed. Katsuki hadn't had a full night's sleep since Kamino, and the situation wasn't helped any by the fact that he now had to sleep in an unfamiliar environment, waking up in the middle of the night to strange sounds coming from outside, laying on a mattress that was just a bit too soft, in a room that still smelled of fresh paint under the lingering sweet scent of his own nitroglycerin. He didn't lie awake, sometimes for hours, straining to hear the faint noise and determine if it was the mask freak, come to put him in a FNG marble again. He didn't take exaggerated deep breaths, trying to catch the faint smell of ozone in the air that would warn him of an opening portal before it could swallow him whole. He didn't, because that would mean he was weak, and that he had let those BS artists win. He didn't sometimes hear muffled shouts of alarm that tapered off into heavy breathing and distraught mumbling from beyond the shitty thin walls other, because that would mean that Kiri, that shitty hair, was weak too. All that to say, Katsuki was very effing tired, and very FNG annoyed, and this close to blowing up a cheerfully yammering raccoon eyes into next week. He scowled even more fiercely in her direction and let a few small explosions pop in his palm for emphasis. He had already tried shouting, but as always with this bunch of extras it didn't work, and exacerbated his growing headache besides. Whatever. He knew he could be intimidating without the use of his voice, and was proved right once again when the pink-skinned girl ducked away from his searing hand. She tried to laugh it off, but also shut up. Villain attacks or no, he couldn't let his lackeys get out of hand. Headache or no, Katsuki noticed that something was wrong the moment Deku walked into class. The bags under his eyes were darker, more prominent than usual, and he was also quieter, almost as quiet as he used to be back in the beginning of the year. He glanced at Katsuki once, something for once unreadable in his huge FING puppy dog eyes, and then sat down. In the few glances Katsuki caught of him from the corner of his eye, Deku was studiously avoiding looking at him, instead scribbling something in one of his thrice-med notebooks. Katsuki wouldn't usually care all that much about why the shitty nerd was acting all weird, as long as it didn't make him lose on purpose in training, but this morning he had the distinct feeling that it had something to do with him, and he didn't like that one bit. The next strangeness was the FNG cockatoo loudmouth who was teaching them English fist thing in the morning. He also seemed more tired and subdued than usual, his greeting barely even exceeding a volume that was considered socially acceptable. It still made a twinge of pain shoot through Katsuki's head, and he scowled deeper. That wasn't the problem though. No, the problem was the occasional glances the teacher shot him every few minutes. They were just a few seconds longer than they should be, and it might just have been Katsuki's imagination, but he thought. He saw something cold in the usually cheery man's gaze. The fact that aside from those glances he pointedly avoided looking in Katsuki's general direction altogether did nothing to alleviate his unease. The lesson continued like that, Katsuki increasingly on edge and barely taking in anything the loud teacher was saying, until the door suddenly shot open, startling the class. It probably said something about them that half of the class, Katsuki first among them, were instantly on their feet, taking defensive stances, quirks at the ready. From behind him, Katsuki heard the slight crackling of Deku's lightning and the quiet whoosh of Icy Hot's flames. They all settled down, albeit apprehensively, when they realized it was just Aizawa, disheveled and scowling and generally looking ready for murder. Katsuki pitied the idiot who was the target of the hobo's ire this time. He hoped it was Deku again. That was, until the dark, angry eyes settled squarely on him and the scowl deepened, showing a hint of incisors, gleaming in the neon lighting. Katsuki didn't flinch. He didn't. Bakugo, gather your things and come with me. His voice was as emotionless as ever, but there was a deep, cold undertone to it that Katsuki had never heard before. He didn't dare disobey. For all that the man dressed like a hobo, he could pack a punch, and had proven that Katsuki wasn't strong enough to beat him quite yet. It was a close thing though now. One of these days Katsuki would beat the old man in his own game, and then he wouldn't need to listen to his shitty rules anymore, just like he didn't need to listen to anyone in middle school. Shitty FNG weakling teachers. Plans for future vengeance notwithstanding, Katsuki quickly packed his stuff and followed the teacher outside. In the door he cast one last glance at the class behind him. Most of them had puzzled, apprehensive expressions as they quietly discussed possible reasons for Aizawa to pull him out of class like that. They didn't even know yet why he had pulled Deku to the side the day before yesterday, though Raccoon Eyes overheard that it was something about an exercise. No surprise there. Anyone with half a brain would be creeped right the F out after seeing Deku's analysis of them, and no doubt Hobo Man was too. Serve the nerd right, for being such a creepy F-dash. The glimpse he caught of Deku now though put him right back on edge. The nerd was pale, and he was pointedly not looking at Katsuki. He was taking deep, unnaturally even breaths as well, the way he always did when trying to calm down before he could embarrass himself in front of everyone again. When his will failed him and he met Katsuki's gaze for the briefest of moments, his eyes were wide and brimming with tears. There was undiluted panic in them, not the desperate determined kind that seemed to appear all too often this year in defiance of Katsuki's demands and expectations, but the lost, helpless kind, the likes of which he hadn't seen since the last time Fingers and him cornered the nerd in middle school. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. What did the nerd know? What had he done to get Katsuki in trouble? Before he could start shouting accusations at the twitchy BSRD, Aizawa's patience ran out and he grabbed Katsuki by the scruff of his neck, dragging him down the corridor. Katsuki wrenched himself free a moment later, scowling right back at the stupid hobo as he trudged after him. He expected them to go down to Aizawa's office, like he had done the few times the man had pulled him out of class for one reason or another. To his surprise, though, the teacher took a wrong turn and proceeded to lead them to a different wing of the building and up several flights of stairs, climbing higher and higher. Katsuki had never been to this part of the school before, but from the maps he had seen, he knew that the only interesting thing in this direction was the principal's office. Great. What could the rat possibly want from him? Maybe the police wanted to pester him more about Kamino or some shit like that. God knows it wouldn't be the first time the incompetent assholes returned to ask him more questions after they were supposed to be done with him. Or maybe they wanted to give him a prize for his bravery in the battle or something. He didn't want that, didn't deserve that, it was his fault that all might. In any case, Katsuki hoped that it would be brief, and he could return to his lessons. Couldn't afford to fall behind on his studies now, especially not when they were having the stupid analysis unit and shitty Deku had his chance to shine. Katsuki would show him that he was better in this, too, like he was better in everything else. They quickly arrived at what Katsuki assumed to be the principal's office, and the massive, ornate wooden doors swung open welcomingly with an ominous creaking sound before Aizawa even had the chance to knock. The man didn't even seem perturbed, striding confidently into the room and motioning for his student to follow. Never mind that the whole little scene belonged in a mansion from a horror movie and not in the gleaming new building of UA. Katsuki entered the room reluctantly, glancing around with mounting suspicion, and was proven right not a moment later when his eyes landed on the two people who sat on the sofa across from the principal. His parents. Vlad King was also there for some reason, leaning lazily against the wall with a neutral expression, and Aizawa joined him after motioning for Katsuki to take a seat. The man still hadn't said a word to him since they left class, not that that was unusual. The moment the old hag noticed him, she started shouting, grabbing him by the hand and yanking him to sit nestled between her and the old man. "Come here, brat. Don't know yet if you deserve a hug or a scolding, but you better stay close in any case. Now, do you know why the F we were pulled here in the middle of the week? Your principal over there wouldn't tell us a DMin thing until you got here." She was way too DMin loud for this time of morning, and too handsy besides, and Katsuki was preparing to show her exactly what he thought of her behavior when the principal coughed delicately. It was a small sound, soft in comparison to the unfolding Bakugo-typical brawl, but somehow it cut through the tension like a knife, effectively silencing the two loud blondes. Katsuki's mouth reflexively snapped shut, and he found himself sitting straighter, deeper into the plush seat, muscles tense and ready for something. There was a small, animal part in his brain that was screaming that there was a big, bad predator in the room with him, and that the predator had taken a specific interest in Katsuki. And though the rest of him rebelled at the idea that the tiny principal could be a bigger and bader predator than him, he wasn't foolish enough to think that the rat couldn't be dangerous to him. So he sat quietly and listened. "Excellent!" exclaimed Nezu with a cheery smile, taking a delicate sip from his expensive-looking cup. "Now that we are all in attendance, we can begin. I promise that this meeting will not take long, but it is an important matter the resolution of which could not be delayed. Bakugo-kun, do you have a guess as to why you're here?" Nezu's gaze bored into him, cold and sharply analytical, all the more intimidating in contrast to his polite smile and almost doll-like appearance. Katsuki swallowed involuntarily. What did this a-hole want him to say? How would he know what possessed the DMin rat to call a meeting with his parents and the shitty vampire teacher? It was obvious the principal was toying with him, and Katsuki hated that kind of game. Reminded him too much of shitty Deku, always looking down on him with those overly smart eyes, as if Katsuki was a effing insect to be dissected at his leisure and... No idea. Something about Dmed Kamino again? Katsuki answered finally, straining to hold back his rage. Unlike the shitty nerd, blowing up at Nezu could and would have real consequences. He could have his revenge later, when he was number 1 and out of this FING school, when no one would be able to challenge him. That's unfortunate. I would have hoped you would at least be expecting this meeting to happen eventually, but I guess that wasn't very reasonable of me, considering the circumstances. His cheerful mask never wavered, but Katsuki could swear that the principal's gaze became darker as he spoke, a sinister spark igniting and growing into a consuming black flame. Suddenly, the scar over his right eye seemed to stand out more than before. At the same time, Katsuki was quickly getting tired of the stupid riddles, rage bubbling hotter under his skin with every useless word that didn't say anything. Before he had the chance to explode, the principal continued. Very well. Bakugo-kun, in the last few days Aizawa-sensei and I were conducting a joint investigation into the conduct of Aldera Middle School. We have found quite a few worrying things during our review, and the school will be charged with quirk discrimination and child endangerment, after which it will undergo massive changes, if it isn't closed altogether. Aside from the conduct of the school itself, however, the security footage allowed us to spot several students in particular whose behavior was unacceptable but never got reported on their records. You, Bakugo Katsuki, are one of them. The principal's beady eyes seemed to grow, eclipsing the rest of the room until Katsuki felt like he was drowning in the cold black depths, rage brutally extinguished like an errant spark under pouring rain. Suddenly, it was impossibly hard to breathe, and he struggled to swallow through the dryness of his throat. What was the rat talking about? Unacceptable behavior that was never recorded? If it wasn't recorded, then it couldn't have been so bad, right? Sure, he had put some weakling nobodies in their place in middle school. It was a common pastime during breaks and after school. But that was normal. The teachers never said anything, hell, they actively participated on occasion. But the school was being tried for quirk discrimination. I will state the facts as simply as possible. Nezu continued, merciless and unstoppable like an advancing glacier. Bakugo-kun, you bullied Midoriya-kun on a daily basis, all throughout middle school, and we suspect, well before that. You abused him physically, with and without your quirk. You abused him verbally. You destroyed his belongings. You encouraged others to follow your lead and join in on your acts of violence. You suicide baited him. At those words, the old hag let out a shocked gasp, hand flying to cover her mouth, red eyes wide. Katsuki barely noticed though, too busy trying not to shrink under the principal's gaze, that had become even more glacial, and his chipper smile, that never wavered and was somehow much worse than any predatory snarl Katsuki had ever seen, in the mirror or otherwise. Before he could gather his scrambled thoughts and emotions to speak, Nezu forged on. I will make one thing absolutely clear, Bakugo-kun. The actions I listed just now are those of a villain, not a hero. In normal circumstances, Aizawa-san would have expelled you immediately, and I would have fully supported that decision. Katsuki felt sick to his stomach, and even his mother, it seemed, was for once at a loss for words. It seemed that Nezu wasn't done with him yet, however. With that said, the events of this year make everything more difficult. Kamino has proven that you, like the rest of 1A, are too much of a target to be left without protection, and therefore cannot be expelled at this time. It took all of his will not to sigh in relief, or maybe start shouting. He wasn't even sure who he would shout at, or what he would say. He simply knew that the storm of complicated emotions inside of him were channeling themselves into familiar, comforting rage, and that rage needed an outlet. We are aware that the fault lies partially with the Aldera and its teachers, who never reprimanded you for your bad behavior. However, that isn't enough to excuse you. I will admit, the debate that was held this morning between UA's staff concerning this issue became quite heated because of the complex situation. However, we have reached a unanimous decision. The room was completely silent as the principal let that sink in, and Katsuki sat frozen, unable to move and dreading his fate. Finally, after a pause that might have been just a bit too long, Nezu spoke once more. You will be transferred to Class 1B, under the supervision of Kansekijiro. We believe that separating you from Midoriya will do both of you some good. You will attend therapy and anger management, twice weekly with Hound Dog. Those sessions are mandatory, unless you wish to be demoted to Gen Ed. You will also be barred from using your quirk around others, until Hound Dog clears you to do so, which means that for at least the next 2 months, your practical heroics lessons will be observation only. Am I clear? Katsuki wanted to say something scathing and witty in reply. He wanted to shout and blow up and demonstrate his dominance until the stupid rat shut up and stopped threatening him. He desperately wanted to find the strength to do something, anything, except for just sitting there and accepting this like a meek lamb. There was no heat though, no rage, no righteousness and pride, for the first time in forever. The only time he had come close to feeling like this, empty and numb and vaguely nauseous, was right after the sludge villain, under the bright flashes of cameras and the loud praise of heroes that suddenly seemed distant. That had faded quickly though, replaced by the explosive rage at Deku's condescending actions. This was different, deeper, colder. He felt like something inside of him had snapped, as if someone knocked the lens loose, and suddenly the whole world was skewed and out of proportion. There was no anger to save him. Just the nausea and the overly tight grips of his parents' hands on his shoulders. Finally, Katsuki nodded, still feeling numb, still unable to look away from Nezu's piercing gaze. The principal opened his mouth to speak again, but was interrupted by a quiet, emotionless voice from farther near the wall. Katsuki startled slightly, having forgotten that Aizawa and King were even in the room. "You are extremely lucky, brat, that you haven't managed to beat the kindness out of Midoriya. We would have most likely thrown you out of the hero course right away, if he hadn't pleaded your case so vehemently. Remember what he did for you, and remember what you did to him. I hope it will help you become a better person. But if you can't, if you refuse to change." The scruffy man's gaze sharpened, eyes flaring red, black messy locks hovering in the air menacingly. "I will personally make sure you never get your hero license." Apparently done with the conversation, Aizawa turned away to look out the window, as if he couldn't care less what happened in the room from now on. It almost gave Katsuki whiplash, how quickly the man could go from a terrifying pro to a tired, scruffy teacher. Nezu nodded once in acknowledgement of his subordinate's words, then clapped his paws together briskly. "Very well. Sekijiro-san, I trust you can handle things from here. Bakugo-kun is to be transferred to the 1B dorms effective immediately. He will resume studying tomorrow morning in your class. Inform me of any issues that may arise, I will gladly help. If there is any other dash." He stopped in the middle of giving instructions as the old hag rose to her feet and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Nezu-san, for bringing this issue to our attention. I don't know how I managed to miss this, but I will do my best to rectify both my mistakes and those of my son. Forgive me for any harm he caused." She shot Katsuki a brief look, her red eyes blazing with the promise of punishment, then bowed once again. Katsuki would have been shocked, having never heard her speak this formally before, but his feelings still seemed to be submerged under a thick layer of ice. "That is very thoughtful of you, Bakugo-san, but I believe it is the Midoriyas you should be apologizing to. I hope that one day, your son will be able to do so wholeheartedly as well. Now, if you will excuse me, there are still many things that need to be taken care of." As he was escorted out of the principal's office by Vlad King, followed by his quietly arguing parents, Katsuki couldn't seem to shake one thought out of his head, as it bounced incessantly around his skull, drowning out everything else. Where have I gone wrong? Nezu's lithe tail swished excitedly behind him as he paced the length of his office. He didn't usually allow himself the liberty of displaying his emotions plainly like this, even in private, but today was turning out to be very interesting indeed, and he decided that the mental capacity needed to restrain himself was better utilized elsewhere at the moment. Namely, on constructing a lesson plan for his first meeting with the only personal student he had ever taken. For the 23rd time in the last 7 minutes, the principal of UA glanced at his pocket watch. 4:28 showed the ancient-looking silver hands of the small device. Of course, it was by no means ancient, and could do much more than just show the time, but him and Power Loader were the only living beings who knew that. That meant he had 12 more minutes before young Midoriya was supposed to appear in his office, but considering the habits Nezu's cameras have been faithfully recording since the beginning of the year, the boy would be at least 5 minutes early. Which meant he had at most 7 minutes to consolidate a plan of action. Usually, 7 minutes would be more than enough for the mammalian principal to come up with the best possible plan of action, with at least a few backup plans for every foreseeable point of failure. As with everything concerning the green-haired hero-to-be, it seemed, however, that this was turning out to be somewhat of a special case. Nezu gave himself a second and a half to twitch his ears in frustration, another one to attempt to regulate his perception of time so it matched the actual, suddenly snail-paced passage of it, keyword attempt, then let his thoughts focus once more on the task at hand, already feeling the spiral begin anew and unable to stop it. His analysis skills are already incredible, if disorganized and still not quite at their fullest potential. Some of his tangents are strange and not strictly helpful, sometimes even distracting from the main points, but that can be remedied with practice. The mumbling is a problem, but that can also be curbed. He lacks field experience, but that will have to wait until after the licensing test. He also lacks the proper rhetoric and social skills to convey his ideas to others in a helpful and timely manner most of the time. Surely, it was part of Nezu's job as his instructor to teach him the appropriate ways to make others shut up and listen to the one person in the situation who actually knew what to do. Surely, honing his natural charisma into a sharp, deadly edge was within the realm of his responsibilities. And surely, while he was at it, he could also teach the boy how to manipulate the media in his favor. And maybe the hero commission too, so they didn't stand in the way of his lofty but noble aspirations. Maybe he could introduce Midoriya to some of his contacts, just put the tip of the boy's foot in the door leading to those who held the power in their fickle society, and laugh as his student took the world by storm. Or maybe he could show the boy that one interesting case that had popped up lately, just to see with which new perspectives he could come up with. Stop it. Nezu flicked his ears and tail a little more violently, attempting to catch the elusive thread of thought and cut it away before it could distract him any further, but once more came away empty-handed. He scowled to himself, small sharp incisors glinting in the fading light from the windows. This had to stop now. Midoriya was All Might's successor, set firmly on the path of being a daylight hero, the next symbol of peace. Nezu knew well that now, more than ever, Japan was in dire need of such a figure, unwaveringly strong, charismatic, shining with an inner light like the sun itself. And it was Nezu's duty as his analysis instructor to give him the tools necessary to succeed in his chosen career. Nothing more, nothing less. And since when was the lauded principle of Ue Haya Slv to his own unruly thoughts, anyway? He used the twinge of self-deprecation and anger that rose at the thought to center himself. Nezu prided himself on many of his mental abilities, one of the most prominent of which was impulse control and the ability to keep his mind orderly and efficient under any circumstances. He was not going to let that hard-earned control slip away from him because of one lesson. Besides, far from everything about this situation was up to him. He could only teach young Midoriya as much as he was willing and able to learn, and though most of the doubts he had had about the boy's capabilities were wiped away by the black notebook on his desk, Nezu doubted that his student would be interested enough in the less conventional things he had to teach, at least not enough to spend any more time in the principal's company than necessary. As a master of public relations and human psychology, Nezu was well aware of the image he had among both students and teachers. He had helped create that image, choosing every detail carefully and helping cultivate and grow it with both real accomplishments and well-placed rumors and deception. It was one of his greatest tools, allowing him to wield both fear and respect from others in copious amounts, all channeled with artful precision towards his goals. It also made him isolated, even more than his species, and his genius would have distanced him from others naturally. It was a heavy burden, and one he had taken upon himself long ago. The benefits had greatly outweighed the disadvantages, back when he had made the decision, and they still did to this day. He told himself that it didn't really bother him all that much. He told himself it was worth it. He would never admit to himself that he didn't know how to live differently. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by a flash of green on one of the camera feeds, caught from the corner of a beady black eye. Oh dear, he was out of time. Midoriya would be here in 2 minutes and about 40 seconds, judging by his pace and chosen route to the principal's office. And he still didn't have a lesson plan. Berating himself for getting lost in thought like that, Nezu took a deep breath, then strode confidently to the couch, pouring himself a cup of soothing tea. This was their first lesson, and though the ultimate goal was to teach young Midoriya, Nezu wasn't averse to learning a few things himself either. And while he and his staff had learned and uncovered a lot about their green-haired student in the last few days, some pieces of the puzzle were still missing. And Nezu was, if nothing else, a perfectionist. Letting his usual, cheerful smile settle on his snout, Nezu settled to wait. Izuku couldn't decide whether he was more nervous or excited. On the one hand, he was now headed to the principal's office, to learn analysis directly from Nezu. On the other hand, he was going to learn analysis directly from Nezu. He hadn't had many chances to interact with the principal, only having gotten glimpses of him first at the end-of-term exams and, most recently, this morning in the meeting where they were deciding Kaken's fate. Izuku forbade himself from thinking about that, at least until he was done with the lesson, knowing full well that if he let himself dwell on what Aizawa-sensei told him about their decision just a few hours ago, if he let himself contemplate the implications of the teacher's knowing all his darkest secrets, of the not-quite-concealed anger in his homeroom teacher's eyes, he would never be able to concentrate on his lesson with Nezu. And he really wanted to. It was a miracle, really, that he had managed to get through the whole day without panicking. What was he thinking about again? Ah, right, the principal. Despite not having seen much of him, Nezu's reputation preceded him, and not always in a good way. God knew that the sheer amount of horror stories Ishido had shared with them at lunch today, when the class found out where Izuku was going after class, that was a mess unto itself, and one he didn't really want to contemplate right now either, was telling enough. The part of Izuku where his logic outweighed his good student instincts wondered exactly how many of those stories the notoriously manipulative principal made up himself. Izuku made a last turn in the corridor and stopped, suddenly confronted with the imposing, giant doors to the principal's office. He gulped, freezing for a moment in a mix of awe and indecision, the instincts ingrained deeply in his psyche since early childhood chanting that nothing good ever came from visiting the principal's office struggling to overrule his excitement. Izuku knew that if he let the inner screaming go on much longer, he would either stay frozen in this spot until someone came and physically moved him, or worse, turn on his heel and run back to the safety of the dorms and his friends. So Izuku employed the tactic he had learned worked best in similar situations, finding a distraction. And what could possibly be more distracting than a readily available puzzle? Ishido said that there was a rumor. Green eyes wandered up, methodically scanning the decorations above the door. They were tastefully minimalistic, a simple pattern of geometric shapes carved into the woodwork, complementary to the one adorning the carpeted floor in soft colors. He let his eyes wander, slightly unfocused, looking for a discrepancy or a slight deviation. A small bulge in the otherwise uniform wall, with a sheen slightly too bright to be wooden. Izuku stared at the hidden camera for another moment, admiring the careful planning and masterful execution, and then waved shyly, having no doubt that the owner of the office and camera both was watching him. Without delay, the massive doors swung open, somehow managing to seem inviting rather than intimidating. The feeling of accomplishment was enough to decide his inner battle in favor of excitement, and so he hurried inside, bouncing slightly on his toes. Principal Nezu was seated on a plush-looking green sofa slightly to the side, near the big panoramic windows that had an amazing view over the school grounds. Izuku couldn't focus on that though, as the small mammal waved to him cheerfully, inviting him to sit down on the opposite side of the small glass table, laden with an expensive-looking china tea set prepared for 2 people. Izuku hurried to obey, sitting down on the sofa, that was even more comfortable than it looked, clutching his school bag to himself in a long-standing nervous habit. "Good afternoon, Midoriya-kun," greeted the principal brightly. "Congratulations for figuring out my little secret. Few people ever bother to look, and fewer still manage to see." The principal paused for a moment, letting the compliment settle between them, and Izuku blushed at the unexpected praise, even as his anxiety receded slightly at the reminder that this meeting would go very differently than the ones he was accustomed to. Before we begin, however, I would like to settle a few logistical issues. Nezu continued, seemingly oblivious to his student's inner turmoil, though the gleam in his eyes indicated otherwise. "Have you brought your other notebooks?" "Why, yes, sir." Izuku nodded vigorously, suddenly clumsy fingers struggling to unzip his bag and retrieve the requested items. He succeeded, eventually, placing them in a neat stack on the table, worrying his lip nervously between his teeth. Aizawa had relayed to him the principal's request, and as much as the teen thought about it, he couldn't come up with a convincing reason for why Nezu would want them. Was the latest one not enough data to assess Izuku's skills? Was it not good enough? Did the principal want to teach Izuku a lesson, destroying all his hard work, just like? He was torn free of the spiraling thoughts by Nezu's voice. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun. I am sure you would like an explanation as to why I requested them, and I will gladly give you one. Izuku nodded, appeased slightly, and made a conscious effort to loosen his white-knuckled grip on the bag in his lap. First of all, allow me to say that the one journal you so graciously lent me a few days ago was a joy to read. Your talent and intelligence are evident in every word, as is your passion for the subject. A truly inspiring work, Midoriya-kun. Therein lies the problem, however. Many of the things you pointed out in your observations could do a lot of damage if they fell into the wrong hands. The first thing you will learn here is that information is valuable, and as all valuable resources, needs to be properly protected. I am afraid your journals will have to remain with me until such time as we can safely encrypt them. I will teach you how to do so today, so that all your future work will be safe from prying eyes as well. Does that sound reasonable? Izuku stared at the principal, speechless. His work was valuable? It needed to be protected? But anyone could do all the same things he did, couldn't they? His notebooks were nothing special, just the fanboying of an obsessive kid, desperate to have any advantage he could get on the road to achieving his dream. Surely, anyone could see all the same things if they just looked. Suddenly, Izuku remembered what the principal had said just a few minutes ago. Few people ever bother to look, and fewer still manage to see. Was that what he had meant? The world around them was full of valuable information that could be utilized in so many ways, but how many people ever bothered to actually look? Izuku had never met anyone like him, anyone who looked at the world and had the urge to understand, to pick the world apart to its smallest components and see how it worked. He had always assumed that the problem was with him, that he was the freak, the exception, and why wouldn't he when everybody else told him so? But as he met the principal's gaze, Izuku saw himself reflected in the black, beady orbs. He saw the same curiosity, the same hunger to know, and suddenly it felt eerily like looking at a mirror. He saw some of the same shadows reflected in the principal, too, if a little different and better hidden. Izuku sat there, frozen, dawning understanding reflected clearly on his face, and Nezu met his gaze steadily. An eternal moment passed, and then the principal's smile rippled slightly, now distinctly tinged with satisfaction. I see you understand, Midoriya-kun. The boy shook off his momentary stupor and nodded, decisive and eerily calm. Nezu's smile widened, turning mischievous, eyes gleaming in delight. In that case, let us proceed to the rest of our lesson. One last question before we begin. Tell me, Midoriya-kun, what am I? Izuku blinked, momentarily thrown by the unexpected question, but the strange confidence from his epiphany held, so he gathered his thoughts quickly, mind racing to try and ferret out the hidden meaning behind the principal's question. It took him a few moments to realize that he was probably overthinking it. A stoat, sir. It was liberating, the way his voice didn't waver or peak at the end, turning his statement into a question. The rush of confidence, the knowledge that he understood, and that there was someone else in the room who understood him. And as Nezu laughed, a wild cackle rife with delight, and Izuku allowed himself a smile. He was ready for this. Nezu delighted in the glint of steel in his student's eyes, in the way his spine and shoulders straightened and the bag in his lap was allowed to slip down to the floor, a discarded shield. Midoriya was the third person to ever call him out on being a member of a fairly widespread, well-documented species of animal, if with a few notable mutations, as opposed to the unknown combination of species he usually claimed to be. It was wonderful how casually and matter-of-factly the boy said it, as if it were common knowledge, as if most other humans didn't just take his cryptic introduction at face value, never bothering to look further, content to see Nezu as the oddity he presented himself as. The small principal was proud of himself, maybe a bit disproportionately so, for having managed to draw the usually shy student out of his shell to this extent, to make that shine of determination and intelligence Aizawa spoke of come to the forefront. And he didn't even have to subject the boy to any physically or mentally scarring experiences to do so. Quite the accomplishment indeed. He knew that it wouldn't hold, though. The momentary confidence his student had found in his new understanding of the world wouldn't last for long. It would waver and break at the first re-emergence of old doubts that were ingrained too deep to be so easily silenced. It would take many, many more repetitions and assurances to wash away the cruel words written on his student's soul in blood and tears. Nezu would know. It was a pity that he would have to bank this first, small spark of confidence himself. There was no helping it, though, as the need for information that would allow them to help Midoriya in the long run still eclipsed the need for immediate solutions, and Nezu started carefully enacting his plan for the day even as he mourned the impending loss of the bright-eyed, confident child sitting before him. The principal hoped it wouldn't take him too long to return. We will work on learning proper ways to encrypt one's work in the second part of our lesson, Nezu announced. For now, I would like to more thoroughly test your knowledge of hero society as a whole, in all its aspects, as well as observe you doing analysis in real time. It would give me a better understanding of what I have to work with, and allow me to construct a better plan for future lessons. Shall we begin? Midoriya nodded eagerly, head bobbing up and down so fast Nezu was slightly, irrationally, concerned it might fall off, his wide smile shining so bright it seemed to illuminate the office despite the descending gloom of early evening. Nezu nodded back, subtly nudging a fresh cup of tea into the boy's hand, which he accepted distractedly, and began the lesson. What about Uraraka-san's quirk, zero gravity? It seems like an interesting enough subject to study. Oh yes. Her quirk is really fascinating. I have a lot written about her already and a lot more I didn't have the time to yet. I actually really wanted to discuss that. You see, zero gravity is a completely inaccurate name. An interesting observation. Care to elaborate? Take the ball throw sensei had us do on the first day, for example. If Uraraka-chan's quirk just removed the ball's gravity, it would have probably stopped before it reached the stratosphere on account of the drag created by the air it was passing through. Instead, from my observation at least, though it's probably not the most accurate, the ball actually seemed to accelerate as it got farther away from us. And the battle trials? I assume you've seen the recordings. I have, yes. That column had a lot of mass to it. She would have needed to apply a lot more force to swing it like that, had it only been gravity-less. And the sports festival. All the pieces floated up. There is definitely more to it than gravity removal, and I have a few theories about what it is exactly, but I suggest that you write down your observations in a more organized way, Midoriya-kun. In this case, the laws of physics are your best friend, therefore, I suggest you try to capture the discrepancies you described in numbers. Here, you can use the blackboard. You could say it was a small niche, because gigantification quirks are surprisingly rare among the hero ranks. But because they are attention-grabbing and have such a wide appeal, despite being more destructive than helpful in urban terrain, especially when not trained properly, the market demand is quite high. That's the bare bones of why Mountain Lady is going to be a top hero in a few years. A valid argument, Midoriya-kun, but still not enough to support your prediction. Of course not. I said, it was an oversimplification, and I haven't even started on the clever moves her agency is doing, or the collaboration with Kamui Woods and how their competition display was tailored specifically to increase both of their popularity, but if you look at the market analysis charts I made for heroes of similar characteristics to her in the last few decades. Have you ever tried your hand at engineering, Midoriya-kun? I know Power Loader would be thrilled to have a student like you. Not really, though I studied a bit of the theory in the last year of middle school as preparation for a vigilante career. You were preparing to be a vigilante? Well, yeah. A careless shrug, the boy being too engrossed in the complicated formula he was writing on the board to pay any real attention to what he was saying. Not as a primary course of action, but I knew my chances of getting into a hero school were really low, and I was going to help people one way or another. So, the natural contingency plan was vigilantism. It's not like I would have been breaking the law or anything either. Officially, vigilantes are people who use their quirks without a license. There are other stipulations too, but I don't remember them. It was funny, really, when I realized that the one perk of being quirkless was that I couldn't break that law. Many others too, actually. You would be surprised how many laws nowadays completely ignore the possibility of quirklessness. Very good, Midoriya-kun. Do you make a habit of looking for loopholes like that? I did, for a while, after I started thinking of the whole vigilante thing seriously. It was pretty entertaining. There is a really funny one in the law mandating disclosure of quirk status in job applications. For example, the biological experimentation has almost ground to a halt, and it's so frustrating. People treat quirks like some kind of godsend, like it's a phenomenon unlike any other that we will never be able to figure out. And we won't, if we don't actually try. There are so many mechanisms I bet we can figure out even with the technology we have today. Such as, take Midnight's quirk for example. What is the chemical composition of the gas she produces? Is it a pheromone, like the attraction requirement seems to suggest, or something else? How does it actually affect the human body? Are there any side effects? Can we artificially produce more of that substance? Or maybe even something based on it but more effective? We could use it as an anesthetic, because it is pretty powerful but non-addictive, as far as I know. Or Yamamo's quirk? Creation. How do the cells of her skin transform fat into other materials? Is there a separate mechanism in them that does it, like the mitochondria produce energy? If so, how does it work and how can we industrialize it? Can it run on something other than fat? What causes the sparkles when she is creating something? It would take a lot of research, granted, but the possibilities are almost endless. Yes, I also lament the stalling of scientific progress. It is mostly due to the lack of government funding, I'm afraid. And you do raise such interesting ideas. I have a few friends in those areas of the academy. I wonder if they might be persuaded to. I suggest you choose one of these methods to encrypt your work. It will not really stop anyone with the determination, time and means from deciphering what you have written, but it will buy you enough time to either get back your work if it has been stolen, or account for the loss of information in your plans if you can't. It will stop just anyone from being able to casually access sensitive information as well. The biggest disadvantage, really, is that this method of work takes time to get used to, both in reading and writing. Oh no, that won't be a problem. When I was little, I was a fan of this American pre-quirk kids show, and everything there was in ciphers, so I learned how to read and write in them. They weren't as advanced as this, of course, and I am pretty rusty, but the adjustment shouldn't be too difficult. Excellent. You keep surprising me, Midoriya-kun. In this case, would you like to try and break my personal code? It was completely dark outside by the time they concluded their discussion about ciphers, the stars in the clear night sky reflecting in the vast windows and illuminating the vast UA grounds below. A glance at the clock made Nezu inwardly startle. It was 8 o'clock, an hour past the time their lesson was supposed to end. And he hadn't noticed at all. He had become so engrossed in testing the extent of his students' intellect, so invested in exploring the hidden corners of the boy's mind, in pushing the boundaries and testing his theories, that the time had just slipped by, unnoticed. From the corner of his eye he saw the greenette glance at the clock and startle as well, but he didn't seem upset or worried, merely surprised. That was good. He had come into this lesson with the firm conviction to teach the boy what he would need as a mainstream hero and nothing more, but he had largely given up by this point. The boy was intelligent, yes, but there was so much more to it than that. He was inquisitive and creative, willing to think critically about things in their society most took complacently as fact. He was a diamond in the rough, a whole world of potential lying just within reach of Nezu's greedy paws, and the principal just couldn't resist. Which brought him back to the dire need not to alienate his student now, before they had managed to build a solid working relationship. He would need to handle the next part of his plan for the day very carefully. Midoriya was still chattering distractedly about the possible combinations of techniques Nezu could have used to create his cipher as he gathered the mess of notebooks and pages that lay scattered across the table, and Nezu was content to just sit there and listen, smiling indulgently at the boy as he worked, allowing himself to savor this special new atmosphere for just a few moments longer before he had to shatter it. The principal gave himself exactly 80 seconds, and they flowed away and disappeared into the ether of memory far too quickly. Then it was time to get to work. It is my understanding, Midoriya-kun, both from what I have observed myself and from the reports of your teachers, that you have a particular talent for corralling your classmates and making them give their all to the task at hand. Very plus ultra of you. He made sure to keep both his expression and voice perfectly cheerful and approving. Midoriya, who had looked up from fussing with his notebooks and loose pages of writing at the sound of the principal's voice, beamed shyly, if not at him then in his general direction, not quite brave enough to look him in the eye now that he was no longer caught in the throes of intense intellectual debate. He was evidently trying to think of something to say, but Nezu beat him to it, striking fast and vicious like the predator people so often forgot he was. "Why is it, Midoriya-kun, that you have been holding back so much yourself?" And there it was, finally, unavoidably, the crumbling confidence, the surprise, the alarm, the realization of a mistake made in a moment of distraction. The fear, primal and painfully familiar, of secrets laid bare and soft flesh exposed for the world to see. The closing gates and slamming shutters and rising granite walls. Nezu could only hope he had left himself enough of a back door, flimsy as it may be, made of veiled hints, promises of understanding, and a few hours of odd but no less fascinating intellectual camaraderie. The boy's expression was closed off now, strangely blank and all the more jarring in comparison to the bright smile that occupied it just moments earlier. At least he hadn't tried for denial and feigned surprise, as would have been most people's first instinct. In the back of his mind, Nezu added this as another point in the boy's ever-growing favor. The silence stretched between them for long moments, and when it was evident that the greenette had no intention of answering the question, the principal finally spoke. "It's safer, isn't it?" Surprise cracked the blank mask like a rock hurled at one of his favorite teacups, which exactly one student had ever had the gall to do and later regret extensively and with passion. "It's better to hold the aces up your sleeve. The less they know, the less they can use against you. The less they can use you for. And it is always good to have a secret weapon." He had to be bafflingly, uncharacteristically blunt about this. Obscure hints and non-committal phrasing would do him no good here, not now when he had to prove to the boy that he knew, that he understood. He wanted the boy to trust him, to open up and let him in enough to be able to help. And Nezu knew so very intimately that for trust to be gained, some needed to be given away first. He had so very rarely had the opportunity to be a part of such an exchange after all. He was willing to do it now, though, for his student, for this startlingly brave boy who has suffered so much at the hands of others, who has never felt safe enough to be himself. Even now, he could see the battle being fought in the depths of his emerald eyes, deeply entrenched instincts at odds with the unrelenting hope and fundamental belief in the goodness of others that have brought him here in the first place. He had done his best to stack the deck in favor of his desired outcome, but ultimately the decision was up to Midoriya. An indeterminable amount of time passed, the principal's inner clock failing completely, but finally, almost miraculously, Nezu saw the battle conclude, Midoriya's inner light prevailing in one last exertion of will, if only barely. The boy immediately looked down again, and the newly emerged, excited mentor in the back of Nezu's mind noted that he would really need to train the boy out of this habit, even as the rest of him focused solely on the kid's mumbled words. "It's not just that." He stopped, swallowed. Nezu didn't rush him. "I started my first analysis book back in preschool. When we got to first grade and people realized that I could already read and write some, and could also do basic math, they got mad. My classmates, that is. The teachers were just kind of disapproving. The bullying went up a lot. So I just stopped. I kept on with the analysis, and I was always learning new things to do it better and understand different quirks, but at school I made sure to have good grades because UA required them, and Kakin always gave it his all, so I figured he deserved to be first in class. It was just easier. For everyone. And safer." The last word was barely more than a whisper, but Nezu's sharp ears caught it just as well. And even though he knew these things, had watched enough of Aldera's footage to know at least the shape of what has been done to Midoriya, hearing it laid out like this, in the wavering voice of a child made his blood boil, and his tail twitch violently under the table. How dare they? How dare these petty humans treat a child, one of their own, like this? How dare they try to extinguish a light this bright, a mind and will so much vaster than their own, a potential to do so much more than they would ever accomplish in their puny, insignificant lives? Nezu halted that train of thought in its tracks. The perpetrators will be punished, he would personally make sure of that, He mentally added Midoriya's grade school to his list of targets, but now wasn't the time to give in to his impulses. His student needed encouragement and reassurance, not cold, righteous anger and promises of retribution against his tormentors. Nezu suspected that he wouldn't be capable of properly enjoying the latter either, at least not yet. All in due time, he reminded himself, forcefully refocusing on the boy. Midoriya-kun, he was satisfied to hear the gentle placidity of his own voice. I understand better than most the reasons that drove you to such actions. There is nothing wrong in what you did, just as there is nothing wrong in making the best of a bad situation. I know that Aizawa-kun already talked to you, but I will stress this again. The conditions you encountered in previous educational establishments are unacceptable, and the perpetrators will be punished accordingly. You prevailed, however, despite all the hardship, and that speaks solely of your many strengths. I am proud of you, Midoriya-kun. To his surprise, the principal found that every word was true, truer than he expected. So very rarely did he feel real pride in any specimen of the human race. Not the pitying, relieved kind reserved for someone who had struggled and trudged behind and at long last caught up to standard, or the weary, wistful pride of seeing others catch up to him marginally faster than he expected, but the true, unadulterated mix of awe and excitement for someone extraordinary. It was highly refreshing, as so many other things seemed to be in Midoriya's company. You don't need those defense mechanisms anymore, however, not here. I think you know better than I do that your classmates will never be anything other than excited to discover the true extent of your skill, and I assure you that the staff will be equally thrilled, and will do their utmost to support you in your intellectual endeavors in any way possible. As will I. I know it is hard to believe, but you are safe here, Midoriya-kun. You don't need to hide anymore. Midoriya's scarred hands were clenched tightly around the straps of his bag, and he was absent-mindedly chewing on his lower lip. His eyes were obscured from view by messy green curls. Now, so the principal could only guess at the second, much harder fight once again raging within the boy. This was the most important one, he knew. Not the last, not by a long shot, but the one that would ultimately win the war or lose it. This time, however, he was fairly confident of the outcome. And indeed, as he watched, his student took a deep, fortifying breath, then looked up and nodded once. A thrill went through Nezu at the sight of the pure, hard determination etched into the young lines of his face. I'll do it. I know that holding back won't help me, that it will keep me from saving as many people as possible. That's what I've been telling my classmates all year, and you're right, it was hypocritical of me. So I'll do it, and I will try to trust you. I mean the teachers. Even though it's really hard, sometimes I promise to give it my all. Even though his voice faltered at times, Midoriya spoke with a quiet, intense conviction. It was a mirror of his display earlier that morning, when he spoke on Bakugo's behalf. The effect his inner fire produced was utterly mesmerizing, and Nezu once again made a mental note to teach the boy how to utilize it more effectively. Thank you for your trust, Midoriya-kun. The principal inclined his head in a gesture that was part acknowledgement, part gratitude. He knew what it probably cost the boy to leave so much of himself bare and vulnerable to the cruelty of others after so long spent hiding. He would make sure that Midoriya didn't regret it. In the meantime, I am sure you notice now, today I have tested your knowledge in mathematics, as well as all the scientific subjects taught at UA quite thoroughly, and as I expected, your knowledge in all of them is quite a bit more extensive than is average for your age. Does this extend to any other areas of your studies? The boy shook his head, expression cautious. Even still, he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Nezu sighed internally. They still had a long way to go. Excellent. I will inform ectoplasm, snipe and power loader, and they will make sure that you have work appropriate for your level. That is, unless there is anything in particular you wish to study, in which case you should inform them, and they will do their best to give you the appropriate study materials and any other help you may require. Does that sound adequate? Midoriya was staring at him, wide-eyed, as Nezu knew he would be. It was sad, really, that the idea of teachers supporting and accommodating his talent was so outlandish to the boy that it warranted such a reaction. They would heal this wound, too, in due time. For now, Nezu's student shook off his surprise, and the principal found himself once again the focus of a beam of sunshine. "Thank you, Sensei. Thank you so much. I promise I will make it worth it." "You are already worth it," Nezu didn't say. He knew that the boy wouldn't know how to hear it, wouldn't be able to absorb and believe it. "Not yet." "I know you will, Midoriya-kun," he said instead. "Now, I believe I have held you here long enough. Have a delightful evening." Thank you, sir." "You too." Midoriya rushed out as he stood up and bounced over to the door. He stopped right at the threshold, hesitating for just a moment, then turned back and saved shyly with one scarred hand before disappearing down the corridor. Nezu chuckled to himself as he turned back to the monitors on his desk with a satisfied smile. He had extensive lesson plans to make, and another educational establishment to raise to the ground, after all. Sometimes, one needed to take the time to appreciate the little joys in life. Aijiro glanced at the clock and then at the door leading into the dorm common room in what was definitely not becoming a compulsive tick this evening. Definitely not. Because that would be super unmanly, and also not very polite, considering the fact that he was in the middle of a heated debate about the perfect balance between healthy food and the mandatory snacks and sweets in a hero's diet with Denki, Mina and Hanta, who were also not looking at the clock. Or the door. It was a group compulsive tick. Which wasn't happening. So yeah. Because what reason would they have to be nervous? Bakugo hadn't returned yet, but that was fine. He was with the teachers. After all, Aizawa-sensei came by to collect him himself that morning. And sure, he had looked ready for murder, but it wasn't the "my students are in danger and I will obliterate anyone who stands in my way to save them" kind of murder. It was... Actually, Aijiro had never seen that specific type of murderous expression on his teacher before. Aizawa-sensei had quite a few of them, and the class has become extremely proficient in identifying them, because it was often the difference between salvation and a homework-laden death, but it definitely wasn't one of the secretly concerned ones. Which was good. It meant that Bakugo would be fine, wherever he was right now. It was fine, everything was fine. Bakugo was safe, they were all safe. That's why they were all staying in the dorms, after all. UA had one of the best security systems in the world. It would keep them safe, as if it hadn't been breached once already on the first week of school. And Bakugo was really strong, he could look after himself. Even when Aijiro wasn't there to make sure he was okay. As if the last time Aijiro wasn't there, he hadn't been kidnapped. Anyway, there was no reason to panic whatsoever, which was exactly why Aijiro and the rest of the Baku squad were not panicking. Which was also why they did not jump nearly out of their skin when the door opened suddenly, to reveal a very enthusiastic, grinning Midoriya, who immediately scrambled to take off his shoes, and then made a beeline for Uraraka, Ida and Todoroki, who were sluggishly doing homework a little ways away, and started waving enthusiastically once they spotted him. Well, Ida and Uraraka did. Todoroki simply looked up from his textbook and nodded in Midoriya's direction, but that was as enthusiastic as Todoroki got, and still so much better than the complete indifference from the beginning of the year, so. Midoriya seemed just as eager to talk to them, until his eyes landed on Aijiro and his group. That was when he stumbled, expression freezing and a flurry of emotions passing in his eyes like an emerald typhoon. Was that guilt? Before Aijiro could question him, however, Midoriya righted his balance and his smile, waved at them in greeting as well, and then continued his way to his friends, getting immediately absorbed in Uraraka's interrogation. He liked the lesson with Nezu. "Oh God. We are all doomed," exclaimed Mina from beside him, but even Aijiro had to admit that this particular sample of her trademark cheerful horror was forced. Denki and Hanta gasp-laughed in response, but they weren't much better. Midoriya has returned. Bakugo hasn't. Just like, But he looked so guilty, and knowing Midoriya, it meant that whatever happened wasn't at all his fault and he had simply failed to set the world to rights by force of sheer determination. He succeeded in doing that way more often than most people, but no one was infallible. But it also meant that something did happen, and he would have told them if it was something really serious, wouldn't he? He would be crying and distressed and sporting a few shattered bones to boot, right? Better yet, he would be up and about firing everyone up and recruiting another rescue party, Aizawa's threatened expulsion be demed, right? Midoriya was distressed, but he often was for the weirdest, and usually manliest, reasons, and Bakugo was safe with Aizawa and will return to them shortly, spitting mad about having missed a whole day of school for some stupid reason. The Baku squad could safely return to their half-hearted, not at all panicked banter. Time seemed to drag and ooze like frozen molasses, thick, suffocating and excruciatingly slow, and Eijiro did his best to flow with it along the path of least resistance, striving only to keep his head above water for a few more minutes, to keep just a few steps ahead of the panic and anxiety snapping at his heels. The conversation and company helped a lot, though he suspected that the rest of the squad, if not the rest of the class, were running from the same wolves right alongside him. The next time the door opened it was in a much more controlled, quieter manner. So nobody startled. They all still noticed, though, the situational awareness lessons were a nightmare, and none of them were likely to forget them anytime soon, so 19 heads swiveled in that direction with a coordination that would probably look kind of creepy to an outside observer. Eijiro's heart stuttered in his chest, awash with momentary relief, because in the doorway stood Aizawa and a blonde boy in a UA uniform, only to sink once again, split halfway between confusion and a heavy sense of foreboding, because the blonde in question wasn't Bakugo. It was Monoma. The silence in the room was immediate and complete, stretched nearly to bursting with questions and fledgling panic like a cheap birthday balloon, and Eijiro knew that if they weren't given an explanation, fast, the tension would burst and the consequences of that would be unpredictable, but almost certainly unpleasant. A distant corner of his mind that wasn't hyper-focused on the unfolding situation noted that it was nice to not be the only person in the room who was this high-strung. Aizawa, bless his coffee-fueled soul, seemed to know it as well, judging by his quick, assessing glance and slightly deepening frown, so he took several steps into the common room, with a sullen Monoma following on his heels, and began to speak, but not before the same corner of Eijiro's mind noted the high probability of mandatory therapy sessions in all of their near futures. Calm down, problem children. Nothing life-threatening or cataclysmic has happened. Bakugo is fine. He will not, however, be returning to these dorms or your class. He was transferred to 1B, in exchange for Monoma Nito. He gestured at the teen sulking to the right and half a step behind him. What? Why? Screeched Mina, and all hell broke loose, confused classmates asking and shouting over each other and jumping to their feet. Some, like Eijiro, sat still and stared instead, too incredulous and shocked to do much of anything else. He was glad, of course, immensely glad that Bakugo was all right. It was a weight off his shoulders, and also the main reason he was sitting there in a daze instead of up in arms and chomping at the bit to do something. That didn't lessen any of the genuine confusion, however. Transferred to 1B? And more importantly, why? As far as Eijiro knew, while transfers between courses occurred almost every year, transfers between classes in the same course almost never happened. There was simply no reason to. What could have provoked the teachers to take such an unusual and drastic measure so late in the year, and with no apparent cause? His gaze drifted to the one person in the room except for Aizawa likely to have some kind of answer. Midoriya was also one of those who had stayed quiet, but unlike the rest of them, there was no surprise or outrage to be seen in his countenance. He sat on one of the sofas, bundled between a loudly debating Uraraka and a thoughtful Todoroki, staring emptily in Aizawa's direction, if not quite at him. His strong, scarred hands were clasped tightly in his lap, and his posture was more resigned than anything. Eijiro had half a mind to just go in gently, because Midoriya was strong, but also precious and fragile, but firmly demand some answers, but Aizawa beat him to the punch. A red-eyed glare had the students of 1A settling quietly back in their respective places, obedient, albeit still agitated. Another emphatic sweep of dark eyes across the room, and Aizawa continued his explanation, tone turning cold in that way usually reserved for descriptions of crimes in their theoretical heroics lessons. That didn't bode well at all. This story won't make the news for a few weeks yet, but I will tell you now because it is pertinent to the situation. Aldera Middle School, where you might recall both Bakugo and Midoriya studied before UA, is currently under investigation for quirk discrimination, child endangerment, and several other charges. As it happens, Principal Nezu and I are personally involved in this investigation, and as such had access to recordings of the security cameras in the building. These recordings showed the unacceptable behavior of several students, not just the faculty of the school. Bakugo Katsuki, among others, was found to be guilty of illegal quirk use, destruction of property, bullying, and suicide baiting. Usually under such circumstances, he would have been immediately expelled, but because of the threat posed to all of you by the League of Villains, that is currently impossible. Therefore, the faculty of UA have decided on a different approach to the problem. Silence once again, heavy and stifling and surreal, as if the room has been suddenly submerged deep underwater. There was a high-pitched screeching sound in Ijiro's ears, like a radio gone haywire inside his brain. From the corner of his eye, he could see Midoriya's knuckles going white with the strength of the grip his hands had on each other. Monoma's scowl has deepened, eyes going slightly manic and a small crease appearing between his eyebrows. Koda was clutching UI to his chest like a small furry shield. The trees outside the windows swayed gently in the evening breeze. Time seemed to have upgraded from a slow crawl to a full stop, a moment crystallized in perfect, clear detail. Ijiro's mind kept picking and focusing on the most random of facts in this tiny sliver of eternity, on the physical manifestation of the familiar world around him, because nothing else made sense at all. Because it wasn't possible. Because the mere thought. Because how could? But why was he transferred? Asked Mina's numb voice from beside him, quiet and subdued but still ringing loud in the suffocating silence, and Ijiro desperately clutched onto that. Because it was a detail in Aizawa's story that didn't really make sense. They were learning analysis, they were supposed to notice details, right? And if it didn't make sense, then maybe parts of it weren't true. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe his best friend wasn't a bully, maybe Ijiro wouldn't lose him again just after getting him back, lose him in a way that was so different and much more trivial in comparison, yet somehow so much deeper and worse at the same time. Maybe. Aizawa was hesitating. He was hesitating and surreptitiously looking at Midoriya with one slightly raised eyebrow, and Midoriya still hadn't focused his gaze on anything in particular, but he apparently noticed because he was nodding back at their homeroom teacher and burying his face in his knees. And then, Midoriya was one of Bakugo's main targets. As future heroes, you should all know that separating the victim from their abuser is pivotal in situations like this. That is the reason he was transferred. The silence and creepy synchronicity made an appearance once more as all of them turned to look at Midoriya in unison. The greenette couldn't have seen it, curled up as he was, with his face pressed tightly against his knees, but he seemed to feel it still, as he shrunk further into himself at the attention, as if trying to merge with the furniture and disappear. Kirishima felt sick. The high-pitched noise had disappeared, and now all he could hear was the tinkling sounds of his shattering world. Or maybe it was his heart. Funny that he couldn't harden his inner organs. Funny that even if he could have, it wouldn't have helped him against this kind of damage. He wanted to laugh, wanted to cry, wanted to deny everything that just came out of Aizawa's mouth, shout it from the rooftops and repeat it again and again until he ran out of breath, but it was kind of obvious in retrospect, wasn't it? That Bakugo's abrasiveness and anger, the things they have taken as playfulness and overstated bravado, could manifest as something different, something so much worse? That the way he treated others, with harsh, derisive words at best and complete indifference at worst, weren't a facade to hide a hero's golden heart, but simply what they looked like, a sense of uncaring superiority? That the way he hurled insults at Midoriya, the way he zeroed in on him in training, pulling out all the stops even when he knew it would end in injury, wasn't a mark of a friendly rivalry, but instead of abuse? The shards of everything Ijiro had known about his best friend lay shattered at his feet, and from this perspective they created an entirely different mosaic. The insults, the violence, the way he never called them by name, could it be that he genuinely didn't remember their names? The spiels about pebbles on the road to victory, the showy, loud explosions aimed to silence and intimidate, and in training as often as not, to hurt, God, the battle trials he had aimed to kill. Midoriya. Sweet, kind, fierce Midoriya, who has gradually stopped stuttering when he talked to others as the year progressed, but not when it was Bakugo. who hated explosions and carried first aid supplies in his bag, and threw himself into dangerous situations as if he didn't care what happened to him as long as everybody else was safe. Who had a quirk that should have made him popular, and was so shy and timid and sometimes socially awkward as if he had never had friends before. Who had never breathed a word of this to any of them, and risked his life and his career to rescue his abuser. How could they have been so blind? How could they hope to become heroes when they couldn't tell good from bad, when they couldn't spot the rot right in their midst? It was all right there in their faces, flashing neon red signs that Bakugo's pride wouldn't allow him to hide from them. He didn't even try. They made all the excuses for him themselves. They built palaces out of glass and didn't bother to look at the foundation, because the sharp spears of rock under their feet were surely an illusion. The others were starting to stir, as if all of them were slowly waking up from a shared nightmare, only to realize it wasn't at all fictional. Low murmurs of conversation and harsh whispers suffused the space that had been so comfortable for all of them just a few minutes earlier. The temperature of the air seemed to drop by a few degrees as frost crept over the couch where Todoroki sat, before he managed to get himself under control. Uraraka had wrapped Midoriya up in a tight hug and was murmuring something into his ear, but her face was dark with anger and a promise of retribution. Ida's hands were chopping through the air, but no words came out of his mouth as he opened and closed it helplessly again and again. Mina was crying quietly, Denki was staring at his sparking hands, currently curled into fists. Koda and Ui were both looking around and blinking frequently, looking equally disoriented. Shuji had disappeared all the ears from his arms, as if he couldn't bear to hear any more. Jiro was hissing something angry at a helpless-looking Momo. Tsuyu looked blankly thoughtful, but her large hands were slowly clenching and unclenching, like she did in preparation for a fight. Dark Shadow was vacillating between whispering with Tokoyami and trying to reach Midoriya to give him a hug too. Monoma said something to Aizawa and stormed upstairs in a huff, suitcase and duffel bag in tow. Aizawa himself drew their attention long enough to strictly tell them not to pester Midoriya and to play nice with Monoma, and then left. And Ijiro tried to smile, even though he felt like someone had pierced him straight through with a sword and then twisted. He hugged Mina until the tears ran out. He slapped Denki and Hanta on the back and told them it would be okay. He waved at Koda until his gaze focused, and talked to Shoji until the ears returned, and patted Dark Shadow until he calmed down a bit. And then Ijiro fled without talking to Midoriya or any of his close friends, trying to slow his pace so it didn't look like he was running, and determinedly didn't look at the door that used to be Bakugo's. And he lay in bed, and stared at the ceiling, and experimented until he found a way to harden his eyes in a manner that would seal his tear ducts, and tried to find a silver lining. That night, Ijiro dreamed of voices echoing with cruel laughter in school hallways that were too narrow to be yet painfully familiar nonetheless, of harsh words that manifested as sharp letters and pierced through his skin no matter how hard he made it. He dreamed of green hair and freckles and a kind smile, melting and burning away under a barrage of explosions. He dreamed of a forest burning blue and collapsing buildings, and a warm hand clutched firmly in his as they swept through the night sky. The world was closing in, collapsing on itself further and further with every second, until it squeezed the air out of his lungs and ground his flesh and bones to bloody dust, and there was nothing Izuku could do to stop it. There never was. The common room had been deathly quiet, and then it had been uproariously loud, and then it had been nothing at all or maybe everything at once, because he could no longer tell over the fervent beating of his heart in his ears and the static of blinding panic in his mind. Izuku was vaguely aware that the darkness prowling ever closer and trying to devour him was caused mainly by the fact that his eyes were screwed tightly shut and pressed against the stiff fabric of his school uniform besides. But he couldn't bring himself to unclench his aching fingers from their death grip on the fabric around his ankles, to uncurl himself from the small protective cocoon even just enough to look up. Because if he let go, if he moved, he was a bigger target, he was an exposed target, and they would go for the vitals. Predators always went for the vitals, the places hidden by baggy clothes and a uniform. His body knew that lesson better than it knew almost anything else. Why did this have to happen? Everything had been fine, he had been fine and the common room had been safe, and now it wasn't or maybe it was, but he was too afraid to check, and how could it still be safe when everyone knew, they knew he was useless and Kaken was better, that no one wanted him, just to hurt him and anyone could and they would find out it was fun and then. Strong, slim arms wrapped around Izuku, and a warm body was pressed against his side. His first instinct was to recoil, to get away from the hands that would surely hurt him, but there was nowhere to go, because on the other side was another body penning him in, bigger and warmer and just as solid. And after a few seconds, Izuku's panicking animal brain decided that this was fine, that the bodies and the arms were familiar and grounding and safe, even if the rest of him screamed that they weren't, not anymore, not now that they knew, and the sounds being whispered into his ear were gentle and soothing, and he could stay here. He could stay here, in this cocoon of warmth, couldn't he? He could stay in the terrifying, liberating darkness, could let himself get swept away by the incessant waves of his own frantic heartbeat, until his newly patched fingers turned numb and his muscles ached from the tension, until the smells of shampoo and campfire and dorm-issued washing powder filled his nose and allowed the oxygen to flow a little easier into his lungs, until the quiet, barely heard murmuring in his ear eroded away his racing, ricocheting thoughts and resolved itself into words of reassurance. It died down eventually, as it always did, the tide receding slowly and begrudgingly, allowing him to snatch a blessed lungful of air and start reassembling the tattered pieces of rational thoughts left in its wake, like driftwood after a storm. He used to fear, once, that one of these days he wouldn't resurface, that he would drown under miles of water and stay forever at the dark bottom of his personal ocean, never to see the sunlight again. He had since learned enough about psychology and brain chemistry to know that such an outcome was extremely unlikely, but it didn't make him any less grateful every time he came back to himself. Izuku's senses, still tingling and oversharp after the recent turmoil, started picking apart the stimuli around him, cataloging and reassembling them into a single coherent picture. It was instinctual, now, a familiar and grounding procedure that barely required any conscious decision, not to mention practical. Izuku could rarely afford not to have his bearings, after all. Uraraka was still wrapped around him in a tight hug, face buried in his hair, though she had stopped talking a while ago. Todoroki's hand was also slung across his shoulders, his left side pressed against Izuku, pleasantly warm in a way that wouldn't be healthy on someone with a different quirk. The back of his uniform shirt was wet, where it had been pressed against the newly defrosted couch. His knees were also wet, for a very different reason. 3 people were standing in a cluster several steps in front and to the left of him. 2 of them, Ida and Yaoyorozu, judging by their voices, were conversing in distressed tones, just loud enough to hear but not to make out the individual words. The third, by the quiet, involuntary rib-biting sounds, must have been Tsuyu. Someone was climbing the stairs, loud steps made by a heavy body, so Sato, because Shuji was too stealthy for that. 2 other people a few couches away, also talking, too quietly to make out voices. Another one by the window, which was open and let in a gentle breeze fragrant with the smell of blooming cherry. Izuku allowed himself one more deep, shuddering breath to gather himself, and then forced himself to look up. Uraraka immediately released her octopus-like hold on him and slid back far enough along the couch to allow him freedom of movement, but not enough that she couldn't still put a hand in his hair and start carding slowly through the tangled locks. When he chanced to glance at her from the corner of his eye, she smiled, gentle and encouraging as always. Izuku was dauntingly, pathetically thankful for her, for the instinctual way she always seemed to know what he needed after his episodes. Todoroki didn't move, just adjusted his grip around Izuku's shoulders and nudged the temperature up a bit more, enough to start soothing away the residual tension in his exhausted muscles, enough for an entirely different kind of warmth to start blooming in his chest. Izuku was thankful for that too. Another deep breath, steadier this time, the oxygen heady but still scraping raw on its way down his throat. The residual tears on his face were cooling, drying out under the caress of the late summer breeze, and the skin felt hot and sticky and too tight, but he could take care of that later, in the safety of his own room. Right now he had to do something, didn't he? He had to gather his jumbled, mismatched words into a pile and tell them that he was sorry, had to somehow convey to them his love and his gratitude and his fear and his desperation, had to show them all these warm, enormous things squished into his chest and threatening to climb up his throat, beating to the rhythm of his heart. He would do it, even if he had to pry his ribs apart one by one. He owed them that much. I'm sorry, guys. That wasn't so hard, right? Yes, his voice was hoarse and it cracked a bit at the end, sounding too loud in his own ears, and yes, the words were nowhere near eloquent enough to convey the depth of the emotion, but, well, Izuku wasn't even sure what he was apologizing for, really. All of it for keeping secrets, for breaking down, for causing trouble, for upsetting everyone, for being his broken, useless, inadequate self, even after everything they had done for him, all the support and love and effort poured into him every day, wasted on him. There is absolutely nothing you should apologize for, Izuku-kun. Uraraka's voice was still gentle, still soft enough not to grate on his overstimulated senses, but it had a note of steel underneath that wrenched Izuku out of his downward spiral with a practiced ease. It was by far not the first time she had had to help him through a panic attack after all, though it was probably the worst one yet. The words themselves helped too, if only to tilt his thought process unexpectedly into a new angle, distracting him enough that he finally turned to look at her head-on. Why, yes, I do. I should have told you guys the truth. You are my friends, you deserve to know, and Keikaken was your classmate too, and what if he Midoriya-kun, Yairozu, this time, also gentle and a little stern, and when had she and Ida and Azui ceased their conversation and come so close, his vigilance was slipping. We are your friends, yes, and as such we have the privilege of knowing you better than most. It by no means makes us entitled to all the details of your past, especially not ones this painful. All around him, the others nodded decisively in a show of agreement. Izuku's head spun slightly, and he wasn't sure if it was from relief or simply an aftereffect of the stress. Probably both. I'm kind of glad you didn't tell us, actually, said Uraraka in a tone that was trying for levity but fell a little short. I'm not sure I could have stopped myself from punching Bakugo in the face. At least now I don't have to face the temptation every day. There were a few feeble chuckles, and a grunt that sounded suspiciously like agreement from Todoroki. Ida put on his stern face and attempted to lecture them about unheroic behavior, but Izuku could plainly see that his heart wasn't really in it. He had learned the hard way to read the signs of hidden rage in his friend, and they were all there now, clear as day, in the dark depths of his eyes and the brittle edge in his voice. Izuku would have to watch him, to make sure that his friend's anger wouldn't lead him astray again. Hopefully this time, at least, the stakes were lower. Yes, Izuku was aware that he was actively trying to avoid thinking too hard about Uraraka's actual words and what they implied. About the undertone of coiled tension that still slithered around the common room, like a snake ready to bite. About the distressed, disbelieving faces of his classmates he had caught from the corner of his eye before it became too much and he had had to bury himself in darkness. About the way they had all gone up to their rooms already, even though the hour was still pretty early, and the common room should be teeming with laughter and conversation and last-minute cramming. There was only so much Izuku's battered heart could take in one day, however, and compartmentalizing was an art he had mastered long ago in the interest of survival. He would deal with it, fix what has been broken and damaged by any means necessary. And this time, he won't even have to do it alone, which made everything easier. It would have to wait for tomorrow, however. Right now, he needed to extricate himself from the comfortable nest of bodies and arms, to say his goodbyes and drag his weary body upstairs into bed. It still took him by surprise most of the time, how difficult it was now, to tear himself away from his friends, to resign himself to the loneliness that had been his shield for so many years. Still, Izuku could feel he was at the end of his rope for the day. He wouldn't survive much more of this tension, let alone an interrogation about his past with Kaken. Luckily for him, that was the exact moment Tsu, bless her blunt and honest nature, chose to rejoin the conversation. You look tired, Midoriya-kun. It's been a long day, you should go to bed and rest. Anything else you want to tell us can wait for tomorrow, Karo. Every time Izuku thought he couldn't love them more, that more simply wouldn't fit inside his more compact than average body, And then they would do something like this and he would be left feeling lighter than air and also bursting at the seams. He could only hope that his smile conveyed at least a portion of his gratitude, because he knew he would never find the words to voice it all. Reluctantly, he rose off the couch, wobbling slightly on weak knees before he found his balance, suddenly feeling cold and bereft at the loss of contact. To his surprise, however, Todoroki rose as well just moments later, after what looked like uncertainty had had the time to flash briefly over his features and disappear into the usual cool collectedness. "I will come with you," he said quietly, almost shyly, though Izuku doubted anyone outside of this group and maybe Todoroki's sister could have spotted the difference. "I need to put back my books anyway." As proof, he picked up what few of his study materials were strewn around the table and floor, and offered Izuku a hand, still the left one, always the left for his cold-sensitive patchwork bones. The excuse was slim, and they both knew it, but it didn't stop Izuku from gleefully taking the proffered appendage, with a blush and a smile that felt like they were collaborating on their efforts to break his face. Izuku didn't really care, though, as he picked up his forgotten school bag from under the table and walked slowly up the stairs, with the steady, warm presence of his friend by his side, shoulders brushing just slightly every once in a while. They had both come a long way, and Izuku dared to hope that maybe tonight, despite everything, they would snatch some actual sleep from the jaws of the nightmares. Ochako could vividly recall the last time she had been this angry. It was years ago, just a few months after she entered middle school. She remembered her parents' pale faces and strained smiles, frantic calls late at night, hushed arguments and haunted eyes. She remembered months of trying to get back on their feet, of missed meals and scavenged school supplies, of odd, borderline illegal jobs taken in desperation, anything to make ends meet. The worst part was that the man who had done it to them had looked so nice. She remembered his face in detail, with the refined, aristocratic features and a deceptively easy smile. Soft, cultured speech, words and words woven neatly into webs. So fine they didn't notice, until it was too late. She remembered everything from name to address to phone number, because once she became a hero, that BSTRD was going to pay. He had taken so much from them, hired and used them and threw them away like so much garbage. He had taken what they had earned, too, every last yen until there was nothing left. And she knew, Ochako knew that their meager earnings couldn't have been more than pocket change for the wealthy businessman, and that meant that he had nearly ruined her family for fun, just because he could, because he knew they wouldn't be able to do anything to resist. She remembered rage, black and thick like tar, bubbling hot under her skin, rising until it choked the air from her lungs and the voice from her throat, until it colored the edges of her vision black and purged all the thoughts from her mind but one: make him pay. Her parents had had to physically restrain her so she didn't punt him into the stratosphere. It had taken hours for her to calm down enough to understand what the possible repercussions of assaulting him could have been, and even then, fear for her parents' lives was the only thing that kept her from giving in to the rage. And now here she was, sitting in the well-lit, comfortable lounge of the UA dorms, with the familiar acrid taste of anger lapping at her tongue, and the lone thought spinning round and round in her head was that at least the man who had come so close to destroying everything she loved had the decency to try and hide his villainy behind a facade of normalcy. At least with him, it had been understandable to be wrong, to fall for the sugar-coated trap. She had no such excuse this time. Bakugo had never tried to conceal anything, never tried to pretend to be anything he wasn't. She didn't think he could have played the part of a nice person to save his life. His time as a captive of the Lav was testament enough to that. For what felt like the 1000th time in the last hour, she berated herself for not trusting her instincts more. She had never liked Bakugo, always found him too abrasive and proud, even if she admired his drive and determination, but God, if only she had known at what cost it came to the people around him. She had known that something was wrong in his relationship with Izuku, seen it in the tightness of her friend's shoulders and the skittishness of his eyes. She had tried to be a buffer when possible, and moral support when not. She thought it was a friendship gone sour, a bitter rivalry between two boys so similar in power yet so different in personality. How had she missed the fear in Izuku's eyes? How had she misinterpreted the flinches and the tears and the scars, small starbursts interspersed with his freckles? How did she not make the connection? Assumptions. That was her problem. She had made assumptions they all had. Even Aizawa, if the barely repressed fury that radiated off of him today was any indication. It made her all the angrier that just a few weeks ago, Izuku had given them an enthusiastic, rambling lecture about deduction and the empirical method, about the importance of considering all the facts, of not assuming you knew anything until it was confirmed by hard evidence. She remembered him calling it confirmation bias. He had told them everything they needed to know to uncover the truth, if they just bothered to listen. He told them everything, except for the one most important thing. Funny how pure, honest Izuku, who always wore his heart on his sleeve, could so effectively hide the darkest secrets. Funny how he had never lied to them once, and yet deceived them all so profoundly. Funny how confirmation bias seemed to be the name of the game today. Ochako had the sudden urge to laugh, to scream angrily at the ceiling and climb through the window of the 1B dorm and choke Bakugo to death with her bare hands. Maybe if she didn't let anyone from 1B see her, Aizawa would count it as extra credit stealth training. Ochako refrained with great difficulty, electing instead to clench her fists a little tighter in her lap. Maybe she would ask Aizawa-sensei, carefully, just in case he was actually angry enough to get on board. Izuku would have given her a full analysis of the teacher's behavior and the likelihood of his agreement in percentages, and his predictions would have been accurate. But Izuku wasn't here because he just had a panic attack, and her thoughts were interrupted by the soft sound of Todoroki's socked feet on the wooden stairs. She knew he could move completely soundlessly, that it was a courtesy to his classmates' jumpiness. He descended the stairs and nimbly slipped back into their little misshapen circle, occupying the spot Izuku had vacated just minutes ago to escape the still-dripping parts of the couch. Something was different. His face, which had been the Todoroki equivalent of soft and emotive for Izuku's benefit, was now a cold, doll-like mask, his posture stiff and regal as he sat, examining them one by one with an unreadable, dichromatic gaze. Ochako hadn't seen him retreat this deep into the Ice King persona since the sports festival, and for a moment she was distracted from her anger by the realization of just how far Todoroki had come since then. They still didn't know what was said during their incredibly memorable battle, but Izuku had somehow managed to draw him out of his shell, because of course he had. He was the kindest and bravest and most stubborn of them all, and Bakugo had hurt him. Suffice it to say, the distraction didn't last very long. A deep, steadying breath, and Uraraka opened the Deku Squad's unofficial emergency meeting. Next time I see Bakugo, I am gonna punch him in the face. Straight into the point. She knew that Ida, and most likely Yamamo, would disapprove, as was proven immediately when the tall boy donned his lecture face and opened his mouth to retort, but she was also hoping for. Isn't that a little bit too mild for him? Asked Todoroki's impassive voice from beside her. Perfect. At least she wasn't alone in her rage. Uraraka-san. Todoroki-kun. These aren't words befit of heroes in training. Yes, what Bakugo apparently did to Midoriya is horrible and unacceptable, and believe me that I myself am no less enraged by his actions than you are. However, we cannot allow ourselves to stoop to his level. We cannot let our lust for revenge overpower our good sense and heroic aspirations. There was a lot of shouting and hand-waving, and Ochako was ready to jump into the fray and defend her bully-punching rights to the bitter end when Ida's speech was interrupted by a low, angry voice. You are one to talk ingenium. It was more a hiss than anything else, so warped by rage that Ochako almost didn't recognize Todoroki's voice at first. His eyes were narrowed into slits, burning into the blue-haired teen with an intensity of emotion she had never seen from her usually calm classmate before. A stillness seemed to descend over the common room, a weight pressing down on all of their shoulders as the two stared each other down, both stiff and taut as a string. I am one to talk, Todoroki-kun. I made my mistakes and learned from them. I can only hope that you can learn from them too, that you won't need to make your own to understand. His voice was low with warning, but also strained with a strange sadness and regret. Ochako was extremely confused. What the hell were they talking about? Mistakes? What mistakes? What did Ida do that warranted such a reaction? And why on earth had Todoroki felt the urge to call him by his hero name at this specific moment? As sometimes happened ever since the internships, she had a feeling that she was missing crucial information, that something very important had happened between these two and Midoriya sometime during that 1 week, that there was an experience the rest of them had missed on and could now only guess at, seeing as the three teens remained stubbornly tight-lipped. It was a deep chasm between them, rarely remembered, but when they stumbled onto its edge it seemed insurmountable. The tension lasted for a few moments longer, not that it felt so brief, before Todoroki finally broke away first, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, letting out steam on the exhale. "I am sorry, Ida. That was low of me. I shouldn't be taking my anger out on you." "Apology accepted, Todoroki-kun. As I said before, your anger is understandable." Ochako didn't think it escaped either of their attention that Todoroki had not actually agreed not to take his anger out on Bakugo, though. "Ida-kun is right," interjected Yamamo. "We shouldn't let our anger cloud our reason. The teachers have a handle on it, and they will administer the appropriate punishments." "He is still here, isn't he? Appropriate punishment, my butt." Ochako couldn't help but mutter, earning herself a scandalized gasp from the class president and a reproachful look from his vice. "I don't think Midoriya-kun would want us to go after Bakugo, Karo," added Tsu, face blank as always and voice non-committal, but she was also looking at Ochako, and for a brief moment the girl felt a bitter twinge of betrayal. She valiantly pushed it down, however. Everyone at this table was entitled to their own opinion, even if it didn't coincide with hers. She trusted them enough to believe that such divides would not infringe on their friendship when all was said and done. In the meantime, "Thank you, Tsu," Yaoyorozu continued, seemingly unfazed. "The most important thing right now is Midoriya-kun's comfort. He has suffered enough, and infighting would just make him worry and feel responsible. That is the last thing we need. Now is the time to be there for him and try to return the equilibrium of the class, not upset the balance further." "Well said, Yaoyorozu-san," exclaimed Ida enthusiastically, and Ochako opened her mouth to retort, but then slowly closed it. There was no point in arguing with them, she realized. Ida and Yaoyorozu simply couldn't understand her, didn't have the appropriate experiences to see. They were from the upper crust, they have always had money and influence and resources behind them, backing their every action and ready to catch them if they fall. They didn't know what it was like to be helpless, to be hurt by the system, by others who did it just because they could. She might be able to sway Tsu, but not them. That was fine. She didn't need the whole group to do what needed to be done. She would be there for Izuku, she would make sure he was okay. And she would make sure that Bakugo never hurt him again, in whichever way necessary. She might be an aspiring hero, but there were many, many lines she was willing to cross if that was what it took to protect her loved ones. The meeting commenced, making lists of what they needed to pay attention to now, possible triggers and topics of conversation to approach gently or avoid altogether. Tentative plans to approach the Baku squad and see how they were doing. Information to find out and report to the teachers if necessary. Discussions of how they could do better next time, maybe move up the course about abuse victims Ida had heard was scheduled for third year. Through it all, Ochako sat and smiled. She participated in the conversation, bubbly and enthusiastic as usual. She contributed ideas and shared the others' determined glances. Through it all, she quietly plotted. Shudo sat in the darkened common room, breathing in and out in an even rhythm. Feel the slightly different temperatures even out as they slid down his throat and mixed in his lungs. Hold, for a count of 2, let the oxygen flow through him and return vitality to his muscles. Out, let the spent air flow out his mouth in a slightly frosty exhale, taking some of his inner turmoil with it. Yeah, like that ever worked. Ida, Yaoyorozu and Azui have left a few minutes ago, citing exhaustion and the ever-approaching curfew. Uraraka had stayed with him, volunteering to clean up the common room even though it wasn't their turn today. He doubted that those whose turn it was would remember, what with the class-wide storm still raging. That wasn't to say that Shudo didn't have his own, localized typhoon raging inside his chest. He was just better than them at containing his feelings, at wrangling them down and stuffing them under layers and layers of ice, at bottling them in and harnessing them to fuel his drive. The frozen little ice cave in his chest that had formed when his quirk came in, filled to the brim with all of his hatred for his father, would simply need to be made bigger to accommodate this new, novel hatred. It's not like he needed so much space for his lungs, anyway. It was a slightly different feeling, strange. There were impurities in it, imperfections, bits and shards of other emotions interspersed with the usual, all-encompassing rage. There was confusion and betrayal, self-loathing and disgust, and many others for which he had no name. He knew why, of course. The situation was different. This time he hated, but not for himself. This time, only for Midoriya. Only for this special boy who had smashed all his long-standing walls to smithereens, who had broken himself in order to save Shudo, who had been the first in a decade to show him true kindness, who made him feel safe, and sometimes made his heart beat faster, but not with apprehension or fear. Never fear. This time only for him. Shudo looked up and met Uraraka's eye from across the darkened room. She held his gaze solidly, expression solemn, and nodded once. With a last sweep to ascertain that their chore was complete, they rose and headed up the stairs in companionable silence, their shared understanding resting between them like a warm, solid weight. They would do what had to be done. Monoma Nito was in a very understandably, if he did say so himself, foul mood. The week had been going fine, for once. School has finally stopped being a mess. The schedules were a bit sketchy for a while after the whole training camp disaster. Everybody in class was finally back to normal and training at full strength again to show those attention-grabbing, villain-attracting 1A wannabes who was the real boss. And then he was being called to the principal's office at the end of the day. He had never had a reason to directly interact with the rat-mouse-bear thing before, and he still shivered slightly every time those beady, black eyes came to mind, sharp and analytical and in direct contrast to the kind, cheerful smile. And being informed that he was now a newly minted attention-grabbing, villain-attracting wannabe himself. And then being further informed that he was being swapped for the worst, most obnoxious and arrogant of the lot, who was also apparently a bully and a suicide baiter. Effective immediately. Vlad-sensei had tried to appear sympathetic, but Nito could tell that he was mostly just resigned to having to deal with Bakugo now. He had known, of course, that Vlad wasn't particularly fond of him. Few teachers ever were, what with his eccentric and somewhat boisterous behavior, lofty aspirations and troublesome quirk, weak, unheroic, lacking potential, they had always said. Vlad had never been hostile or even mean in any way, just resigned as he delegated most of his class-wrangling responsibilities to Kendo, but it still stung a surprising amount. Let's see Kendo try to karate chop Bakugo across the head, he thought vindicatively, well aware that it was vengeful and petty and unbecoming of a hero in training. Did that mean he cared in that particular moment, or felt any less satisfied by it? Of course not. No, that wasn't fair to his fellow students, who seemed actually sad to see him go, and not just sad to see Bakugo arrive. Not that he blamed them, he wouldn't have wanted to be in the same class with that a-hole, either, almost enough to make him grateful to be the one being transferred. Almost. Not really. Ugh, even his inner monologue's meandering silver-lining hunts didn't sound convincing today. They had bid him gracious farewell, promised to stay in touch, and invited him to still sit with them at lunch if he wanted to. Which he did, and he would, once everything stopped being so goddamn awkward. Nito hated feeling awkward. He hated feeling weak, hated being singled out. Which was ironic, he knew, considering the fact that his behavior often led to him being the center of attention, usually in bizarre and not necessarily good ways, but that was different. Different because that was his own choice, that was a tool to a purpose, his initiative, his design on his own terms, with clear reasons and focus, even if the consequences were not always as predictable as he would like. Karate chops notwithstanding. At the beginning of the year, back before the entrance exam with the stupid, discriminatory robots, before the stupid USJ attack and Bakugo's stupid speech at the sports festival, he had wanted to be in class 1A. He had wanted to show the world that he could be among the brightest, the best, that he could do well even with a quirk-like copy. Dependent didn't mean weak, almost no one worked alone, they were all dependent on something or someone because that's how civilization worked, They had a government and a system and goddamned hero agencies for a reason. Anyway, he had wanted to be in the limelight from the get-go, but of course the universe was never that kind. So he had picked himself, and he liked to think, the rest of 1B, up and fought with all his might to be recognized for his potential, like he always had. He knew that there was supposedly no substantial difference between how the two heroics classes were treated, but he was a realistic person, and knew a thing or two about labels and images and marketing, and the difference was definitely there, despite the school's efforts at equality. And now, after having resigned and adapted himself to the harder path that life had forced him to take, after having fully embraced the role of underdog and gotten comfortable in his struggles and plans for the future, he had suddenly gotten his old, discarded wish. Here he was now, a foreign piece in the puzzle, a plant uprooted and relocated into the midst of an existing garden, wild and overgrown with the vines and roots of existing relationships that left little to no space for any intruders to worm their way in. And that would have been bad enough, but of course there was worse yet to come, because Nito was also a band-aid, small and flimsy and certainly not enough to fill the hole left in Class 1A by Bakugo's sudden departure, or to hold together the cracks spreading like delicate spiderwebs from the impact site, where the unforgiving truth had hit them with all the gentleness of a ballistic missile. It had been decidedly not fun being in the middle of the fallout yesterday, seeing the cohesive, unified 1A fall apart so suddenly and violently, being at the center of it all yet an outsider to their affairs. He was a little thankful, too, that they were too preoccupied with their own issues to really notice or pester him, allowing him some time to at least get used to his new dorm room in peace and replace some of Bakugo's awful decorations. Allowing him time to lay quietly in bed, listening to the distant sounds of general misery and distress, and try very hard not to think about what this all really means, about what it says about him, that he of all his former classmates was swapped for Bakugo, the brash, loud, showy blonde a-hole who was also a bully and a terrible person, and, suffice it to say, Nito hadn't gotten much sleep last night, and his aggravation was only mildly soothed by the knowledge that eye bags and general bleariness would be the new trending fashion in Class 1A this morning, and far from exclusive to him. At least he had managed to get breakfast from the kitchen and sneak out without having to confront anyone. Nito tried to console himself as he sat in the still empty classroom, face resting against his newly wiped desk. It still had scorch marks marring the surface in places, and smelled faintly of nitroglycerin, which meant it smelled like Bakugo's sweat. Ew, gross. His inner debate on whether he was grossed out enough to muster the energy necessary to sit up properly was interrupted by the faint creak of the opening class door. It seemed that only the teachers in this school could coerce the things into opening silently, and Nito still didn't know if it was simply a matter of practice or a technological measure implemented for educational purposes. After what he experienced yesterday, he wouldn't put it past Nezu. The small, deceptively unassuming figure of Midoriya slipped into the room on silent, red high-top-clad feet, and Nito took a moment to assess his new classmate as the boy stood there for a moment, hesitating. He looked both better and worse than he had when Nito last saw him yesterday, during what he was pretty sure was the beginning of a panic attack. Better because he was no longer a trembling, hyperventilating mess, with some color having since returned to his fair, freckle-spattered complexion. Worse, because the bags under his eyes were even darker than Nito had expected, with messy hair, a rumpled uniform and a horrifically mangled tie. Not a good night for him either. Nito almost felt sorry for him, until he forced himself to remember that this sorry-looking kid was the star student of Class 1A, with a perfect heroic quirk and a future in the industry laid out in front of him since early childhood, red carpet and everything. He valiantly ignored the traitorous voice in the back of his brain saying that if the road Midoriya and the rest of 1A had walked since the beginning of the year was red, it certainly had nothing to do with any carpets. That wasn't the goddamned point, anyway. Instead, he decided to vocalize his displeasure at being so rudely interrupted in the middle of a riveting inner monologue. So, the golden boy of Class 1A has deigned to join the rest of us plebs this fine morning? His voice came out with just the right degree of acidic derision, startling Midoriya out of his little reverie. Ah, Monoma-kun. Gee, good morning. He was blushing and stuttering, scarred hands waving in the air in a mixture of surprise and helplessness and maybe an attempt at a belated greeting. Was this really Midoriya, bonebreaker, fearless leader, class darling and teacher pet? Nito will very kindly attribute this behavior to stress and fatigue, because in his experience, this was not how golden boys acted when confronted with a new transfer with a weak quirk. The farthest thing from it. Years and years of repetition had taught him what to expect from this kind of situation, to always be on his toes, to strike first, but now, he almost felt like a bully. Before his sleepy brain could follow any further on that trail of thought, however, Midoriya's countenance shifted, turning from panicked uncertainty to cheerful determination, more like determined cheerfulness, and Nito was already bracing for the retaliatory strike when, "It's great to see you here. I really wanted to come say hello. Sorry I didn't manage to get to you yesterday. It was a bit of a rough evening for the class, and I was, indisposed for a while." He trailed off sheepishly, one scarred hand carding through fluffy green curls distractedly, making them stick up even more. Nito just stared, too unbalanced and out of sorts to think of something to say. This was not how this conversation was supposed to go. Where was the derision? The false bravado? The condescension? The veiled taunts? Didn't Midoriya know the rules? Anyway, the greenette recovered from his moment of bashfulness. "I really wanted to talk to you after the showing you gave at the sports festival. It was so cool and you came really close to beating Kak and Dash." A tiny wince, fleeting and quickly consumed by waves of enthusiasm. "And your quirk is so amazing. I have so many questions if you are willing to answer. Of course you don't have to. And you seemed so intent on talking to your classmates and I didn't want to intrude." It seemed that rambling and then trailing off in various degrees of awkwardness and/or embarrassment was Midoriya's favorite mode of communication. Nito was very valiantly trying to process this fact, as well as the mass of new implications that have just been dumped on him on the fly. It meant, however, that he didn't have the mental faculties to spare for not just sitting there and staring incredulously at the other boy. This was, his brain repeated futilely again in hopes of making some sense of this scene, the golden boy of Class 1A, who had apparently wanted to talk to him since the sports festival, but didn't want to intrude. Who thought his quirk was awesome, who thought that his failure to best Bakugo was cool. Who was a fidgeting, rambling ball of anxiety, now glancing nervously from under his bangs and shifting his weight from foot to foot, as if ready to bolt. Who didn't seem to know the rules, didn't seem to understand that he was in a position of power over Nito, that a bad word from him could do so much damage to his already less than stellar social standing. The voice of his inner critic was muttering that this could all be an act, that he could be lying, preparing the ground for a prank or a setup designed specifically to put him in his place, and he almost wanted to believe it, to accept it as fact and thus explain all the incongruity of this situation, but, well, Nito was a bit of an actor himself, and Midoriya was either really good or really goddamn honest, and every second that he spent watching the anxiety reach new levels convinced him more and more that the latter was exceedingly likely. That, however, still left the mystery of what exactly was wrong with Midoriya, why he was acting like. The realization hit him like a slap from a ridiculously enlarged hand to the back of the head. Because Midoriya was acting like someone who was used to occupying the very bottom of the food chain. Like one of the kids who was even less fortunate than Nito, not ignored or ridiculed, but instead bullied. And of course he had known that Midoriya was bullied. That was the whole reason he was here, in the end, wasn't it? But right until that moment, he hadn't quite managed to merge this fact with the image he had in his head of the reckless, powerful teen. But a few pieces had clicked into place, and though Nito knew he was far from knowing the whole story, he really did feel bad now. Just a bit. Not that it was his fault or anything, he hadn't been ready or known what to expect, but, well, and the silence has been growing tense. While he was digesting this, Midoriya now looking ready to vibrate out of the visible spectrum with anxiety. Nito had to say something, break the ice somehow. "Is your name really Midoriya?" The boy froze, suddenly completely still, and blinked at him owlishly. Nito couldn't believe what had just come out of his mouth either, but if there was one skill he had mastered through grueling, endless practice, it was running with the stupid things his brain occasionally decided to grace the world with. And run with this he shall, like the pro he was. You know, it's a bit on the nose. With the hair and everything. He made sure to give the greenette his best, manicurious stare. Midoriya blinked a few more times, rightfully confused, and then started speaking uncertainly. Yeah, that's good. It's actually from my father's side, the name, that is, but his hair is black, or so my mom tells me. The green hair is all hers, and the eyes too, which is a bit funny, when you think of it that way. Nito nodded self-importantly, as if he had just received the answer to one of the greatest mysteries of life, and tucked the brief mention of an absentee father neatly into the folder in his brain labeled, for future reference. Midoriya looked relieved, if still confused and hesitant, which was a win in Nito's book. Crisis evaded. Now, a few moments for the greenette to gather himself, and then not to let the awkwardness start again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I was trying to gather strength and prepare myself to dealing with your classmates. I feel like the next few days are going to require every bit of my immeasurable will and restraint. They are your classmates too now, Monoma-kun. Slight reproach, but no anger or disappointment, and then a smile, warm and genuine and way too bright for this time of morning. But they can be a lot, that's true. We can always talk later, if you want to sit with us at lunch, or hang out after school. I am looking forward to working with you. Have a nice nap. And with that, Midoriya walked over and sat down in the seat directly behind him, because of course that was his assigned seat, and for once Nito wasn't sure if it was him the universe hated or if it was Midoriya, took out what sounded like a pencil and some kind of notebook, and started scribbling quietly. Well, that could have gone worse. Tenya strode through the hallowed halls of UA with the measured, confident steps of someone who spent years training their footwork and stamina, used to not letting stress, fatigue, and other external and internal circumstances affect their movements. And there were, this morning, many circumstances that would reasonably make someone less prepared falter. Yesterday evening had been tumultuous, both for him personally and for the class as a whole, and the night hadn't been much better. Tenya had spent much of it tossing and turning restlessly, grappling with his anger and his convictions, with self-depreciation and sadness and fear, with half-formed plans of vengeance and long, long lists of the things that will need to be done to reassert some form of peace within the class. And while his customary early morning run had helped him get rid of a lot of nervous energy, it was all still very much there on the edge of his mind, threatening to flood out at any moment and consume the carefully maintained order of his thoughts. Be that as it may, Tenya was determined not to let himself waver under the pressure. He was the class president, and therefore had an obligation towards his fellow students, to stand strong and guide them even through the most stormy of waters. He was determined to fulfill his duties with the stalwart calm worthy of the name of ingenium. He had arrived at his destination. A sharp, 90-degree turn to face the large classroom doors, a brief moment taken to compose himself and don his hero mantle of upbeat professionalism in case someone was already inside, and a sure grip on the brass door handle, heavy wood swinging aside with a quiet creak. A quick, almost involuntary glance around, scanning for enemies and exits and potential allies, and the familiar, stifled contradiction between the feeling that this shouldn't be normal and the knowledge that it was just another skill, a tool in his growing arsenal. It seemed that his diligence would pay off this morning, because the room was indeed occupied by two of his classmates, seated close to each other by mandate of the seating chart and enveloped in a somewhat awkward silence. They were also both hunched over their desks in what Tenya recognized to be positions that weren't at all healthy for their spines, and he resolved to talk to them about it later, because right now there were more pressing matters to attend to, such as the shy, beaming smile Midoriya sent his way as he looked up from a new-looking notebook, or the baleful, suspicious glare Monoma was leveling at him from under his fringe, back snapping rigidly upright the moment he noticed the other teen's entrance. Tenya knew that others often thought that he was bad at reading and interpreting the emotions that surrounded him. While he wasn't too proud, anymore, to admit that the thought wasn't entirely without truth, his social skills had been steadily improving since the beginning of the year with the help of his friends, and Monoma was making it exceedingly obvious that he didn't particularly relish the thought of talking to Tenya at the moment. Besides, that didn't absolve Tenya of the responsibility of properly greeting him, of course, but he would be mindful of the teen's wishes and leave him to his own devices right after. With his mind made up, Tenya strode confidently towards his two classmates, hand already raised in greeting. Monoma-kun, Midoriya-kun, good morning. I hope both of you slept well despite yesterday's tribulations. Monoma-kun, I am happy to officially welcome you to the class. I should have done so yesterday, and despite the fact that the circumstances that prevented me from doing so are no excuse, I hope you can find it in yourself to forgive me. As class president, it is my responsibility to see to any immediate concerns or needs of the students, so if you find yourself in need of any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me or Yaoyorozu-san, who fulfills the role of vice president in 1A. I hope the time you spend in our class proves to be both enjoyable and educational. Monoma was blinking at him, finger raised and mouth open as if to start a retort, his facial expression a somewhat equal mix of anger, confusion and frustration. A few seconds passed in silence, Tenya perfectly content to wait for the other teen to ask any questions or voice any concerns he had, until Monoma finally lowered his hand and muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like, I knew you were all weirdos, which Tenya chose to ignore in favor of keeping the peace. It was a new skill of his, understanding when preserving the status quo was more important than making the corrections he felt were in order. He was rather proud of himself for identifying and acting upon this one. Satisfied that his point got across and no further clarifications were required, Tenya turned and strode to his seat, only stopping to smile at his friend for his chirped, good morning, Ida-kun. He was flooded with intense relief when he saw the real cheer and amusement dancing in the brunette's eyes, so different than yesterday's quiet, desperate fear. Tenya sat down in his seat and started methodically organizing his study materials in what has long become his customary morning ritual, to the point of being soothing on hard days. When that was done, he opened the notebook on top of his neat stack and started reviewing his notes for Yamada-sensei's class. And wasn't that still weird, to refer to the loud man as Yamada-sensei instead of Uncle Hizashi in Tenya's own head? Through it all, he kept one eye on the new addition to the class, in case of the trouble he knew was more than likely to occur at some point, considering Monoma's previously observed attitude towards 1A. Surprisingly, however, the need to intervene never arose. Monoma was snappish and rude, never wasting an opportunity to throw a jab at the class as a whole, though not at anyone in particular, Tenya noted with a measure of gratitude, but those of the class who chose to greet him all took it in good fun, the rest seeming too tired or preoccupied to participate. He would need to talk to them all, to make sure Monoma wasn't feeling left out, but that could wait a few days, until tensions weren't running as high. At least Yaoyorozu, with whom he exchanged a few brief words, seemed to be on board and volunteered to act as peacekeeper in the meantime. Hopefully, she would be able to smooth out conflicts before they reached a boiling point. For now they both sat and observed and analyzed because they might as well utilize their newest, still developing skill. They watched Uraraka and Azui, crowding protectively close to Midoriya, trying to stick to their morning routine as much as possible. They saw Ashido and Kirishima, projecting obviously forced cheer, trying to reassure Kaminari and Siro and refusing to look at the aforementioned brunette. And they saw Monoma, who unlike Bakugo was more bark than bite, who snarled and threw insults that became less and less pointed with each new person who greeted him, and cast confused, suspicious glances around when he thought no one was looking, as if he was expecting an attack that never came. It wasn't ideal by any means, and Tenya knew that the way forward from this crossroad they unexpectedly found themselves at wouldn't be easy. Another thing he knew with complete certainty, however, was that they would pull through once again. They always did. Shudo hummed a cheerful little tune under his breath as he followed his group of friends to the cafeteria. He had been surprised to wake up in such a relatively good mood after yesterday's everything, but the warm feeling of shared camaraderie and support with which he had fallen asleep, as well as the knowledge that Midoriya was, starting today, freer and safer than he had ever been at, were enough to thaw the prickly shards of anger in his chest, at least for the time being. At least until he had a need for them, a use against their intended target. For now, the day seemed to bring along new joys and entertainments, luxuries that were so amazingly, sometimes overwhelmingly plentiful in his life since he had let go of his anger and pride long enough for Midoriya's blinding smile to melt through his walls and burn through his bitterness. He still remembered that look in detail, framed by sweaty green locks and rising steam, so much like Midoriya's usual smile, and yet not. There had been something more to it, an unbreakable determination, a power of will that shone through his eyes and almost seemed to bend reality around itself. He remembered distantly wondering if it was a part of the teen's quirk. He now knew better, of course. Very little of what the petite Greenette managed to accomplish was done by virtue of his quirk, as he had proved time and time again. It made him all the more terrifying, all the more beautiful. Shudo cut off that train of thought right there and then, momentarily annoyed at himself for the increasing frequency with which he found himself having to do so, lately. He had an itemized list in his head, and a physical copy safely tucked away somewhere his father wouldn't find, because he was newly sentimental, not stupid, of why letting such thoughts roam unchecked in his head was not a good idea, and he was going to follow this reasoning to the bitter end. With any luck, that end might just turn out to be bittersweet instead. With a well-practiced mental maneuver, Shudo shoved his thoughts back onto a more productive track. Namely, to the conversation going on around and ahead of him as they arrived at the cafeteria and joined the line to receive their food. Uraraka and Yaoiorizu stood just in front of him, chatting lightly about Midnight's latest assignment, occasionally throwing a joke or an inquiry his way in an effort to include him. Ida also stood nearby, for once quiet and lost in thought. Shudo couldn't begrudge him that, knowing that he probably had a lot on his plate, what with all these new developments and several other things the somewhat obsessive teen had no doubt made up for himself to worry about. Besides, it didn't escape Shudo's notice that all three of them, much like himself, were keeping half an eye out on their surroundings, looking no doubt for a head of spiky blonde hair. Shudo had spent long enough with this group to know that regardless of the disagreement last night, if Bakugo tried to approach Midoriya right now, there would be consequences, explosive, for once, in an entirely metaphorical way. Midoriya himself, as it happened, stood at the front of their group chatting with their new classmate. Shudo had arrived early that morning to witness the obnoxious blonde snarling and lashing out at anyone who tried to interact with him. There had been no explosions, however, no violence, and the insults were more ostentatiously haughty than hurtful or condescending, and wasn't that a nice change? Shudo had watched like a hawk, both for the entertainment value and because he was not letting another blonde a-hole hurt his best friend ever again, and so when Midoriya had hesitantly leaned forward to ask something of the other boy, he had been ready to jump up at a moment's notice and intervene. To his delight, that hadn't proved to be necessary. Monoma's haughty facade had wavered momentarily as he turned around to look at those honest, green eyes, and a pencil had been passed along with nothing but a few grumbled words. Shudo trusted they weren't too hurtful, if Midoriya's bright exclamation of gratitude was anything to go by. The steady stream of small requests, innocent questions and small talk had continued throughout their morning classes, carefully executed in Midoriya's customary calculated, yet somehow undeniably genuine way. Shudo was willing to bet that Monoma didn't even realize what was going on, as his answers became less hesitant and grumpy every time. Even now, immersed as he was in a debate about what sounded like quirk theory with Midoriya, the contrary blonde didn't seem to realize that he had followed along with them to lunch as opposed to his previous, loudly advertised plan to eat in peace, away from your class-wide weirdness and statistically likely villain attack. Or maybe he did realize something was going on, Shudo amended to himself as he watched Monoma stiffen and balk, as a sudden swell of noise jarred him out of his focus, and alerted him to the fact that he had, in fact, already arrived at the cafeteria. Not that it helped him much, as the power of Midoriya's puppy eyes and the aforementioned smile, which Shudo estimated to be at about 70% strength right now, because his best friend was considerate and was going easy on the newbie, drew him right back in. Shudo refused to acknowledge, let alone name the dark, twisted, yet almost protective feeling that rose in him at the fact that Midoriya's smile, his focus, was pointed at someone else at the moment. There was absolutely no reason for him to be upset. They were here to be heroes, after all, to save people, and Midoriya's talent for saving others from themselves first and foremost was so preciously rare. Lunch continued in this manner, with their group chatting away about school and keeping a surreptitious watch, Azui having joined them at some point to provide another pair of eyes, and Monoma wavering between suspicious indignation and unguarded enthusiasm as his walls were being slowly deconstructed. Shudo had to give it to his friend. His methods had mellowed out drastically since he had first worked his magic on Shudo himself. Not that he was complaining, really. They were all working to better themselves. At some point, just because he still marveled at the novelty of such interactions, and because the thought of his father's fury if he knew brought a smile to his lips, he leaned over to whisper in Uraraka's ear. Bet he breaks by the end of the day. A murmur, not loud enough to be heard by the rest of the group over the general din, but the amused sideway glance she shot his way was a distinct indicator that his message got across. I am definitely not betting against those odds, Todoroki-kun. Especially because we have practical heroics in the afternoon. Shudo paled slightly, reconsidering his previous thoughts on Midoriya's methods. It might be that the teen had improved, certainly, or it might be that he just hadn't had the chance to wheel out his tried-and-true weapons yet. And it wasn't that Shudo particularly cared about the obnoxious blonde, certainly not enough to save him from a well-deserved humbling, but he did want to spare Midoriya as many broken bones as possible. So, in the interest of diplomacy, as it were, he decided to approach Monoma at an opportune moment, as Midoriya excused himself for a few minutes to talk to his acquaintance from 1C, Shinso? Shudo was pretty sure his name was. Shudo slipped seamlessly into the space the greenette vacated and just stared at Monoma for a while, with perhaps a trifle too much vindictive satisfaction, but mostly because he hoped it would make the other teen more likely to actually listen to him. Monoma squirmed for a few moments, until his uncertainty started dissipating, changing back into suspicion, walls coming up with a practiced swiftness, and Shudo cursed internally at his miscalculation. Damn it. He was still not very good with people, and this kid obviously had some issues of his own. He just hoped he hadn't ruined too much of Midoriya's hard work. For now, he would attempt to complete his self-assigned mission at least. I currently hold the record for resisting the Midoriya charm, at 3 weeks and 2 days. He stated, voice carefully deadpan. Monoma's quickly escalating scowl froze on his face like a comically exaggerated theater mask, then splintered into incredulity. Shudo hadn't even known people's faces could contort like that, but it was certainly interesting to watch. What? Demanded the befuddled teen, right in time for an unfazed Azui, who was passing by them, to speak right over him. That doesn't count, Todoroki-kun. You only lasted that long because Midoriya-kun was too nervous to talk to you until the sports festival, Karo. Monoma's head whipped around to stare at her too, even as Shuto nodded amiably. I technically hold the record, he amended, gaining Monoma's attention back. Purple over there, he gestured at Shinso, who was still engaged in conversation with Midoriya, lasted about a week. And that's only because we were busy preparing for the end-of-term exams, and Midoriya barely had any time to seek him out. Some weariness was creeping back in, but the blonde still seemed mostly confused. He also tried to regain some of his haughty demeanor, but largely failed to do so at this point. What are you implying? So careful, always looking for a trap or a double meaning. Yes, Shudo could see why Midoriya decided that Monoma was in need of assimilation into their little group. Thankfully, he was saved from having to come up with a carefully worded answer by Uraraka, who had also been eavesdropping and decided to chime in with her customary cheer. You are his next target, Monoma-kun. She slapped him heartily on the back, and the lean blonde coughed and bent forward slightly in surprise at the force of the hit. And unlike Todoroki and Shinso, you are easily in range now. So you can try resisting, of course, but... She walked off with a shrug, a wave, and a friendly smile. Monoma stared at her retreating back with the dawning despair of someone who had started truly acclimating to the barely contained chaos that was their class. It's better for him to get used to things before the next serious disaster struck. Save your strength, he advised Monoma before turning to follow his friend back to class. If he has to kick your butt in training or on live television, or anywhere else to gain your friendship, he will. It's entertaining to watch from outside, certainly, but not really worth it. With an awkward pat on Monoma's shoulder, Shudo walked away, joining up with Midoriya and leaving the other teen to reflect on his life choices. He hummed quietly under his breath, An upbeat tune he had picked up somewhere at the dorms, probably. Today was turning out to be quite a good day, after all. At the other end of the cafeteria, a boy with spiky blonde hair slipped back in, empty tray in hand, and made a beeline for the stand where it was to be deposited in an attempt to leave the crowded space as quickly as possible. He wore the hero course uniform still, even though a small, newborn voice in his head now questioned whether he deserved it. His trousers were stained green in places, marked by the grass which had been his only companion during lunch for the first time ever. For once, the teen attempted not to draw attention to himself, slipping through crowds and between groups of chattering students largely unnoticed by most. Some, those who had taken their training to heart and could notice the signs of danger, of aggression and anger, suppressed as they might be, even in a setting they considered safe, took note of his passage with small frowns and prolonged stares, but ultimately elected to ignore the solitary first year. Others, those who held their ear close to the pulse of social life at UA and had already heard the rumors, left a loose trail of whispered conversations, disapproving looks and pointing fingers in his wake. The blonde tried very hard not to let them get under his skin, hyper-aware of the consequences of losing control. From the corner of his eyes he caught a flash of familiar colors, red and pink and yellow and black, all sequestered at a familiar table. There was much less noise coming from that direction than usual, and the teen darted behind a hulking third year, out of sight. He refused to think about what he had never needed, what he no longer had. The tray was deposited on the rack without issue, and he turned to walk back the way he had come when an explosion of laughter caught his attention, a bright, happy sound that used to be so intimately familiar years ago and was once again a fixture in his life in the last few months. A little ways away, a tall teen with bicolored hair stood, talking quietly and gesturing to a smaller boy with fluffy green locks, less noticeable over the crowd because of his height, yet somehow impossible to ignore, when he shone so bright with levity and delight. They were soon joined by others, the customary group filling out with one noticeable addition, and started heading out of the main exit, engaged all the while with lively conversation. The blonde watched, unable to look away for a while, until he was jostled by a passing group, angry retort dying on his tongue unborn. Returning to himself once more, he turned on his heel and fled, even though he would never call it such in the sanctity of his own mind. And as he walked away, a passing shadow slipping through the intermixing lights of bright futures and possibilities, a heavy feeling settled in the pit of his stomach, another stone to the ever-growing pile. It was hot and cold in equal measure, queasy and squirming. It was unwanted, unneeded, unexplained, and yet very much there nonetheless, as it sang a forlorn mantra in his mind. That used to be me. Yagi was nervous. He had been nervous for the past 2 days, ever since their early morning discussion, shifty and shrinking with apprehension and guilt when he wasn't lost among a cloud of what looked like very unpleasant thoughts. He was noticeably more nervous now, trapped as he was by professional requirements, if not by physical means, alone with Eraserhead outside of ground beta, shuffling uselessly in place and constantly casting furtive looks at his surroundings, as if looking for an escape. Good, thought Shoyuta vindicatively as he kept his gaze focused straight forward, refusing to look at the tall blonde and knowing all too well it would only increase the man's unease. At least he has some self-preservation instincts left floating around in that empty head of his. Shoyuta had never had a problem admitting that he was a vindictive BSE, at least not in the privacy of his own mind. Lying to oneself, especially about oneself, was illogical, after all, and Shoyuta prided himself on his knowledge of his own flaws and limits. He had lied to himself about Midoriya, lied to himself about Bakugo, had explained away his own half-formed suspicions and sense of unease. Shoyuta also prided himself on not making the same mistake twice. Never stating the facts out loud didn't mean his fellow teachers didn't know or notice, of course, as evidenced by their proverbial light tread and carefully worded, minimized interactions with him over the past few days. Yagi, most of all, had been avoiding him as much as possible, having learned to interpret the Erasure hero's glares well enough by now to know that he was under suspicion for something, and that a follow-up interrogative conversation was going to be had, with or without his consent. He had been stalling, utilizing all of his meager stealth skills. to avoid the overburdened teacher, but had inevitably found himself trapped by the unforgiving schedule. Shoyuta didn't have much time until the students arrived, but he didn't really need more than a few minutes to make his point. And if Yagi thought that giving him a few days to cool off would do anything to make this ordeal more pleasant, he had another thing coming. You knew about Midoriya's quirk. His voice was cold and even, no inflection at all to indicate a question or any trace of emotion, just a blank statement of fact. In the corner of his vision, Yagi twitched violently, gangly limbs flailing around in an almost comical manner, trailed by the loose folds of a too large yellow suit. Shoyuta let him sputter for a few more moments, generously allowing the other man time to gather his wits. Aizawa-kun, you knew. Shoyuta repeated, cutting him off. The big idiot had stayed silent when it mattered most. He could very well shut up for a few more minutes and listen. Yagi's teeth clicked audibly as his jaw snapped shut, and his head hung forward. Whether in acknowledgement or defeat, Shoyuta didn't know or particularly care. He did not speak up again. I will assume, for the sake of my sanity and your continued employment and relative health, that you didn't know about Bakugo. He looked to the side, finally, meeting Yagi's gaze and pinning him down with the full force of his anger. The former symbol of peace took an involuntary step back and then froze, unmoving, not even breathing as far as Shoyuta could make out. Of course, you can feel free to correct me and rot away in jail together with the Aldera staff. Yagi swallowed shallowly and shook his head slowly, shadowed eyes burning with guilt and so much helpless, bone-deep sadness that Shoyuta soon looked away, appeased at least on this clause of his long, long list of complaints. Regardless, you knew about Midoriya. He repeated for a third time, gaze fixed once more on the entrance from which he expected his problem children to appear any minute now. You knew about his quirklessness and how long it lasted, and what repercussions that could have had on his mental health. Or at least you should have, since you obviously knew the boy before you. Another fleeting, sharp glare, just enough to catch Yagi's panicked expression and half-formed protest that died in his throat as Shoyuta forged on, unbothered. You knew about his quirk and how late it came in and how volatile it was. Considering his fighting style from the sports festival, I am willing to bet you are the only person who ever gave him any form of counseling on how to use it. Am I wrong? His tone was still too flat to imply any form of question, but Yagi answered regardless, shaking his head once more as he shrank deeper into the oversized yellow atrocity he called a suit, and Shoyuta wondered idly if he could make the man disappear into it completely, like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Probably, but he expected he would need more time than he had right now, and more energy than he was willing to expend before having to deal with a practical heroics exercise with his hell spawn of a class for an entire afternoon. Now, because you seem to be struggling with the concept, let me explain it to you in simple words. All these facts, which, as I mentioned, you were clearly well aware of, are very important to the boy's continued education and development, both as a hero and a person in general. You, as a so-called educator and a person who allegedly cares for Midoriya's well-being and future success, failed to share those very important facts with me, the single person in this school who is actually responsible for the kid's safety and education, and thus forced me to operate on extremely incomplete information. Moreover, his voice was shaking slightly now, anger and spite roiling in the pit of his stomach and pressing behind his eyes, uselessly itching for the activation of his quirk. Not only did you not share this information with me, you didn't act on it yourself, didn't even make an attempt at correcting all the mistakes the rest of us made out of ignorance. You let me test him on even grounds with the rest of his class on the very first day, with kids who have had over a decade to master their quirks. You let him keep using his quirk again and again without sending him to a quirk counselor, even when you saw what it did. God damn it, you saw that he didn't trust any of us as far as he could throw us. Not even you. We had whole meetings about it, and yet you never saw fit to even hint as to why. What the hell were you thinking? Shoyuta was aware that he was losing his temper, that his control over his quirk was slipping, that the students could arrive at any moment and stumble upon this scene. Right then he didn't care. He wanted answers, and answers he would get even if it meant that the kids had to lose every last bit of respect they had for the symbol of peace. Serve the man right. He whirled around, his hair and capture weapon snapping and levitating as erasure finally activated, and stalked toward the blonde who, ever inappropriately, seemed to finally find his words. Aizawa, please, I assure you there is a very good explanation, reasons of utmost importance that dash. F your reasons. It was barely more than a growl, now, an animalistic sound spurred on by his simmering rage and guilt, by the desire for justice and the helpless, inescapable hatred of humanity's stupidity that the harsh realities of life have never quite managed to beat out of Shoyuta. He reached the slowly retreating Yagi swiftly, grabbing him by the collar and yanking down until the much taller man was on the same eye level as him. F your reasons and F your excuses, Yagi. That kid has been hurt enough for a lifetime by people who were supposed to protect him. He doesn't need us fumbling around in the dark and making stupid mistakes because you are too stuck up your own butt to care. And you clearly haven't learned your lesson yet, because you are still hiding something important. It is written all over your goddamn face. How you have managed to keep a state secret for this long I will never know. Aizawa-kun dash. Shut up. Shoyuta snarled, the corner of his mind not consumed by rage or by monitoring their surroundings, silently awarding All Might a point for not attempting to break free, at the very least. Unless you are going to tell me how you knew Midoriya before UA, or what you know about his quirk that is inevitably going to lead to another clusterfuck, or why the hell it is so destructive and late dash. It hit him like lightning out of a clear sky, swift and inevitable, splitting his emotional turmoil cleanly down the middle and rendering it, as well as everything else, completely irrelevant, everything but the assorted facts and pieces of evidence parading themselves in his suddenly silent brain, finally sorted in the right order and arranged into a neat little logical chain, now that he had said them out loud. Simple, laughably, terribly, infuriatingly simple, easy and clear as day. Because a quirkless boy with mysterious, by all accounts improbable ties to All Might, with a strange, volatile quirk that appeared so late in his life as to be unheard of, led to one obvious, simple conclusion. Tell me, said Shoyuta numbly, and there was no heat in his voice anymore, no anger or sarcasm. He couldn't quite tell how loudly he was speaking over the quickening pulse of his heartbeat in his ears, couldn't feel the hand still clutching All Might's collar with a bruising force. Tell me the quirk isn't from All for One. Shoyuta wasn't entirely sure what he was asking for, whether it was an order, a plea, or a dare. He wasn't sure he could stand to receive the answer he was expecting either, suddenly very aware that he was at the end of his rope, that the last week has ground him down into dust until there was almost nothing left, that he was scarily close to the edge, to crossing it into the land of that which lay past exhaustion, barren and lacking everything but cold indifference and the siren call of sleep. He watched with a detached resignation as Yagi blinked, startled no doubt by his sudden change in demeanor, and blinked again, as if in slow motion, trying to parse the meaning of his last sentence. A few seconds flowed by in complete silence until he finally got it, at which point there was suddenly a lot of sputtering and hand-waving, one gangly limb nearly clipping Shoyuta in the temple, and Yagi's voice saying as if from deep underwater, "Oh no, no Aizawa-kun. Whatever else you might think in this regard, I guarantee that young Midoriya's quirk wasn't given to him by All for One." And suddenly Shoyuta could breathe again, his lungs expanding and letting in oxygen for the first time in what felt like an eternity, as if just remembering what their function in his body was in the first place. Shoyuta wavered slightly on his feet as relief, tinged still with a healthy amount of suspicion, swept through him like a tidal wave, washing away the numb, resigned fear. He would never admit out loud that he would probably have fallen if not for the grip he still had on Yagi, and he doubted the man himself would dare breathe a word of it to anyone either. I can understand your anger, Aizawa-kun. You are completely correct in pointing out that I have made many mistakes to the detriment of young Midoriya, and that I might not have treated him, or you, my colleagues, fairly. He looked down at that, guilt and remorse settling with a visible weight on his thin shoulders. What you're asking for, however, it is not mine to tell you, not anymore. I will talk to young Midoriya, though, and advise him to share it with you. I can see now that he and you both might benefit from such an arrangement. Shota's scowl was rapidly returning, anger and indignation rearing their heads once again, But just then, to Yagi's immense luck, he noticed from the corner of his eye the bright colors of 1A's costumes as they emerged out of the changing rooms, and he instead forced himself to take a deep breath, give Yagi one last glower, and then let go. "We are not done here," he threatened quietly before turning on his heel and stalking back toward the gates of ground beta, already calling out to his class. "Gather round, problem children. Today's exercise is going to be interesting." Mina bounced on the soles of her feet as she waited with bated breath for Aizawa-sensei to tell them what exactly about the exercise today would be interesting. Knowing his standards, that probably meant nightmarishly hard, but what were they here for if not to beat impossible odds and better themselves, right? Besides, the day was beautiful. The skies were clear blue and cloudless. The air smelled of fresh grass and heated asphalt, summer warm but not too suffocating to bear in their hero costumes. The birds were singing, flowers were blooming, there hadn't been a villain attack in weeks. Life was good. So what if just moments ago she had had to step hastily into the middle of their usual group, trying to discreetly fill the space they had all subconsciously left for a loud blonde who would never again fill it? So what if lunch had been almost depressingly quiet, none of them quite able to muster the energy for the usual boisterous conversation and wild shenanigans, busy as they were treading carefully around the holes and ragged edges left in their group? So what if the whole class looked like zombies, with dark bags under their eyes and often distant expressions? So what if none of the squad could bring themselves to look Midoriya in the eye? So what? They were fine, everything was fine, and even if it wasn't, it didn't matter right now because it was time for practical heroics. And Aizawa was glaring at her and Denki, because they hadn't been paying attention. "Oops. As I was saying," he intoned pointedly, gesturing with one hand for All Might, who had been hesitating a little ways away for some reason, to approach. "Today's exercise will be done in a somewhat special format, and it will also be longer than usual. This is something that hasn't often been taught in the last few decades of relative peace, especially not to first years, but considering the fallout of the Kamino fight as well as the preceding training camp attack, we decided it would be prudent to teach this to you now." His gaze swept around the class, and Mina could feel the mood of the class changing. All signs of exhaustion or distraction were wiped away, their attention shifting and focusing. Mina felt her own feet stop bouncing, soles connecting firmly with the floor in the slightest hint of a fighting stance, even as all the bodies around her shifted as well, standing taller, firmer, ready for what was to come. Aizawa nodded in approval, but she could have sworn that for just a moment, his usual manic grin had turned a little sad at the edges. "But today we are learning about guerrilla warfare. Those of you who have been paying attention in history lessons will know that guerrilla warfare is a wide, general term that encompasses many things, but in our case we will be talking about the modern, urban application of it. Usually, that means small groups of villains who are powerful, organized, or well-funded enough to cause widespread chaos through numerous attacks of varying scales and profiles. Usually, those would be hit and run, so as to avoid capture of valuable members while causing maximum damage, and the targets would be unpredictable, whether civilian or otherwise. So like the League. Denki piped up and Aizawa sent him a glare at the interruption, but there wasn't any real heat in it, so her friend just smiled cheekily back at their teacher. "Brave soul." "Yes, like the League," agreed Aizawa tiredly, and then stepped back, gesturing for All Might to continue while he turned to fiddling with the gate controls. The tall, thin hero, who hadn't been paying attention either, why wasn't he getting glared at? Sputtered for a few moments before collecting his thoughts and finally starting the explanation of what they were actually going to do today. For the purpose of this, you will be split into two groups, villains and heroes. There will be less villains, of course, to better simulate the conditions Aizawa had explained, and help you, young students, try to fit into the roles and utilize appropriate tactics. The groups have been predetermined, so you don't need to worry about that. He fumbled for a moment, pulling several slightly crumpled papers from a pocket and consulting them. Objectives. Villains, you will be given a designated home base from which your operations will be run, as well as the location of an object within the city it will be your goal to acquire. Your secondary goal, however, will be to cause as much chaos, property damage, and general trouble for the heroes as possible. Heroes, you will be given the location of the object the villains are after, but not the location of their base that you will need to discover for yourselves. Your primary objective is to apprehend all the villains as quickly as possible, while minimizing property damage and any casualties. What else? Timing. Each group will be given an hour to prepare, and the exercise itself will be 3 hours long. Any questions? It was sad, almost, seeing All Might like this, standing in the familiar pose with his fists propped on his hips, now thin and obscured by the ill-fitting suit, his customary bright smile almost unnerving on his sallow, skull-like face, yet somehow no less warm. Mina's thoughts were rudely interrupted by the voice of Jiru who, with her customary slightly skeptical manner and lazily raised hand, asked, Sensei? Who are the villains? All Might coughed in surprise, quickly producing a handkerchief to wipe away the blood that was so concerning still, even after weeks and endless yet vague explanations, because human lungs weren't supposed to sound like that, and then shuffled the papers again, probably in search of an answer. Of course, young Jair, thank you for reminding me. Today's villains will be Midoriya, Uraraka, Monoma, Yaoyorozu, Ishido, and Kaminari. Any other questions? There probably were, and the answers were probably important, but Mina couldn't quite bring herself to listen, too busy exchanging panicked glances with Denki. What were they gonna do? Not only were they assigned to the smaller group of the two, which would make passing this exercise infinitely harder, but they now also had to work together with half the Deku squad, not to mention Midoriya himself. How were they supposed to talk to him, to look at him when they had missed all the signs, when they had been friends with... They were being led somewhere, shepherded through the opening doors and along the winding, silent streets, through looming city blocks of asphalt and glass. Mina didn't even notice when most of the class, led by All Might, split off and disappeared, leaving the designated villains of the exercise to wander ever-narrowing alleyways in uncomfortable silence. Eventually, Aizawa led them through a dingy-looking back door of a nondescript building, Mina and Denki doing their very best to hang back and disappear as they climbed a rickety staircase to the 3rd floor. Aizawa opened another rusted door, producing a creaking sound that prompted a flinch from the students and a manic smile from him, and they entered a large room, the walls lined with cables and what seemed like hundreds of monitors, all showing the jumble of streets and buildings that comprised ground beta. A large control panel pressed against the wall opposite the door, and a few chairs were the only other decorations in the room. No windows or tables or any discernible color to the walls, not even a measly light bulb, just a multitude of flickering images that provided the only illumination. Mina shifted uneasily, suddenly feeling the weight of her role in this exercise descend upon her shoulders like a rescue dummy. Villains. They were here to play the villains, the type of people who actually lived and worked in lairs like this one, who saw everyone and everything on screens like this as just that, images, targets to be destroyed or manipulated. She took a deep breath, trying to settle her nerves and focus on the objective at hand even as she felt Denki starting to twitch at her side. Poor guy, his ADHD must be acting up something fierce here. This is your objective, said Aizawa, handing a folded piece of paper to Momo, presumably with the location and description of their target object. Getting it is your ultimate goal. However, in this exercise more so than most, the way to the objective matters just as much, if not more. We have given you enough resources to monitor most of the city. Use them. Create chaos, sow destruction, confuse and unsettle your rival team. The better you manage to understand and recreate the mindset of urban guerrilla fighters, the more all of you will learn from this exercise. The better you will be ready for the league's next strike. Your hour starts now. And with that, their teacher turned on his heel and left. Mina stared forlornly at the door, trying to gather the courage to turn around and look at her fellow students, even as she heard a stream of excited mutterings start up behind her. Yeah, on second thought, maybe not all of her classmates shared her views about how dreary and awful this room was. Midoriya seemed to be in his element, clicking buttons that seemed completely random to her and typing away at a keyboard, eyes darting excitedly between the screens as Uraraka and Momo looked on fondly. Monoma, for his part, leaned against a nearby wall, annoyed glare alternating between the five of them. Under normal circumstances, Mina would have tried to tease him. She would have danced closer, poked and prodded until he exploded or, if she was lucky, loosened up a bit. She would have tried to include him in conversation, talked away her nervousness and insisted on tagging along with him when it came time for actual field work. As it was though. Well, it hasn't been all that long since she had done all of that for a different scowly blonde, has it? How did she know? How could she be sure that this wouldn't turn out the same? How could she tell, find the rot underneath before it was too late? Lost in thought, Mina didn't notice Monoma's approach until he was practically in her face, yelping in surprise, "Shut up, Denki, you can't prove anything," and reflexively drawing back a hand, summoning acid. Monoma's scowl, which, upon closer examination, resembled a petulant pout more than anything else, deepened, and he stared at the two of them in what she was sure he thought was an intimidating manner for a few more seconds before speaking, voice short and clipped with annoyance. "Listen, you 1A hero wannabes. I didn't ask to be here. I don't want to be in the middle of your little group spat. But I am here, and so are you, and none of us asked to play the villains in this stupid exercise, but we are all still here, because it will help make us the best heroes we can be. Heavens know that you lot need a lot of help with that." He sniffed derisively, but Mina could tell, she so fervently hoped that she still could, that Bakugo was a fluke and her hard-won people-reading skills would not lead her astray again, that it was but a thin veneer, a thin blanket on a mountain of insecurities. She was readying an answer, hopefully something light and playful, when his expression changed, just a flicker of something grave and uncertain. "Besides," he cut her off before she could answer, "I have known Midoriya for all of half a day, but I am fairly certain he isn't aware that feeling hatred and holding grudges are things he can theoretically do." He shuffled uneasily, avoiding Mina's surprised gaze, then turned around. "Come on. Let's knock these 1A brats dead." "Whatever floats your boat, man," murmured Denki under his breath as they exchanged an amused glance. And as they both followed the stiffly retreating blonde toward the control panel, Mina couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. Momo gently patted Midoriya-kun on the shoulder, delicately stepping back as the smaller teen startled out of his utter focus and back to reality. Fascinating and informative as it was to watch the Greenette ramble about anything that caught his interest, they had a time limit and a formidable challenge before them. 6 against 14 were never good odds, especially when most powerhouses and stealth experts were on the other team. Still, Momo had faith, if not entirely in herself, not enough, not yet, but she would get there someday, then in her classmates and friends. They needed to win this exercise, needed to help the whole class learn the lesson their teachers were trying to impart. They needed to be the best villains they possibly could, and that, she knew, started with getting their very own mastermind to focus on the task at hand. "Did you find anything interesting, Midoriya-kun?" she asked calmly, gently drawing his focus to her and letting his embarrassed sputtering die out. It still gave her whiplash, sometimes, how fast he could turn from a charismatic, cunning leader to an embarrassed teenager, stuttering in embarrassment and hiding his eyes behind his unruly green locks. Oh yeah, this surveillance system is really good. It doesn't really cover all of the city, but enough that almost no one can walk around unnoticed, and I am pretty sure I can link it to our phones so we don't actually have to stay in this room to know what's going on." "That's great, Izuku!" cried Uraraka, catching Momo's eye from over his shoulder and nodding slightly. "So, do we have a plan?" asked Mina, her voice bright as ever but her dark eyes nervous. Midoriya, observant as ever, noticed as well and directed a gentle, easy smile at her even through his own nervousness, and was rewarded with the visible relief in both Ishido and Kaminari's posture. Well, I don't have a plan exactly." He distractedly played with the fingers of his right hand, where she knew the scars from the sports festival were hidden for now beneath his gloves. "Just a couple of ideas, and some things I wanted to try, if you guys think it's fine." "Don't sell yourself short, man," Kaminari piped up before Momo could. "Your ideas are usually the best. And they're like really complicated, so practically a plan. We're all ears." Midoriya's shy, beaming smile made the room light up just a little around them. Momo didn't think she would ever stop being fascinated and awed by him, by his ability to change the mood in a room so suddenly, to make the hardest challenges and the longest odds seem like mere obstacles, certainly present but insignificant in the face of his will and his power. She knew, with a certainty that came from the long-cultivated ability to read the trends in markets and political environments, and a faith cultivated by personal experience, that this was the next symbol of peace, the hero who would unify them and lead them to a new era of prosperity better than all might, and certainly better than endeavor, ever managed. She had sworn already that she would stand by his side then, when the world needed him most, and she would do so now, when all of that was a long way off yet, when there were lessons to be taught and learned, when peace and prosperity would, for a little while, have to be put off in favor of destruction and chaos. As Midoriya took a deep breath and started outlining his plan, Momo conjured a notebook and started writing, adding depth and details, occasionally chiming in with corrections and ideas. And as Monoma, with his signature mixture of hesitation and brash derision, started adding his own insights, taking the discussion in unexpected, yet increasingly interesting directions, she started to smile in earnest. After all, 3 masterminds were better than 1. Plus ultra. There are many factors playing against us in this exercise. We are outnumbered. Outgunned, arguably. Cannot make any preparations in plain sight, because the heroes know our faces and will be on us in minutes. They will be hunting for us throughout the city, limiting our maneuverability, and waiting for us at our objective, a heavily fortified and defensible position. Green eyes flashed in the steady light of the monitors, intense and calculating, settling like a physical weight on the shoulders of the room's other occupants. And yet, I believe that the odds can be stacked in our favor, if we play our hand correctly. There are 2 main advantages to the role we were chosen to play. First, the nature of the role itself. We do not need to play by the rules, we are bound by nothing except one objective and our own imaginations. It's always easier to attack than to defend, especially at such a large scale. We don't need to keep a perimeter to account for every possibility. That's the hero's job. Instead, we look for the cracks. We find weaknesses and exploit them, we grab the momentum and run with it. We move quickly and unexpectedly, and we keep the element of surprise as much as possible. Which brings me to our second, and in my opinion, biggest advantage. Versatility. A smile, wide and joyful but different. Like a glint of light, dimmed enough for a moment to see the sharp, deadly edge of steel beyond. It settled on the sullen-looking blonde like the passing whisper of a knife against his throat. Momo-chan's quirk will be invaluable, of course. It opens a whole world of possibilities of traps, weapons, explosives and other surprises, but I do believe that we have another ace up our sleeve, if my theory holds true. Kaminari-kun, would you pass me a hair? What? One of your hairs, Kaminari-kun? You will see why in just a moment. Sure. For the cause and all that. A nervous laugh, an encouraging nod, and a yellow strand changing hands. Great. Monoma-kun, have you touched Kaminari-kun's skin in the last few minutes? No, I have not. I don't just grab people randomly for my own amusement, you know. I am aware, Monoma-kun, there was no insult intended. I am just ascertaining the purity of the experiment. Here, take this. What can you feel? A frown of confusion for a second, too, coalescing suddenly into a brilliant, devious grin as electricity dances around the fingers still delicately grasping the single hair. Ingenuous. Yes, I see, this will be very helpful, but I still don't see how dash. Stunned silence, again, as a scarred hand held up a small plastic bag, full of folded papers wrapped with a multitude of hairs in different colors. What dash? But dash. How dash? Why dash? As I said, there are many experiments yet to run, and I strive to always be prepared. Momo-chan, would you be so kind as to create more wearable containers for these? Hagakure-kun, you have something in your hair. Here, hold still a minute, I will get it out for you. We are fed. Todoroki-kun. Those aren't words appropriate for a hero in training, let alone a hero in training who aspires to give their all to completing the task laid before them. I am not wrong, though. No, you are not. Sensei, we require a large amount of high-calorie food for the optimal use of Yaoyorozu-san's quirk during the allotted preparation time. Would that be allowed within the bounds of the exercise? A weary, resigned sigh. I don't see why not, problem child. You were promised resources after all. Everyone, please listen up. There are more of us, true, but that is no reason to be lax or overconfident. I know for a fact that the villains of this exercise will give us a hard time, so I encourage everyone to pour their all into this. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. That's the spirit, thank you. Now, there are two main points where we know the villains will be found at one point or another during the exercise: their base, the location of which is unknown, and the objective, the position of which we can protect and fortify as we see fit. I suggest, therefore, that we split into three main teams: those who will hunt for the villain's base, those who will protect the objective, and the rest who will set up patrol routes around the city, both as a way to look for the villains and as fast responders to any foul deeds they might attempt to execute. Objections? Silence, interspersed with a few shrugs and thoughtful looks. It sounds a lot like some of the standard procedures Endeavor used to lecture me about. If it works well enough for the pros, it should work well enough for us. If anyone noticed the slight glint of doubt in those different colored eyes, no one commented on it. Sounds like a sensible foundation to me, Karo, though the details need to be refined. Hell yeah. Let's do this. Language, Kirishima-kun. Right, first, let's go see the villain's objective. The manhole cover made no sound as it was gently lifted away, revealing a ladder, barely more than steel bars fastened to the tunnel wall, descending rapidly into the darkness beneath. Yes. I knew it. Nezu-san is a perfectionist in his core. He would not have ignored such a basic, and more importantly, exploitable part of the infrastructure. This is our ticket to mobility around the city. He looked back, only to see the dubious and somewhat disgusted looks on the face of his companions. Sewers, Midoriya-kun. That's so gross. Will there be actual sewage in there as well? Ew. Disgruntled silence for a moment. 2:10. I sincerely hope, for all our sakes, that Nezu-san isn't that much of a perfectionist. The building was plain, comparatively squat, its 5 stories dwarfed by the nearby skyscrapers. Within, right in the center of the 4th floor, in a small, unremarkable room secured with a sophisticated electronic lock and a shockingly sturdy door, stood an unremarkable black briefcase, and within, a limited edition All Might Bronze Age poster? Why would the teachers designate this item to represent the darkest, vilest desires of a villain? 3 of the students, standing in a semicircle within the cramped space, exchanged an unreadable look between them. No, this actually makes perfect sense. There aren't many things I can think of that would turn Midoriya-kun to a life of crime, but this would be one of them, yes. Hero merchandise does make him a bit intense, Karo. The silence this time was weighed with memories of feverish rants and green eyes burning with uncharacteristic greed, of fingers twitching in aborted grabbing motions. What a mad banquet of darkness. A deep, fortifying. Indeed, Tokoemi-kun. Now, the access corridors leading to the stairs on the 3rd floor should. I have tried a few times myself to manipulate the electricity into directed currents, but it seems to naturally form into a field, instead. If we had a sort of lightning rod, however, an external factor to draw the electricity to it, I believe it would be possible. Brilliant, Monoma-kun. Maybe ball bearings? Relatively light, easy enough to throw. Or maybe metal darts dash. Shurikens. Everyone turned to look at the boy with a lightning streak in his hair, who quailed slightly under the sudden attention, but continued brazenly on. What? They are cool. They are metal, they will get stuck in what they hit, and it's way more awesome to be throwing shurikens around than ball bearings. And also I know how to aim with them. Why do you even know how to throw a shuriken? Awesome. What other reason do you need? Fair. Yeah. Alright. A batch of shurikens coming right up. Patrol team, we will split into pairs, each of which will take several blocks to supervise. Our main objective is keeping an eye on the city in general, and ascertaining that nothing untoward is happening behind our backs. Now pair up please dash. Azui and I will go. We will have a great time, just me and Herbie dash. There was an audible slap, a large hand connecting with flesh, and the smaller teen fell back with a yelp. You will go with me, my Netta? Objections? Nope. Nah bro. Not at all, mon chéri. Thank you, Ida-kun. But Ida, how can I concentrate on the exercises when I don't have Azui's A dash? No objections, great. Now, let us set up patrol routes. Obstructor number 12 in place, heading for the next designated point. Great Uraraka-chan, keep up the good work. Monoma-kun, Kaminarigan, how are we on the demolition charges? We have 3 buildings set to collapse onto the main intersections, power loader approved. We can totally do at least 2 more before time is up. Perfect, finish those and then go to your starting spots. Our hour is almost up. Hunters, are you ready? 6 confirmations over the comms. Patrol groups. Area secure. All set. Objective guards? We are in position. The coast seems clear for now. Good. Be focused, be careful, stay together. The exercise will begin in a few minutes. Are you sure this is a good idea, Aizawa-kun? I am starting to have second thoughts. On screen, 2 figures were jumping nimbly between the support beams of a central bridge, slowly sowing destruction in strategic spots through careful applications of acid and lightning lace strength. A good idea? Probably not. Scratch that, definitely not. But it is something that needs to happen. I am afraid I don't understand your meaning. Of course you don't. A low, resentful mutter, followed by a heavy sigh. The revelations of the last week have been difficult, for us and for the students. A lot of their assumptions and beliefs have been shattered, and they have been stewing in it all day, re-evaluating and picking up the pieces. It is good that they took it to heart and are trying to learn their lesson from this disaster, but I don't think most of them get the full picture yet. And neither do most of the teachers. A piercing glare aimed at the wiry blonde, dark-eyed and no less terrifying for it. This exercise is for all of us. So we can see the real consequences of what could have been, had Problem Child been any less forgiving of the world's cruelties. He gestured at the screens, where 5 temporary villains were moving purposefully under the cheerful guidance of their impromptu leader, and smiled, bitter, manic and a little giddy, only getting wider as understanding started to dawn in his colleagues' eyes. This is the worst-case scenario. Midoriya Izuku, not the next All Might, but the next All for One. Showtime.